Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism.
Well, welcome everybody. I wanted to thank everybody for being on. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. What a day we have. What a day. Podcasting. But it's not just about that. It's about your story. It's about how you get yourself out there. It's about how you make a difference in the world. So first of all, everybody raise your hand up wherever you are and just say, I am ready for more. That's fantastic. The other thing too is this show is not just us speaking at you. We're watching the comments all day long. We will answer questions. We'll be there for you. And we're going to move rapid fire fast. We're podcasters. We get it done. But again, remember, it's about your story. So whether you're really thinking about it from, do I have a story? Do I have a podcast? Are you a writer, speaker, author, trainer? Are you making a difference? Are you right now driving in your Uber going, this is fantastic, but how do I get my story out there? There's so many things you can do. It's for entrepreneurs, most used word name in the planet, but it's all those things we have together. And we are literally going to move really fast. We're going to go bam, bam, bam. So we're going to start the show off with some amazing, but podcasters also have big media presence, and they also are authors and they get things done. And we have a lot of shows coming up, and we'll be talking about that later today when we leave it all. So first of all, if you're really excited on there, put a 1 in the chat. If you're really excited, put a 1 in the chat and share this with everybody you know. So I've got an amazing group of hosts today. You're going to see very little of me because when you have a great team, say I am a great team builder. But when you have a great team around you, you're one team, you're flat. Everybody does the same. Everybody works together. Everybody goes for the mission. Look at the ones popping through. Jeffrey from Australia, welcome to the call. You guys are awesome. Also, you can let us know where you're calling in from. That's always fantastic. Calling in from, right? It's the old calling show. I can't help myself. But it's just great to have everybody on here. For myself and Mr. Mo Rock, the CEO, we are so pleased to be bringing this to you. We're so pleased to have this show. And we have just an amazing team. You're going to see from Karen Hall, who put this whole thing together, had the idea and the inception and got it all done. You're going to see team on here that are just building it every day. You're going to see Sandy Scarlatta with this amazing podcast she has, but also great interviewing skills. You're about to hear from the Vice President of Tony Robbins for 18 years, Mary Glorfield, and a gentleman who has got a podcast of 500,000 downloads a month. You're going to hear from podcasters who are building, who are training, who are speaking, who are entrepreneurs, some of the biggest shows on the planet, to just those doing it every single day, getting it done and figuring it out. And there's a lot to learn, a lot to take from it. And I'm so excited to be here. So with that, yeah, you're in. I know it. You guys are awesome. So with that being said, I'm really excited now. I will have, could I have the hosts come up to the panel? Hosts, come on up, bring yourself up. Hosts, bring yourself up so we can all, there we go. Look at them. They're such a beautiful group. This is just amazing. All right, fantastic. So with everybody up and really, and Julianne, here, I'm going to, yeah, I know. There we go. Julianne's up. Sandy, come on up. There we go. Mary, I'm going to put you down just for a second because I'm going to bring you back. Okay, there we go. So just tell me, it's an exciting day and it's great that we're all here. Karen, tell us about your excitement today.
Yes, Michael, as we are celebrating International Podcast Day and the podcast network with the Los Angeles Tribune, it's so exciting to have so many experts that are willing to join us and teach us how to grow our podcast. So many times we start a podcast, it's so awesome, we're rolling and going, and then all of a sudden we're like, well, wait, how do I grow this thing? And so I am so excited to have all of these hosts with us today to spotlight and shine the starlight on our amazing guests. And so, Alicia, how about you? Tell me about how you're feeling about today.
I mean, Karen, you said so much. I'm thrilled. I mean, the podcast industry is growing at such a massive rate. People are turning to podcasts for knowledge, to stay informed, and to learn about their favorite their favorite topics. And so podcasts are a great way to learn. And I think what's truly special about the summit today is people are going to get strategies. Like if you're interested in podcasting and you're not sure what to do, you're going to learn strategies about how to get engaged. You're going to hear about trends on how the podcast industry is continuously evolving, because that landscape is shifting all of the time. And you're going to learn, you're going to get to hear topics of empowerment and inspiration. So it's truly a special celebration of Podcast Day today. And I'm just thrilled. What are you thinking, Julianne?
Thank you, Alicia. You know, I'm so excited because on the summit, we're going to be busting myths and solving issues and make this seem so much easier, because I don't know about you, but most people have thought about doing a podcast and thought, oh my goodness, what am I supposed to do next? How am I going to monetize this? How do I make this not be a vanity project? How do I grow and make this worth my time? And more importantly, how is this going to impact the people who are listening and watching me do this? Because ultimately, nobody wants to just go out and talk to nothing. They want to make a difference. And that's why we're here today. We're here to make a difference. And Ava, what about you?
Oh my gosh. Well, I have to say, podcasters are my favorite people on the planet. Look, I'm just going to show a sneak peek. This is the LA Tribune Podcast Network people. Well, some of them. And they are the most amazing people. I just fell in love with podcasters. I'm like, they have all the things to say. So I'm excited because they can talk. And they love to talk. So I am looking forward to today. I am looking forward to the interviews. Mary Glorfield, Evan Carmichael, David Meltzer, all the good people. I am just so excited. So I can't wait. Well, with
Daniel.
that, let me call Daniel. Daniel, what are you looking forward to? Welcome, Daniel. Daniel's a really great new part of our team that we're excited to have on the show with us.
Hi. Yes, I'm really excited to hear all these great speakers, David Meltzer, all these great podcasters, and learn more about podcasting.
You know, Daniel, it's great to have you on too. So Daniel's one of the newest members of really the team and what we're building. And Ava and Alicia, didn't he just sort of jump in and say, how could I be of service? Right. And those are the, and Karen said she needed something. What was that, midnight last night? I don't know. There was things going on. Right. So it's, this is where it's such a great team, and you guys are amazing. Sandy, it's amazing to have you on.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being.
You are the podcaster.
Well, only because I've probably been doing it a lot longer than a lot of people. Well, except for Sam Crowley. I think he's going to take us all. We'll never catch up to him. But yeah, this is just so exciting, because when you've been, podcasting can be kind of a lonely kind of game. And it was so great that, Michael had the idea of pulling the LA Tribune Podcast Network together, and I was involved with him in that. And it's so great to have this community, because like any industry, podcasting is always changing. It's very hard to keep up with all of the different tools, technologies. And days like today are really great because we can share that information with people and make it seem like it really isn't as hard as it may seem to people to actually launch a show. It's pretty easy.
You know what's great about this too, and then I'm going to move right to Sam and Mary, so we'll go rolling. Is Sandy, you're actually making a shift, and that's up to you to talk about later if you want. But for me, the part of the shift you're doing is because you know what you love to do, and you can do the thing something in your life that you love while you're still doing this part and actually helping the world. And I think that's the brilliance of what it does out here.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the coach in Sandy, by the way, everybody. You'll hear much more about that. So she is the ultimate trainer, coach, but it's that mindset piece. So, all right. Well, fantastic hosts. Why don't you go ahead, and we're going to drop you back down to the bottom. I'm going to bring up the next two people in a second here. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Fantastic. All right. Now, what's really exciting, Karen, is the next two that I'm about to bring up, I have known for at least 100 years. Sometimes it just feels that way. You never know. They are literally two of the greatest people on the planet. I'm going to bring them both up, and then I'll do the quick little intro. And then, Karen, I'm going to just sort of turn it over. But so Mary Glorfield, everybody, give a thunderous round of applause. I want to see lots of ones in the chat. Here's the other great thing. It's a Monday. It's 11 o'clock. I looked at the different channels. We have over right now so far, and we've just started, 10 minutes ago? We have over 500 people watching us, thousands on the back end, and it's going to jump really quick here. And we have people I saw watching us right now from the Philippines, from Australia, from Singapore. We have people who've dialed in from England. We have somebody on from South Africa, somebody from Uganda. Think about that. So it's the one team, one family worldwide. So Mary Glarefield, I'm going to make it because they'll earn their own rights, and it's not about us. Let's make it about them. But Mary Glarefield was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. She did 82 countries with Tony, 4 million miles. By the way, I've known her a long time, so I got this down, and 3 million participants. But what she did is she changed my life and everybody else on here. What she did is she helped most of us either get onto stage, help with our career, or mentor us along the way. And I will never forget that. And then 12 years with T. Harv Eker and Peak Potentials and the Millionaire Mind and the National Achievers Congresses with Gary Vee and Grant Cardone and Tony, and I could just keep going on and on. That's Mary Glarefield. We got stories about elephants, but that's another day. So Mary is a dear friend, is a mentor, and I'm just excited to have her on. Mr. Sam Crowley, he's the grandfather of podcasting. He's the grandfather of getting your message out there. See all the gray hair? He's and he's a father too on top of it. But he also was somebody who on our stages not only would give all to the audience, but would make sure that they're moving forward, make sure that they're getting their message out there. And then literally on panels was the funniest guy I've ever seen. But at the same time, always made it about them, not about him. And I'm so honored, Sam, to have you on here. So I wanted to welcome Mary and Sam. Give them a thunderous round of applause. This is just so. Why don't we do this? Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you for questions.
Yes. Well, so this is going to be a great opportunity. I mean, how often do you get to talk to the vice president of Tony Robbins and get to hear things from her directly? And Sam Crowley, who started the podcast in the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts. And so if you think, oh, I don't know how to do it, I don't have the right studio or the right equipment. No, you can learn from Sam how to start this. And honestly, I am so excited and so thrilled. Thank you so much for being with us today and your generous hearts to share with us the things that you have learned. And so I wanted to just make everybody aware that Sam's podcast is every day is Saturday, so that you can go listen into his amazing conversations that he has that are so spontaneous and fun. And I will turn the time over to you, Mary. Mary, we call her the woman behind the curtain, and you guys get to have a peek behind the curtain. If you have questions, audience, please put them in the chat, because we are reading those, and there's a real person behind here. This is not a bot you are writing to, and we are a community, we are a family. And so I'm going to turn the time over to you, Mary and Sam. Thank you again for being with us.
Thanks, Karen. Well, I'm thrilled to be on here with Sam, because Sam, it's been a number of years when I first put you on stage and you were just kind of starting out. And what I loved about Sam and why I put him on stage was because of he is so authentic. He is exactly who he says he is. He comes from such an amazing place, such faith and family. So Sam, I'd love for you to share a little bit of your story. I know your story, but so many people have believe that starting a podcast is difficult. And I know that you feel like it's so easy. And can you share a little bit about your story and how you got started with nothing?
Oh, yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Michael and Karen. I think Michael is lowballing the 100-year mark that we've known each other. And of course, Mary was the one that actually brought me onto the big stages way back in the day. I started my podcast. I was a corporate guy and had a nice job. As far as jobs go, it was good. But I have 4 daughters now, and my youngest, who was 3, used to ask me all the time, "Daddy, is tomorrow Saturday?" Because I never saw her. The only day we saw each other was on Saturdays. So I told her someday will be Saturday. Every day will be Saturday. So say, you know what? Why don't I just quit this job and start a podcast? But this was 2005. So this was before the iPhone was invented. An iPod, if you even knew how to work one of those, you could maybe get a podcast. Mainly you could get it on a desktop. My show was one of the first, I'd say 300 to 500 on iTunes. And now there's over 5 million. So it was just kind of, let's see if this ex-stuttering college dropout can talk for 3 minutes without screwing up. and put it out there. And, soon enough, there was one person listening. That was my wife. And then it became a couple more. And now we're at over 25, 30 million downloads of the podcast. And I do podcast from my car in a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot. I plug this little microphone that's always with me into my iPhone right here. And I just go with it. You don't need a studio. You don't, if you have one, great. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that I started yelling into a laptop in a Panera Bread parking lot and with no microphone. And I got discovered. I got flown to Hawaii, 25 grand keynote to speak with one of the people that were on The Secret. If you remember 2007, that was when The Secret was really big. Everybody was going nuts about it. It was me and this other person from that movie, all because of a 10-minute podcast I recorded in the Panera Bread parking lot. I was sold. And from there, I never stopped. And I podcast regularly 3, 5, 6 times a week from my car. And it's just a message of hope to let everybody know that, your best days haven't even happened yet. I'd love to tell you that I'm going to challenge you intellectually. We'll save that maybe for somebody else that you'll talk to, Mary. I'm just a guy that, gets excited about the air going around in the room,
Yeah, but a quick question, because I know you too, and I know Mary thinks this. But you're getting your message out there, and people are listening to you, right? So why do you think that message is so critical, especially right now?
Well, because I think everybody's got a story to share and lessons to teach, and we always downplay our story or our message that, it's already been done. Well, of course it's already been done. I wasn't the very first motivational guy out there, but I'll explain it this way, Michael, that if you created a piece of software today, it would be amazing, but it would be duplicated, pirated, and sold on the black market probably a year from now. Nobody can duplicate your message. Nobody can, I'm the youngest of 8 kids. My mom raised all of us by herself in a small town in PA. And my daughter, who just got married, that 3-year-old just got married 2 months ago. That's how fast life goes by the way. Nobody can duplicate your story. So why not at least take a shot, because nobody's going to be able to say that they did what you did, and nobody's got the message you have. And I know it's a little messy. I know your background's a little messy. I coach a lot of people that come from a background of addiction, divorce, bankruptcy, things like that. But unless you've been to the Valley, which I don't know anybody that hasn't been, you can't tell anybody about it. So the messier, the better. Nobody's here judging you. Then trust me when I tell you, people will either listen or they won't, and you won't know who's not listening because you'll never see them. Just go ahead and record. What do you got to lose?
Sam, I know you put some really interesting people on your podcast, from a ex-con to, celebrities. How do you choose the people that you interview, and how do you get them?
Well, my podcast is not rooted like in an interview type podcast, but when I do reach out to individuals, I just want to make sure that there's a vibe there. They're interesting, they're authentic. The ex-con that I interviewed, I happened to meet him, and he came to remove drywall for me. And I didn't find out until he got there that he just got out of prison for 30 years from murdering 3 people. So I said, hey, why don't you come on the podcast? He's like, all right. And then, speaking of that, though, I get a lot of emails from people in prison. A lot of people that are incarcerated. They get 30 minutes a day to connect to the internet, and they choose 15 of that to listen to my podcast. So this has kind of become an offshoot of a prison ministry, and I get letters from their mom. Their moms call me and they email me and they let me know that please don't stop your podcast. It's the only thing that keeps my son going in a 6x9 cell every day. And he's in there for the next 5 years. So again, you can make money. I know there's a lot of ways to monetize. I never got started to make money. I got started to make a difference and to just see if there's anybody out there listening. And these letters now are in 226 countries and territories around the world. Again, never got started to do that. But it's just, when you stay with it, it's going to grow organically. It just will, because 82% of the podcasts haven't even been updated in the last 90 days on iTunes. So only 18% of the podcasts are fresh. Somebody that's recorded something new. So if you're just getting started, that's amazing, because you're going to be one of that 18% of 5 million episodes that are going to be new in the past 90 days. I think that's pretty cool.
So you have to be consistent. How much time do you give every day to podcasting?
Well, less time than we're going to be on this interview. So I grip it and rip. I just grip it and rip it, Mary. Again, so my story is not the only way to do it, but I have a note section of my iPhone loaded with sermons that I've listened to, conversations I've had in the produce section at Kroger, just any message I get. I put it in the note section of my iPhone like that. That'd be a good topic for a pod. That'd be a good topic for a podcast. And then I go to my car, grab a cup of coffee, I hit record, and 10 minutes later, there's a podcast, and 2 minutes after that, it's been uploaded. So there is no planning. There is no script. It's just grip and rip, put it out there. If it's terrible, there's going to be another one coming back tomorrow. So I'm not emotionally attached to the quality. I'm not saying it's bad quality, but everybody gets all up in their head about, all of these other things that are going on. We only retain 20% of what we hear audio wise. So if you record a 20-minute podcast, you're only getting 4 minutes. Maybe somebody's going to retain it. Who cares if you flub the dub, man? Hit record again and put another one out there, because the beauty of it is that compounding, that snowball effect is going to explode your downloads long term.
Yeah. The other thing too, just really quickly, coming from the event world. So Sam, you were, I've seen you in front of 10,000 people, right? We with Peaks and Success, we put you all around. But the great thing too is you still talk to them like they were the only one in the room. There was an amazing ability you had to really transmit the message. And at the same time, what I'm finding, and can you talk just a little bit about this, in the world today, when people say, I want to be on your stages, or I want you, Mary, I would like you, Mary, to put me on something. My first thing is, send me your podcast. It's part of the audition. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think that's a great topic. I never looked at that way. Back in the day when I wanted to be a public speaker, you had, and Mary knows this, you would have to send in a whole speaker profile. You'd have to have video, and you would send in a speaker kit. Now it's, hey, here's my 3 most downloaded episodes. Here's the link. Take a listen. This will kind of give you a feel for my energy. And I don't know how you could be a public speaker without having a podcast. And by the way, if you want to be a speaker and you're not, start a podcast, because it's a very easy way to find look, it takes 50 to 100 episodes to find your voice. Okay. So the first 50 don't matter. Nobody's listening. Nobody cares, but they matter in the sense that you're finding your voice. And if you want to hit a public stage down the road, and maybe you just want to speak at your local chamber, Rotary, Kiwanis, church, schools, things like that, you've already practiced 50 to 70 times. You already know what the speech is going to be like. So when you do get in front of that audience, it's just a series of podcast episodes that you're sharing with the audience.
Sam, I know your story with Susan, and had you not had a podcast, you would not have been free to do every day at the hospital with your daughter. So yep. I know that means a lot to you, and I don't know if we have time, but I would love to hear again your story on Susan.
Yeah, our youngest daughter, Susan, I have 4 girls. 2 are at Miami University. 1's married, and our daughter, 10. So I'm 56 years old. So not always been the best planner in the world. So we had a daughter. My wife got pregnant in 2014, and then complications set in. I'll spare you all the details, but our youngest was born at 1 pound. She was born at 24 weeks. Barely viable, and they gave her about 2 hours to live. And then she made it through the first night. She coded the second night. They revived her, and she spent 221 days at Cincinnati Children's Hospital here. And we brought her home on a trach, a ventilator. Every one of those 221 days, I would go out in the parking garage of Children's Hospital to record a podcast. And I would work on my laptop in the NICU, just trying to stay ahead of the game as best I could. But she got her trach removed a little after her 3rd birthday. G-tube came out after her 5th birthday. The ventilators came off. Kids in the 4th grade, the happiest, loving kid you've ever met in your entire life. Her name's Susan Crowley. And I wrote a book about it called One More Breath, because we always wanted her just to take one more breath, because we never knew if her last day was going to be that day. And without a podcast, I would have no business. I mean, there's no other business I don't know I could have done. I would run out to the parking garage, record an episode, come back in, upload it from the NICU. And I just kept that message. And it's very cathartic. And I think this gets lost as well, Mary, is that podcasting puts you in an amazing state mentally, because you can't record an uplifting message or something that you want to teach and talk about and be in a bad mood after you've done it. I needed that podcast more than anybody else needed to listen to it. I needed to record it. And I think that was kind of a side benefit that some people may or may not understand, is that, you know, when you record these short audios, they really put you in an amazing state.
Wow, that, to hear your heart and to hear that why behind it, and with your prison ministry and the love that you felt, and then to feel that come back to you where it was blessing your life and it was cathartic for you. That's so beautiful, Sam. It just makes us love you even more, to get to, for those of you who haven't gotten to know him yet. I mean, what a wonderful individual. So thank you so much for sharing that story with us.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
And I'm wondering, Sam, for somebody that is feeling like that they are genuine and they're authentic and they're sharing their message, but they just aren't having that growth, and they're being consistent and they're posting on social media. What wisdom would you share for them if they said, Sam, what can I do?
Well, what we're doing now, getting interviewed, is a really good idea for yourself. You can go to a podcasting search engine called Listen Notes, and you can search just like you would Google for podcasts that are, and mine's in the top 0.5%. I get hit probably 10 times a day people to come on my show. You can go on somebody's show and be interviewed. They'll bring your tribe to them. Making sure keywords that you want to be found for are in the title and description of each episode. That's very important, because podcast directories are search engines just like Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So how you title each episode is important, each description. Ratings and reviews, they matter, but not as much as what you're titling, because every one of my clients, I mean, my coaching clients could be anywhere from 25 to 50 grand. They type motivation into iTunes, and my show probably in the top 10 or 20. And that's really good real estate to have. It didn't happen overnight, but it will happen if you're consistent with the titling of that description, of that title, getting interviewed, bringing people on your show to be interviewed. And let's just keep them hanging around for 5 minutes after and say, hey, Karen, that was awesome. Hey, can I ask a favor? I'm going to send you the raw file of this. Do you mind sharing it with your tribe? You can put your own intro and outro to it, but it would really mean a lot to me. And I'm sure it would bless a lot of people if you could share this interview. And they might or they might not, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Keep them on 5 minutes after, have a real conversation with them, thank them, and ask them to share it. You're going to send all the links to them. People are lazy. They're not going to want to go find it. Clip it, send it, let them share it. And I think you'll find more growth than you would normally do if you didn't do any of those things.
Mic drop right there. Wow. I hope everybody was taking notes on those fantastic tips. And the most important thing that I heard out of that was your generosity to share and to say, hey, here's everything. You can share it too. Thank you.
Yeah. It's such a great, and we're, Sam and Mary, I'm going to put us all back because look at this just beautiful team. There we go. But Sam and Mary, I want to thank you so much for your time. It goes quick, it always goes quick with Sam anyways. And Mary, you too. It's just amazing. I want to thank you both for being on. Sam, I know this was not a lot of notice, and you just said yes, and that's what counts here. Anything we can do for you. So what's the name of your show again, Sam?
Every Day is Saturday.
Every day is Saturday, everybody. You need to make sure you're on it, listen to it. You know where he's sitting, you know what he's doing, and then he's going to be with his family, and nothing else matters. So as Karen knows, I was actually just in the park with my grandson, ran home and jumped on this. So it's an amazing life, right, Mary, that we've created. Thank you, Mary, for everything you did.
Sam is amazing. I love Sam and have since I first met him. Just an amazing human being, in addition to a great podcaster. But who he is just all heart. And I love you, Sam.
Thank you, Mary. I love you too. I appreciate you guys having me on, Michael and Karen. This was really awesome. And happy National Podcasting Day to everybody out there.
Happy National Podcasting Day. I know I even forgot to say that. So I want to thank you two so much. I'm going to drop you guys off. Everybody give Sam a thunderous round of applause. Put ones in there. Sam will talk soon. Mary will talk soon. Bye, you two. There you go. Karen, I'm going to turn the show over to you. We're staying right on time. You know how this goes. Also, the team wanted me to mention that it is also the end of it's the Hispanic month. It's really the tradition, and so much going on that way. And with that being said, I won't drip that there's going to be a Spanish journal coming, but everybody out there, get ready. Lots of things happening. We have the Barnes and Noble show, right, coming up October 24th, and Sheila E. is coming to hang out with us, and she's up for the Grammys and the Latin Grammys, and it's going to be an amazing night. So I'm going to turn the show over now to Karen and Sandy. You two have a great time. I'm going to go play with the grandchild. I'll be listening. All right, you two, have a good one.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Sandy, it's so great to be with you today. And as we mentioned, Sandy has a huge podcast, Happiness Solved. And Sandy, it's great that we can be joined today by David Meltzer, and we're going to bring him up. And David, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes,
Hey,
and
David.
Hi.
So great to see you. I think I saw you last at one of your VIP dinners in Las Vegas,
Yes, we did.
which was incredible. Yes.
Sandy, if you could tell us how you met David and about David, and then we'll start asking him questions.
Well, David and I met through Craig Siegel. And Craig is going to be on a little bit later today, which is going to be amazing. And I met Craig in New York, and he introduced me to David, and I had David on my podcast. And it was so funny because I was so nervous. I think, David, you were probably like the biggest guest that I had at that time. And I was so nervous to even ask you to come on my show. And here's the thing. I think one of the first things you said to me was, well, you're not going to get anything if you don't ask, or something like that. What was it that you said to me?
Yeah, well, we don't, but you aren't going to get unless you ask. And I think receiving is a difficult thing for a lot of people, but it's an important lesson in podcasting to be able to ask, as I've been doing it for a long time. One of my podcasts, we have 1,950 episodes, 4,000 and some guests on another one of my podcasts. So we never would have got any of them if we didn't just ask. And thank you for asking me. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have been on your podcast.
Oh, thank you, David. Well, it was a good lesson for me to learn. And since then I have been working on receiving, right? Just opening that container of receiving. And as a podcaster, that container needs to be open.
For sure.
It really does. Yeah.
I was going to say, it's one of the biggest messages. A lot of people think the more you give, the more you receive. But people get in their way in three different respects. One, the more you give, the more you're given. And so a lot of people don't even notice all that they're given. They don't use their gratitude and forgiveness to be aware. And so they're looking at things as punishment. Now, I've had some basements in my life, some basements of basements in my life. And I've always looked at it as am I given by whatever circumstance it is that reveals itself each day. But if we do elevate all that we're given, now we have to be worthy of receiving it. And so many of us play a zero-sum game where we give and we're given, but then we don't feel worthy of receiving it. So it's okay. It's fine. I don't need that. It's fine. And I find the nicest, kindest people have this problem. So teachers and first responders, single moms, if not all moms, I find they just don't feel worthy of receiving. And then what happens is you're receiving less than you give. And if you know math like I do, you end up with zero. And so part of podcasting and everything else I do is to teach people about the infinite loop of abundance, that we give more, given more, receive more. And then, as we suggested earlier, ask for more than more. Now you can give more than more, be given more than more, receive more than more, and ask for more than more. So instead of ending up with zero, we end up with more than enough of everything for everyone.
Wow. That was brilliant.
We love that abundance mentality.
I live by it. And as the queen of empathy, I'm sure you live in that infinite loop, Karen, as well.
Well, thank you. Well, David, if you could tell us about your podcast journey.
Yeah, it was on accident. I was a big sports radio person. So syndicated radio show out of Anaheim Stadium with the Angels, with Jim Leyritz and I, called the Sports Blender. And so I had a syndicated radio show where we bring on guests and talk about sports, mostly mindset, heart set, not really reporting the sports, but I've always the entrepreneurship of sports. And I was helping out AJ Vaynerchuk they wanted to start a sports agency. I'd run the most notable sports agency in the world with Lee Steinberg. Warren Moon and I had started a global sports marketing company. So I told AJ I'd be happy to help him. And he said, well, you need to meet my brother. And so we met at the Super Bowl in the Nike suite. And this guy named Gary Vee comes into the Nike suite. And everyone gets super excited about this guy named Gary Vee. I looked at AJ and said, who does he play for? And he started to laugh. He said, are you kidding? I said, no. He goes, that's my brother. That's who you're meeting, Gary Vaynerchuk. And so I sat down with Gary, and he was a fan of my radio show. He's a sports guy, and he knew my career. And he said, why don't you have a podcast? And this is about 8 years ago. And I said, well, there's too many podcasts. There's like 200,000 podcasts, Gary. Why? I have a syndicated, successful sports radio program. Why would I do a podcast? And he's like, oh my gosh. He goes, let me help you. And so I created the playbook about seven and a half Super Bowls ago. And the playbook was to leverage all the famous billionaires, millionaires, entrepreneurs, celebrities, athletes, and entertainers to get their playbook to success, to happiness. And so 1,950 episodes, featured on Sirius XM, on Entrepreneur, obviously on all the regular platforms, even at the airports, at the gates and hotel rooms, you'll see the playbook. So I've done quite a few. Like I said, I have another podcast called Office Hours, which we've done about 680 episodes with 4 guests each episode. So I've learned a lot about podcasting for a guy that thought there was too many years and years ago.
No, I was just going to say Sam Crowley, just brought up a huge statistic that right now only 18% of podcast episodes are new, right?
Wow.
So even though there may be over 5 million podcasts, most of them are not posting on a regular basis. So it's really not as big as you think.
Yeah, well, that's my first piece of advice. So many people want me to teach them how to podcast, how to brand, how to market, how to elevate or build a community, which is far more than just podcasting. But I'll tell a podcaster, the first thing you need to do is do 10 episodes. Just keep them in the can, because if you can do 10 episodes, not only will you learn about your voice and learn about podcasting, the equipment, all the incongruencies that exist with audio, especially, but most importantly, you'll be in the top 1% of all podcasts, because 99% of the people quit before they get to 10 episodes.
Right. And, I think that's interesting, because a lot of people, they don't understand that competition drops off pretty quick, if you will stick with it. And so many of our podcasters with the podcast network, with the Los Angeles Tribune, are so excited to hear from you, because, talk about having a playbook. So tell us some more of your insider tips in the playbook for podcasting.
Yeah, so there's 4 realms to strategize and to practice. Remember, practice has one instant result. It's called progress. And so the outcomes are irrelevant to your practice of a podcast. It's the progress that's inherent in practicing. So there's 4 areas that I suggest people ask for help or strategize or get some sort of consistent behavior with. 1, I'm probably one of the world's greatest content capturers. That's different than being a content creator. I hire people to create content from the content that I capture. So the first thing that you should become an expert at, or practice becoming an expert at, is how am I capturing my content? I know that Sam was talking about a variety of consistent behaviors and how to have a consistent outflow of content, but it's really about how you capture it. And you want to capture your essence. One of the reasons Sam is so successful is he captures his essence, his frequency. And that creates the neighborhood of people that resonate with your frequency. But I tell people, you got to really get good at capturing content. He talked about being in the garage, capturing it, being able to, well, I capture content all the time. And then I use the second strategy, which is modification. So the content creation happens in the modification of my essence. So I have one strategy to capture as much as I can of my essence. Then I have a whole nother team and strategy of creating content through modification, modifying it for YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, this show, wherever it may be, Reach TV at the airports and hotel rooms, entrepreneur.com, all the areas that I am going to the third strategy, which is amplify. And so in the amplification is being able, as Sam said, take 5 minutes afterwards. That's an amplification strategy. He takes 5 minutes after the interview. He creates an emotional connection. He makes it easier for people to go ahead and post or amplify his essence, his content, to cannibalize the community that they have. And then the fourth one is an advantage of being old. There's not many advantages of being old, and you cannot unfortunately describe to young people what it's like to get old. It's kind of like having kids and getting married. You just got to do it for yourself. And they're not going to listen even if you give them advice. I remember my dad telling me I couldn't gain weight in college. And he said, "Oh, just wait. Someday you'll look at food and get fat." And I rolled my eyes at him. I'm like, "Are you kidding me? I'll be able to eat whatever I want, whenever I want, with whoever I want." Well, he was right. And I had to learn for myself that when you're over 50 and you look at food, you're going to get fat. I don't know why that is. It's just understanding. But one of the advantages of being old is we understand perpetuation of content. And this is something that a lot of people don't build for. I do. I have a complete strategy of everything I capture, modify, and amplify. I create a social silo, a repository, a perpetual database of my content for internal and, of course, external use. Why is this important? Well, it hit me years ago when Netflix first came out, and I walked in and my kids were all on my couch. I have 4 children, 3 daughters and a son. And they looked at me and said, "Dad, have you ever heard of Friends?" I was like, wow, yes, it was really a good show, huh? Yeah, we're watching all of them. And I thought to myself, if there wasn't a perpetuation of content, a social silo, how long would it take for Friends to dissipate and dissolve like MASH? Or some of the shows I grew up. I still, Laverne and Shirley. You don't see those shows everywhere, but you still see shows like Friends because they actually created a social silo in actual community, and now it's perpetual. Their kids will ask about Friends. They'll be downloading it and binge watching it for years to come. You have to, from the start, build as if you're building a community and that you're building a perpetual social silo, an evolution of your own content that will leave a legacy for years to come.
That's great.
Wow. I got so lost in hearing this story and then all of a sudden I'm going, "Oh, we're going to have to ask a question next."
Sorry.
It's okay.
That's also a good trick, right?
Right. So
what a
you and
compliment,
Craig-
by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was great. No, I love, you're such a great storyteller, obviously. And that's, like Sam was saying, get rid of the first 50 episodes. When you do a couple of thousand episodes, you just get better at it and you get better at it. So you and Craig, you have another, we could call it a podcast because it's consistent.
Yes.
The Paradigm Shift. You do it every Saturday morning. How many of those are you up to now?
That's a great story. So we're at 189 of those. And
Yeah.
I coach Craig Siegel. So in proof of mentorship, which is also something I teach in podcasting, find someone that sits in the situation you want to be in and ask them for help. So Craig asked me for help for speaking, podcasting, and coaching business. And so he wanted to do this show on Saturdays. So I told him, "Craig, look, everybody wants me to do a show with them, but I will do it with you. But you have to make me one promise. You won't miss. You won't miss a Saturday. And if you do, that'll be the end of the show. The day you miss a Saturday is the day." And I said, "I won't miss either." So I travel. I'm going to Dubai. I'm going to do it out of Dubai. I've done it from my car. I did it at the Bayou in New Orleans, hung over at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. I think I got 4 hours of sleep, but I did it. Craig did it on his wedding day, as you may remember, Sandy, 2 weeks ago. Craig did it on his wedding day. It's called The Paradigm Shift, and it is a podcast. And the reason it's a podcast is, remember, we just capture it on IG Live, but then we modify it, amplify it, and perpetuate it. And we've done 188 episodes of it. And we went from having just him and I to having a guest to now we have 2 guests, and we've had the biggest guests as well, cannibalizing all the different shows that we have. Another nice thing about doing more than one show is when you get popular, you're able to accommodate everyone. So if your book, my playbook podcast, I do 10 episodes a week, and I think we're booked for 6 or 7 months at 10 episodes a week. But I have office hours that we have 4 guests. I do IG lives every day. I have the human experience. I have paradigm shift. I have success with Marshall Falk. So I have a variety of shows where people say, hey, can I come on your podcast? I have a place for everyone. And including just ask me anythings that I do where someone, may want to get some content. I'm like, look, come on and ask me anything and ask me a question. It's the same as an interview. You got to modify it, amplify it, and perpetuate it. You can create a podcast out of anything.
Yeah, for sure. So with the lives that you do every week, can you just tell the audience how that has helped in terms of the consistency just for that particular show, like that consistency by doing it every week, how that's made a difference?
So remember that social media is not creator centric. So many people have this total misconception of social media. They think it's creator centric, that it's the creator. It's not, it's consumer centric. And so, human beings have a problem. And that's why the most annoying people, are the most successful. And that comes from parenting, content, whatever. What I mean by that, there's 2 things that make or annoy human beings. And I'll take it in the context of being a parent. Honesty. When you're honest with your kids, it annoys the crap out of them. And so people don't want to hear the truth. But in podcasting and in content creation, you have to tell the truth. You have to be who you are. You have to be vulnerable and illuminate what you're thinking, feeling, believing. You have to be you. And then 2 is the really annoying thing, which you guys will agree, which is being repetitive. See, human beings don't learn right away. I think Sam said they remember 20% or 4 minutes of a 20-minute podcast, whatever the numbers were. Well, here's what's worse. Even if they remember that to start, they're going to forget it. So repetition is the superpower of content. And so if you do something every day at the same time every day, or nearly the same time, you're going to get the superpower of being you, and 2, getting people's attention. And they're going to, after hearing something for the 50th time, they're actually going to remember you, recollect with you, remind with you. In other words, they're going to be on your frequency, your neighborhood. There's that hypnotic repetition. It's an essence of what you do. It's my secret sauce. I'm lucky I'm OCD, and I moved it from terrible things like drugs and alcohol into some really great things like being consistent about empowering people to make money, help people, and have fun, to be super positive. And it's amazing how we can take a dis-ease like OCD and turn it into a superpower. Because I will tell you, I may not be the best podcaster in the world, but I will tell you, I think I'm one of the most consistent content captures and content amplifiers in the world. I'm there every single day, and I'm usually not at home. I'm usually somewhere else, and I'm able to go ahead and create all this content by capturing what I do every day.
Wow. David, we have some more time. I would love to have you tell us a little bit about that change in your life, about overcoming some of the things that you have, because I feel like there's more to that backstory that provides the why for you, that motivates you to continue with your messages.
It's so fun because I grew up with a single mom. Someone had said about that earlier. I grew up with a single mom, and she was amazing. But the only time I wasn't happy as a child, we had 6 kids. My mom worked 2 jobs, literally second grade teacher, packed my dinner in a paper bag and all the kids in a station wagon, and then filled up turnstiles at convenience stores with greeting cards just so we could eat. But I'm a killer unbelievable childhood, except for when there's a financial difficulty. It was awful. So I wanted to be rich. I wanted to buy my mom a house, a car, take care of my mom. That was it. So I went through life wanting to be rich. Every decision I made was about being rich. Only reason I did well in school, because it would increase my chances of being rich. My siblings who went to Harvard, Penn, Columbia, summa cum laude, they used their education earlier on. They had a better perspective. They just wanted to help people, like my mom, not me. I wanted to help my mom, and I was going to be rich. So anyway, I graduate in law school, and instead of being an oil and gas litigator, I choose to work in the internet, where I make my first $1 million 9 months out of law school in 1992, when people thought the internet was a fad, the same way they thought Bitcoin was a fad. And then in 95, we exited for $3.4 billion. And I took my skill set into venture and technology, which led me to be worth over $100 million, running Samsung's data division at 31, married to my dream girl in a dream life, except for I wasn't happy because I had all the money and I still wasn't happy. And so I ended up surrounding myself with the wrong people and the wrong ideas, using my superpower for negativity, not positivity and progress, bad behavior, not good behavior. And it resulted, while I was running Lee Steinberg Sports Entertainment, the most notable sports agency in the world, in me losing everything. And I sat on my bed one night after my wife told me she was leaving me for being an idiot, and hating my wife, hating my mom, hating my dad, and hating my best friend. And my wife told me she was leaving and wasn't going to stay at home with our 3 daughters to watch me die. And I sat on that bed and realized I don't hate my mom, my wife, my best friend, or my dad. I hated myself. My wife told me I better take stock in who I was and what I wanted to become. And so I did just that. And I practiced values and practices and executed every day to improve myself and my behaviors. Luckily, my wife gave me a second chance, told me, here's the wisdom of my wife. I have a great quote, just so you know: behind every great man is not only an amazing woman, but an amazed woman. and I live by that. Anyway, she told me, look, I'm not asking you to change overnight. I just want you to try. If you're not trying, I know if I give you an ultimatum, you're going to fail. But if you work at it, I know the power of you. You can do this. Well, after that, I lost everything. 2 years after that transformation, I lost everything, and I built it all back with a different mindset. Instead of always trying to get more, I changed my life and said, I am. And through wisdom of asking for help of others, and faith in something bigger than me, an omniscient, all-powerful, all-knowing source who loved me, protected me, and promoted me, I make more money than I ever have, help more people than I ever have, and definitely have more fun. I'm more passionate and purposeful than ever. And so I always thank my mom and my wife, especially, for changing the way that I not only looked at things, but changed the way that I do things, think things, feel things, and believe things. And I wouldn't have this extraordinary life if it wasn't for those 2 powerful women in my life and God.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, that is such a beautiful tribute to these powerful women in your life and their faith. I mean, goodness, you brought me to tears just hearing that story about your wife and how she influenced you and said, I don't expect this overnight, but I know the power within you. I know the ability that you have, and then to turn to God and have your faith be such an integral part. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful story with us.
Yeah,
It's my life. And but that's what we do. And it's funny for me because I never thought I would even admit going bankruptcy, let all the other things that happened that I find. I laugh with my wife. I said, more people pay me for financial advice because I lost over $100 million than when I made it. You would think, like, while I was making it, people would say, hey, how are you doing this? No, it was actually after I lost it all People, they want to know my advice. And that's because, and you guys are in California with me, so you'll love this, or in New York or California. But regardless, I love people that move away from New York or California because of taxes. And I say to myself, I don't understand this at all, because if you're worried about taxes, then you should just worry about the dummy tax, not a state tax. Dummy tax will cost you everything you've ever made and will make. So who cares if it's 12% more to get a weather tax in California? I encourage people, don't ever move to another state because of taxes. It's the dummy tax that's super expensive.
So Karen, we have a few more minutes, and there was a couple of good questions from audience members. So Justine Kamalo, she writes, I am 10 years old. What topic do you think would be helpful for me to learn about as I grow up so that I can be like you?
Oh, I'm gonna cry. I will tell you that, number one, if you want to be like me, say thank you before you go to bed and when you wake up. And know that it takes 0.1 seconds. It's free, but the simple things to do are simple not to do every day. In fact, most people on earth, the world thought leaders, the greatest of all in their own realms, will tell you gratitude has the most impact of anything. And yet it's free, takes 0.1 seconds. But by tonight, as much as all of us agree, the simple thing of saying thank you, half of us won't say thank you. By tomorrow, another half won't say thank you. And within 3 days, almost all of us won't say thank you. So remember the simple things and do them every day. Even though they're simple not to do every day, be more interested than interesting. And most importantly, the best piece of advice, especially at 10, be kind to your future self. Do good deeds.
Yes, things that our future self will thank us for.
Yes.
Sandy, did you have any questions?
One more question from Mon Anthony, who's always on these shows. He's always commenting and everything. It's really great. Thank you for being here again, Mon Anthony. So he writes, David and Sandy, if you had the opportunity to choose a topic for your podcast that could reach over 8 billion people worldwide, what topic would you choose? I think I have an idea, David, of what you'll say.
Kindness. Yeah, God, it's so powerful. I can speak all day and night about what it means to be kind and how to be kind and understanding your reactions to fear that are not kind, and to know the instant and obvious is the reaction to fear that's not aligned with where you want to be. And remember that I am kind. What am I doing to interfere with it? I am happy. What am I doing to interfere with it? I am wealthy and worthy. What am I doing to interfere with it? We are part and parcel of an omniscient and all-powerful source. Let's just figure out what we're doing to interfere with it. Even don't worry about what you're afraid of, because that's difficult to figure out. It takes years of therapy to figure a part of it out. Just understand your reaction to fear. That's when you're angry, upset, separate, inferior, superior, anxious, frustrated, angry, guilty, resentful. You know it instantly. Then just get back to center. Stop interfering with your higher self and your potential. I do want to, in the last minute, offer everyone, I wrote a workbook called Creating the Life You Love. It's with Jack Canfield, the author of Chicken Soup for the Soul, who sold almost half a billion books next to the Bible. He has a lot of books sold, but we created a workbook for people to create the life they love. And if you would like this book, I'd be happy to send it, pay for the book, pay for shipping. I'll sign it if you wanted to value the book. If not, I won't sign it. But if you email me directly, I answer all my own emails, david@dmeltzer.com. I'd love to share this workbook so you too can make a lot of money, help a lot of people, and have a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you so much. That is so generous of you, David. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bless you.
Yes. And thank you for sharing your heart with us. I think we all just came to love you, even more, and to know you as a real person. That we don't. So many times you see the big names out there and you see them on social media, but you don't know what they're like inside. And even though you're authentic in all the things the content that you put out there, it's it's different to hear from you directly and to be able to have these intimate conversations. Sandy, this has been so fantastic to share this moment with David. And thank you, David, for your generosity to be with us today.
Yes, thank you,
Thank you
David.
both. See you
Appreciate it.
soon. Be kind.
Take care. Thank
All
you.
right, everybody go look up the playbook with David Meltzer. Thank you. All right, perfect. Well, our next guest is Stacy Chillemi, and so we are going to have a conversation with her. She is just such a superstar, and so Stacy, if you for our audience, I think that they would be amazed to know about your background. Stacy started in writing many years ago, and she has been in the media with Dateline, and she has had quite the journey to coming to have her podcast, The Advisor with Stacy Chillemi. And so if you could tell us more, Stacy, and for our audience that maybe they've made it through the 8 podcast mark, and they're saying, now what? tell us more about you and about what we do when we get to that point.
Well, when I went into podcasting, I didn't even think that I was going in this direction. It began many moons ago. Like from the age of 5, I had developed a virus, and it had turned into encephalitis that traveled to my brain, and I was left in a coma for 4 days. My parents thought I was going to be either paraplegic or I'll have severe brain damage, because that's what was told to them by the doctors. So my father, who prayed by my bedside, he sat there and he prayed, and he thought about a Greek statue in Greece that used to go by the church, and teardrops was known to come out of its eyes. And on the 4th day, a teardrop rolled from my eyes, and I woke up. And I looked at him and I asked him for McDonald's French fries. And I wasn't paraplegic and I didn't have severe brain damage, but I was left with epilepsy. And my life was like a roller coaster ride. Throughout my entire life, I had my ups and downs, a lot of challenges along the way. Even in college, I didn't know if I was going to be able to actually survive because of all the seizures. And I had reached out and wrote a letter, and they published it in a magazine. And I got 300 to 400 articles from all over the United States and Canada, people sharing how they cope with it and how they live with it. And it was very inspiring. I actually created my own regiment, and I learned from it, and I was able to get through in my college years and go into my adulthood years with this regiment. And I was also able to write a book later on called Epilepsy, You're Not Alone, which helped many people. And actually a person wrote to me and thanked me because I saved their life, because they were on the verge of suicide, and they found my book in Barnes and Nobles. And, I was consistently writing, trying to help others, because I realized that regiment could help more than just me with epilepsy. It could help people all over with all different conditions, including stress. So, I kept writing and writing. And then I got to a point where I something just said, I need more. Like, you get to that point in life where you just know you need it for a change in life, but you don't know really what it is. And I started with podcasting, and I wasn't even really thinking about it. A friend threw it out there and had said, you really need to, have your voice be heard. And I started with podcasting, and within 3 months, I was booked for a year. And it just, the podcast just blew up. People wanted to hear what I had to say. And I based it on self-improvement, because I feel like self-improvement is so important in our society. A lot of times we don't work on ourselves. We worry about everybody else. We do for everybody else. But the last person we worry about is ourselves. And for me, you need your mental health. If you don't have your mental health, you don't have your physical health. If you don't have physical health, your spirituality is going to be affected. If your spirituality is affected, you can't really operate on a full load. And then you have trouble at work. And if you have trouble at work, it goes home. It's a circle. So it's kind of like the circle of life. And in my show, I teach people, I have people from all walks of life that, specialize in different areas to show people, help them with all the different areas that they might be lacking. And in the beginning, I just focused on one specific niche. But as I went along and as I got to know my audience, I realized that there was more than one niche involved, that they were, people, my audience actually was telling me that they wanted more. They needed to hear about more things in more areas. And I was able to grow from that.
That's fantastic. And so tell us more, because I know you're a 20 times best-selling author, and to have these media opportunities and things, if we haven't written a book yet and we're not a celebrity in the media. What can we do now to move us forward with our podcast journey, to grow our podcast, to grow our audience, and to make that difference? Because so many of us, we just have such a passion about what we're doing, but we're like, how can I get that out there?
The one thing, even a mistake of my own, is that I focused on the beginning of what I thought people would want to hear. And when I actually started to look at not just the metrics, but I started to put polls out there asking people what you wanted to hear. What were you interested in? What do you want to learn about? Tell me. I needed to learn who my audience was, because once I was able to understand what my audience needs were, I was able to cater to them. And that's how the podcast started to grow. It was no longer about me. It was, how do I service my audience?
Wow.
Wow.
I love that. Yeah, that's really awesome. And when it comes to monetizing, do you have any tips on how to convert the audience into a potential client?
So what I did is that I focused on I looked at the type of people that were coming on the podcast. And so I had people on my podcast. I had 3 different types. I had one where they didn't have a podcast, but they had a lot of great information and knowledge to share with the world. Then I had people who came on the podcast and they had a podcast, but they were plateaued and they were having trouble growing it. And then I had people who came on that had very busy lives, that wanted to get their voice heard, just didn't have the time to do it. So I catered not just to the audience. I focused more on the people that were coming on the show, and then creating services, because I had a very extensive background in marketing and advertising, and I knew how to, get the word out there. And because I understood the podcasting business so well at this point, I was able to create services to help these 3 types of individuals grow their careers in a different area that they wanted to be in, but they just didn't either have the time or the knowledge. And that's actually how I grew my monetization, is by focusing on the people that came on the show that were really serious about growing and really getting their message out, because it's not so much about the money part. It was getting that message out. And I wanted people who were serious, wanted to make a change in the world, and wanted to do better, because that's what it's all about. Money always follows through later on, but if you do the right thing, everything else follows through like a snowball. So it's really getting your mission and your core values in line, and really think about, stop thinking about the dollar bill. Think about why you got into this in the first place. Get that humbleness back, and think about what you really want to accomplish, because that's the type of people you want on your show. And then the audience is going to pick up on that right away. So, people aren't stupid, so you really want loving, kind individuals who want to change the world come on your show and make a huge impact. And that helps the growth of the audience.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure.
Yeah, that's amazing, because Sandy is so in tune with energy and things like that, and she has such a loving presence like you. And I think that you're right. That comes through even on a podcast, online, through the airwaves. We can just feel it, and to then have your guest have that same alignment with that kind of energy just continues all the love that is going out and coming back. So, Stacy, can you, being so aware of social media and utilizing, social media to do those kinds of things. So now you're in alignment. You have the guests that have the loving energy as well. How do you use social media and other digital platforms to promote your podcast?
So I think it's so important to be able to use social media as a leverage. A lot of people that I speak with, in businesses, they don't utilize the social media because they don't realize the value of it. But that's where everybody is. So if you really focus on, each social media has their own audience, has their own educational level, has their own age group. And you really have to look at each platform and really, cater to each different platform and getting the message out according to the way they think. And also look at your metrics again. What type of people are on your platforms? And that's how you're going to message out to the social media. But the social media is a vital component in today's marketing world because everything is going digital. It's really no longer, you're not going to, magazine ads and magazines. When, how many times does people buy magazines in a magazine store, in the grocery market, when you can get it online and easily pop onto it and read everything? It's all digital. So marketing to your audience and more in every platform is different. So you can't just copy and paste the same thing on every single one of them. You have to create and make everything unique according to that audience that is watching you and listening to you.
Wow, yeah, that's really true. Because I mean, it's so true with the different age groups and things. The first one started, then the next one started, and the younger people gravitated, to that. So that's really really helpful. And then as far as like the key metrics and tools that as we're learning and we're promoting, what would you suggest for these podcasters that are starting out and that are moving into the more advanced podcasting? What would you recommend for that?
I like Google Analytics. People don't utilize that enough, but if you go on Google Webmaster, Google Analytics, you'll see who's coming on to your platforms. You'll see the type of people, the age groups, the demographics, where are they coming from, and you'll be able to have a better understanding of who your audience is. And as I mentioned earlier, polls are great too, because if you give them, you don't want to give them too many choices. I would say, 2 to 3 and max, and ask different questions. Look at what's trending. The one thing people don't realize is that if you go on to Google and you type in a word or you type in a phrase, you're going to get questions on that page. And those are the most prevalent questions that people are asking on the internet. So if you type in red shoes, all of a sudden you're going to hear see a bunch of questions from Google about red shoes. Well, this is what people want to know about red shoes. It goes the same with self-care, self-love, kindness, everything. So you want to cater to your major audience. Look at those questions, see how they relate to you, see how you could turn them into something, that will help your podcast, and if your podcast is on a specific topic, type in a phrase or a couple of phrases and see what questions come out and use those questions and put them out there in the social media and and this is how you start to market and you start to create articles too. Articles are amazing. People don't, give them enough of credit, but the authority of articles is very prevalent in our society. People still like to read, even though they say we have a low retention span, they're still reading out there. They still like it, give them a short reel and link it to an article and I guarantee you they'll go to it.
Wow. Could you give us an example of doing that you have done?
It works.
Could you tell us a story of how you've done that?
Yeah, sure. So I had created a website. So I had met with an herbalist. The herbalist had me do a lot of research and writing on natural remedies. I was amazed with natural remedies. I applied it to my life. I was able to get my epilepsy under control. So with the help of natural healing and holistic living, I got my epilepsy under control. I said, wow, this could help everybody. Holistic living is amazing. And this is when it first came out. I created a website with over 5,000 articles, and a good majority that were written by me. And I would put out content when, I would put out videos, and then the reels came later on, that shows you how old I am. And I would put the links to the articles. And so people would get a taste of it. They would, and especially when reels came out, and then I would link it right to the article. And I would take the best parts. So I would take the most inquisitive parts. You want to give a hook liner. So people sometimes give too much information. You want to give them just enough of information where they're like, what's next? And as soon as they say, what's next? Well, here's my link and you'll find out. And they go right to the article and they end up reading the article. And if you allow comments, they'll comment. That's even better, because if you got really good comments, you'll understand your audience even better. And then you can cater more and more to them as well.
Okay, so you're saying the LinkedIn platform, make a link to LinkedIn. Did I understand that correctly?
No, so you create the reels and then you put like a hook liner. And you make the reel so it gets them enticed. So you don't give them the answer in the reel. They want to know what the answer is. And then you put a link and you put the link where the content is, and it draws them right to the content. And then they end up reading the content because they want to find out more. You entice them, you increase their curiosity, and you made them more willing and excitable to, and eager to learn about the topic. But LinkedIn is an amazing site. I suggest that to everybody. It's an amazing site for to grow your business podcast. It just has a lot of lead magnets that people are not aware of, and that's a huge market to begin with. We could have a whole conversation about that.
Yes, we could. And I'm gonna turn the time over to Sandy, because Sandy has been heavily involved with media as well. She's been on television just like you have been, Stacy. And so, Sandy, with your background in television and other media, what questions would you like to ask Stacy to help our podcasters out there?
Yeah, so I was actually going to ask about repurposing podcast episodes, and what do you recommend for podcasters to repurpose? Like, in what format should they repurpose? Can they repurpose it and turn it into an article? What do you recommend in order? Because, like, for me, episode 350 is coming out on Wednesday of this week, and I'm like, I've got a lot of content, and I'm not very good at, like we just talked to David Meltzer, who's, I probably need to sit down with him and like talk about how do I repurpose all this content, because that's kind of his jam. So what's the best way to repurpose our content? Because I have so much.
All right, I'll give you a few secrets. I'll let out a few of my secrets. So so let's say I create an episode. I take that episode and I create a newsletter from that episode. I go into the transcripts, I create a newsletter. I take that newsletter and I put it on LinkedIn. LinkedIn has all business-oriented individuals or people who are looking to advance themselves further in life. So you make a newsletter, you create a topic, you have your episode, you have a link to your episode, and you can share a picture related to the episode in there. So right away, they're signing up for your newsletter on LinkedIn. You've got yourself a lead magnet. So now you have someone that you know is interested in your content. You take that and then you also turn it into a reel. You take the reels and you put the reels on all the social networks, and you take them accordingly to that audience. And then you can also take the segment and you can take the transcript and you can easily create an article. You can create several articles off of a transcript, depending on how long the episode is. And you create bullet points, and then you put links to the different services and different things that you have to offer, or maybe more episodes related to that. And then you can put a sign up. Always have a call to action on all these things. Everything that you create, a call to action. People forget that. And these are the important factors. So you can make newsletters, you can make articles, you can make interviews, you can get permission and say, can I turn this transcript into an interview? Because you did a great episode. And most likely they will say yes, because it's no work on their part, just ours. And so now you have an interview written, you have content, informational content written, you have a newsletter on LinkedIn. You can take that newsletter, put it on your own newsletter with your own newsletter list. So now you have 4 big areas that you've just achieved, and then you have all these reels going out, and you can create content because you have your episode. You have the episode itself. So you've hit 5 broad areas that could bring in tons of new audience and make your previous audience very happy. And as you know, Sandy, the best type of marketing is word of mouth.
Yeah, for sure. Is there an overkill, like, when it comes to promoting one podcast interview or one podcast episode? What would you say about that? Because sometimes I feel like either there's got to be that happy medium in between. Sometimes it's too much and sometimes it's not enough. What would you say that you found that good number, the sweet sauce?
So what I like to do is I make each one so different that it seems like I'm talking about something completely different, or I focus in on one specific area that I think is really going to really make the audience interested according to what's trending in today's Google area and today's platforms. What's trended? Okay, this person talked about this. How can I expand this? And then you could even add some of your own bullet points, and you could add quotes from the person. There's so many different ways where you could even create your article, but then create a portion of the episode as a quote, from the person. And then you could give that person credit and give them a link to theirs. So you have the person who did the episode who's very happy because they just got some extra coverage. You've got yourself coverage and your bosses are very happy and your ratings are going up, and you get new audience and you make your old audience happy. So I don't really think there's an overkill as long as you do it the right way. If you're saying the same message over and over again, then it's overkill. But if you make it so unique where they don't even realize new title, new content, new beginning, new closing, the two don't really clash.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah. And Stacy, I wanted to know, we have just a few more minutes. I wanted to know if you were going to give advice to us to, pitch to somebody else in the media that we wanted to share our story, being on that end where people were pitching to you, what would you recommend?
So I think when we pitch to other people, the most effective way is opening up with, explaining why it's so important to have their voice known, and, and how it could benefit them. And, and people that already have achieved a certain level of success might say, I don't need any more. But then you focus on the message. That's what true people who are humble and very successful don't care about the money, they care about the message. So you focus on how you can get that message across and how you could change people's lives with what they're trying to achieve. Now that will get a celebrity, or that will get somebody in a high status position interested, because they got into this position because they wanted their voice known, because they have a message. So you focus on the message. You don't focus on how great we are and talk about the Los Angeles Tribune, even though you guys are amazing. When we do our pitch, we talk about them and their important message and how we can broaden it and share it with the world, and how it can make such a difference in other people's lives, which it can. So that's what I think really, gets other people's attention that are in a high status, high ticketed area.
Yeah, well, take it from someone from Dateline who should know. That's amazing. Any last words of wisdom that you would like to share about you, and maybe a story, Stacy, that our audience, could relate to?
I just want to share with people that, we all go through something. Everybody has a story and everybody matters. And I think voices should be heard. And a lot of times people don't think, what they have to say matters, but it does. The littlest things in life are so important. And if you tell a story and you are sincere about it, the littlest thing in that story could just be one sentence, can change another person's life forever. The wisdom of words are so powerful, and let your voice be heard. Whether you're in a grocery store talking to a woman that looks sad, or whether you're, on TV, or whether you're in front of the camera, doing like a podcast like we are, let your voice be heard, because, it is so important to get the messages out. And like the gentleman before us, he talked about gratitude. Love, kindness, and gratitude go a long way. And that's why I made the journal of the Positivity and Gratitude Journal, because without those things in life, you will not be fulfilled. And people have to have more, especially in this time of age where, there's a lot of hate and anger, and we really have to have gratitude for what we have. And so share your story, share your kindness, share your love, and have gratitude for what you have. Spend a couple of days, a couple of moments each day, and look at the things that you should have gratitude for. Because when we forget sometimes what we have, and we focus on what we don't have. But, stories need to be heard. Just like I told you about that story, that woman read my book and it saved her life. You never know, what you could do, how powerful your words can be, and share it with somebody. And you can, there's so many things that you can change someone's life just by giving them a little motivation, inspirational, and help, and making people realize that they are wonderful inside and out.
And you are wonderful inside and out. In fact, you and Sandy, I feel like be sisters, and it's just it's so wonderful, because you both are so aligned, and you are both so loving, and you are both motivated by the love that you have for others. And it's such a privilege to be with both of you. You are amazing mentors in my life. I've met both of you in person, and I kept wishing that I could, so that I could hug you in person. And when I did, it just was like, oh, just felt so It felt so wonderful.
Felt the same way.
Oh, thank you. Well, I wanted to add that Stacey was awarded the top entrepreneur in 2023 by Apple News. And so not only does she have the love and the heart and the why that drives her, the media background and the expertise in marketing and growing, but she has the expertise in the business world as well. And so combine all that with your love for people and your passion for sharing your message. What a just all around perfect package tied up with a bow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been a pleasure. I really appreciate having both of you have me on your show. And I really do appreciate this time you've given me to share with the world my story and to talk about the podcast as well.
Well, thank you. And the advisor with Stacey Chillemi, hope all of you can go and look that up and learn more about Stacey. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you in the future because this was such great value. In fact, I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to it again and again. And I couldn't take notes fast enough. I'm sure Sandy felt the same way. So thank you so much for being with us, Stacey. And we look forward to having you again.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. And I look forward to it as well. Thank you, both of you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, fantastic. And so we are just, Sandy, you have so much more media background than I do. What were some of your thoughts as you heard Stacey?
Well, I love how she was sharing the repurposing of the content, because I find that as a podcaster, we have so much, you do a 30-minute interview and it's just, and then you released one episode, or like me, I do 2 episodes a week. So I have 8 episodes a month. I mean, it's so much content. And sometimes I find it to be like a little overwhelming. And so I really like how she broke down how you can repurpose the content and gave us specific examples and how to do it. So that was really, really valuable for me.
Yeah, so many times you get these general topics like, oh, we'll go on social media and just, repurpose it. And you're like, but wait, or just boost it, or just, get out there and share your story. And then you're like, but how? And so to be able to hear those specific hows, each of our guests, Sam and David, they just gave those specifics that are so helpful when we want to get that message out there. We have so much we want to say, but we want the people to hear it. We don't want to just have our mother hear it.
Well, and I think also for me, everything I do is intentional, right? And so if you're making the post and you're repurposing content in an intentional way, the right people are going to hear it, because the people are going to show up. And David was talking about this as well, and Sam touched on it as well, earlier. It's the frequency. And if you're showing up in that frequency, you're going to attract people that are in that same frequency as well. And so it will be people that are different from your mom, because I know my mom has never listened to one episode of mine ever. And she never will. And that's okay. Right?
It happens. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I just think that it's something that we just we just really want to know the how part, those specifics and what do we do? So that's great to know. We're going to go ahead and bring our next panel up. And so I've got some marketing magic that we are going to hear from, and we are going to have Carolina Migliaccio, and we have got Sarah Chevalier, and we have Deanna Leonard. And so Deanna is under a toxic cloud, and with the hurricane going on, she does not have her camera with the bandwidth. But we love to hear from Deanna. And so if it comes back in, we will just have Deanna join us with her picture. But until then, we will have her add her her contributions, because Deanna is absolutely amazing. And so I'm really thrilled for you all to get to hear her. Sandy, if you want to stay on with us, you can. What would you like to do for the?
You can put me backstage. I'm just not a host, so I can't remove myself from the stage.
Okay, all right, perfect. You are so welcome. All right. All right. So, Deanna, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and about, how you came to be involved with marketing. And all four of these women are superstars in the corporate world. And so they have this amazing background where they worked in corporate, and they were able to learn all of the ins and outs on that side of things. But then they pivoted in their life, and the things that they learned, then they were able to apply in another way. And so, Deanna, if you could start off and tell us some more about yourself, because with your incredible background, she has an MBA, Duke University. She has been the marketing expert extraordinaire. She is now with She's AI magazine, which just launched. And unfortunately, we couldn't have Amanda Jeffs be on with us today, but we will have her another time. But this is an exciting new venture that Deanna is involved with, and she is a marketing and design expert. And so, Deanna, tell us more about you, if you're able to, if your microphone is working. All right, we may have technical difficulties with her microphone. So
How about that? Is that better?
oh, yes, we can hear you. Yay!
It's so weird to see a little shadow of my face. And thank you, Karen. That's really, really kind of you. Yeah, I'm not in Conyers, but Conyers, Georgia had an explosion last night, and there's toxic air on top of the hurricane, on top of all the things. So anyone that's out there that is dealing with the hurricane aftermath, I'm just so sorry. And I am thinking about everyone and sending good juju and prayers and all the things. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Secondly, I'm not just with She Is AI. I do a little PR for them, but actually these other two ladies also have articles in the first issue. So super cool magazine. That's completely separate. From a marketing background, I spent 30 years in corporate. Probably about 15 years of those were in marketing and 15 in product development. So done a couple of things, Fortune 500, and now I'm in the process of launching all kinds of fun businesses and working with all kinds of incredible people like you, Karen, and you, Carolina, and you, Sarah. And I also this morning created a little podcast chat bot for everybody that's watching. If they want to pick it up, it's free, and you can ask it all kinds of questions about, is your messaging resonating with your audience, and how you can even make it better. So I'll throw that in the chat if Karen would like me to, but it's a lot of fun to play with. I've been actually checking a lot of you guys out on there, and you're doing a pretty good job. I got to say, it really likes you. So that's all about me.
Well, that was a brief introduction. So Carolina and Sarah, when we come to you, I want you to be able to highlight Deanna more, because she made that really brief. Yes. So Sarah Chevalier, if you could also start with us. She is the branding mixologist at Lemonade Brands, and just a number of different things going on in addition to She's AI magazine. And so, Sarah, tell us about you.
Oh, thank you very much, first and foremost, for being here. Karen, I've had the grace of kind of doing other things with you and Carolina and Deanna. And yes, you're right. Deanna skipped over her accolades very quickly. There's so much depth to each of us here. And I think that's the beauty of everyone who goes into that brave land of wanting to bring their message out to the people. So for myself, who am I? I've worked probably about 25 years in sales, marketing, branding, packaging, mainly on the business to business, long time in furniture. And it was a labor of love, just learning. I was very blessed to have amazing mentors who, having started in a customer service job and worked my way up, mentored me, taught me the ropes, threw me to the lions, which I have to say sometimes is the best. At the moment, I didn't love it, but it definitely taught me stamina and how to love and have fun with marketing and branding, in able to test things out and be curious about what's working, why, what isn't, why, communicating. So I did that for like 25 years in a couple different environments. National sales manager for a large textile design company for years that I loved. Again, product launches and just getting to, for me, the love of it is, one is creating, because we all say we have messages, but that's what marketing is. It's how are you crafting that message? How are you delivering it? How are you sharing it in a way that's authentic, that's aligned, that has meaning on many different levels? And so I labor of love, just kind of learned my way through it. And recently, having moved more into the AI field, it brought back, because I'd gotten very corporate. So it was like meetings and this and that. And the AI part brought back that creativity. And so now how coming into a field where predominantly I get to work with people who are trying to craft that message of, a brand is your brand identity, but it's so much about who you are also, and stepping into that bravely and confidently with grace and with ease so that you can do everything a little bit more aligned and enjoyable. So it's been a really beautiful journey, very many paths, many ups and downs, many trials and errors, and luckily getting to meet many people. As I said, Deanna, Carolina, we've kind of danced in many of the same circles together for a long time. Deanna is like a PR master queen who, honestly, I was saying to her this morning, she was like, okay, last minute, I was like, you are just so amazing at being flexible and being open to quickly adapt, to quickly step into something that maybe you weren't sure of. And that's a skill that I think everybody, if we embraced it, would have a lot less fear in what we're doing, right? Because sometimes you just got to be like, okay, let's go. Let's see what happens. Let's go.
That, I think that's the name of the game in today's world. And with AI, let's talk about, being thrown in and just having to figure things out. So many of us are trying to navigate this world where we're learning. It's coming at us so fast. We're trying to figure it out, and we're trying to figure out how to apply it. So there's this learning curve. And so having somebody like you with the SC Design Studio and the branding mixologist is really helpful when we're trying to figure out how we can apply that as a tool to move us forward with our podcast. So Carolina, tell us about you, because I know that you have had some amazing things going on in your life. Carolina is known as the creator of the Soulful Success. And she is also a speaker and an author, and she is a strategy, branding, and design expert. And so Carolina, tell us more about you.
Well, thank you for having me here. And I just love being with all of us. It feels like a homecoming, guys, I gotta say. It's really nice, right? We've done this before. And Deanna, yes. She did not say enough of what she does. I am always, like, every day in awe of her, of the things that she brings to the table. Like even the chatbot. I was like, wow.
Stop it, ladies. You're embarrassing me.
No, but you think it's so simple. And I think that is a really great message to the audience, is that there are so many gifts that we all have that we just think nothing of them, but yet they are so unique and powerful. And so I ask people to think about what are those things that come naturally to them that they don't think are much. Those are your great gifts. And for other people, we are in awe of you. So Deanna. And now I'm moving on.
Thank you. Move on. This is supposed to be about the people watching. Like, we have so many gifts to share with them. Let's go, ladies. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. So my sordid affair of a career. Well, I was in corporate for 30 years and as an executive in consumer packaged goods, Fortune 200. Innovation, branding, strategy, and design was my wheelhouse. And then I just decided I couldn't take it any longer. And what do you want to do when you pivot? I kind of closed the door on corporate, said not doing that stuff at all. And I went down this path of, well, we all have a mission and a message, and we all, have a purpose in our life. And how do you cultivate that in yours? And that's where I started. And that for me is very heartfelt. And the interesting thing is, the more that you explore, the more that you're curious, the more that you're around people that lift you up, the more you are around people that inspire you, you start to learn new things. And I got into this place of AI. And the interesting thing is, it started to pull all of the things that I had closed the door on. No, I don't want to talk about branding. No, I don't want to talk about marketing. No, I don't want to talk about strategy. And the truth is, when I take those things and I put them in the right arena with the right people, it inspires me and ignites me. And so that's where I've started now to focus on, both from a personal branding standpoint as well as a professional branding standpoint, of how do you bring those things to life. And my specialty now is really about vision and voice and essence and expression. So I've been able to, all right, I'm going to say this because you know, those of you who know me know I'm a little woo. Well, now I'm a lot woo. So those places that I had a lot of bad experiences from, but yet where I shined, I was able to pull those forward and now step into those gracefully without thinking about what happened in the past.
Okay, this is really interesting, Carolina, because this reminds me of something that I recently heard. And it was, instead of going out there and trying to draw the audience to you, go where they are. They're already there. And so can you speak just a little bit more? I know we're going to come to each of you again, but since you're right on this topic, can you tell us a story, maybe the most interesting case or example of where you helped someone to do that? With driving their traffic.
I think the I don't want to say best, because there's no best, right? There's no one size fits all. But it was what is most compelling to your audience finding you, to you magnetizing your audience, is really being clear on your message and being authentic about it, right? Because I'm sure some of the things that I said, some of the things that Sarah said, some of the things that Deanna said, right? Those sparked something inside you. And that is the level of authenticity that people connect to, right? And so how does one drill deep to find what those insights are and to share those stories, right? Stories are the most powerful thing for people to connect to. Don't tell them how to do it. Don't tell them what to do. Show them by the example of your story, and they will gravitate towards you. And I think that is, to me, for me, that's the most natural, because I am a storyteller. I know that a lot of people aren't, but if you can find a way to uncover what that story is for you, like why, like if you're running a podcast, like why you started it. I'm sure there was a reason for you to start it. And what's that compelling reason? Because I think then people do start to gravitate towards you.
Right. Yes, I think that one of the interesting things about storytelling is the emotion. That's where we connect with each other on an emotional level. And not only do we connect, but we retain that information. It makes my brain, with all of the information overload, it makes me remember, oh, Carolina is, has a spiritual side to her. So do I. I connect on that level, and it makes my heart just feel drawn out to you. And so I think that that's absolutely true. Sarah, how about you? Can you tell us a story about when you were, helping somebody and you helped them to grow in their social media?
Yeah, I had one lady, and very similar to kind of what Carolina was speaking about, is that ability to, it's share a story. But for me, the most important thing, one of the first questions I delve in with clients is like, exactly what she said, is what's going to help, what's going to be what makes you get up even on the bad days, get behind that mic, get behind your business to do the things that need to be done. What is that desire within, that why? And realizing where I find a lot of people get hiccuped is they try and be somebody they're not. They try and be the authority, because a lot of things will promote you, be the authority in. And yes, you want to be the authority at the level you're at, because you're always a few steps ahead of somebody. You don't have to pretend to be even further ahead. And that trips people up, because they're trying to present themselves very like, well, and if that's not really where you are in the journey, and it's not the steps you're living, it comes across very inauthentically. And so I had a client, and it was very much, she was always presenting yourself like this very stiff. And we went through like, what do you love? Who are you? What do you do? What do you do for fun? How do you, the messaging alone was really important. It was about like life and death preparedness. And I was like, why don't we inject some fun to that? Like, why does it have to be so serious? Well, because if it's not, right, like she was a loving, caring, fun-loving person. And the why behind was to help the family after the passing, to move through it. So how do we bring that to light without it being so heavy, so dark? And once we switch some of the social media aspects, the engagement went up, which is, let's be honest, everything we do in business, not everybody, but our hope, most of them, authentic business is about that engagement. It's about how do we connect authentically? How do we actually serve at a level that's supporting them from where they want to be to where they want to go? And how do we fit as the value proposition within that? And by connecting to that ability to be like, listen, you don't have to pretend to be some super corporate, whatever the word would be for people who do death preparedness. Who are you? And let's be that person online so that you're speaking to those who actually want to connect with you. Because, listen, when I started, because it's very different being in corporate and behind the wall and people were coming to me, it was sales to me. It's North Carolina, doors open, clients came in, I sold them, great. When you're suddenly in the forefront and you are part of the business and selling, it can be tough not to, because a lot of us deal with self-doubt, self-worth, fear. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Even some of the top speakers I know have said, oh, I get nervous going on. But how do you just embrace that and make jokes about it or have fun with it, whatever your unique, sizzle is? I think that's the key. And when we were able to connect that with her, everything kind of got a lot smoother. She was showing up more often, showing up more confidently, speaking whatever she had to speak, not so afraid and not so in her head. And, the expression, get in your head, you're dead. So how do you stay in your heart as opposed to your head? And when you are able to do that, it can truly catapult what you're doing in business and reaching the right people for your business and being the right person to support them in where they're trying to go.
Yes, getting in our head. How many times does that happen? And then that prevents us from being able to actually move forward. We can just, overthink it. We can get into the fears. We can have so many of those things that really can block our ability to do that. Deanna, if you were going to give somebody some marketing advice, and they were coming to you and they were like, I just really want to share my podcast. I have this message. Maybe they're clear on their message now, and maybe they're clear on who they want to reach and who their audience is. What would be the next steps that you would take with them?
Hey, great question. So clarity, is absolutely key. And first, I'd want to understand who they're reaching right now. I'm assuming they've already started. I want to understand if their message is actually resonating. Have they tested it? Do they know? Are they growing? And if they're not, I wonder why. So that's why I did that chat this morning, just to see if some of the podcasters on here were resonating with their audiences. And they are, which is awesome. But I want to know, where do they want to grow? They may have a stable audience and maybe they want, I don't know, people on the verge of baby boomers, in between baby boomers and Gen X. Yes, I'm talking about myself, that maybe just retired but wants to start a new business. So let's start testing some of that. Where do we find those audiences? I got to tell you, I've become a huge fan of anything AI to help me think, not to do the work for me, but to help me think differently. So usually when I'm working with a new client, like for instance, I recently did some PR work for Game On, which is a great new experience in Atlanta through Chick-fil-A. It's the College Football Hall of Fame. And they are all about AI, but knew nothing about PR. They didn't even know that the college football championship is right here in Atlanta in January. So it's amazing how just a quick little ask, a quick little query in your favorite AI tool just may get you thinking in the right direction.
Yes, these three ladies are amazing, just experts with using AI to then help boost their marketing efforts. And a lot of times when we are trying to find that audience, we forget that we can ask AI some of these questions to guide us. Deanna, do you have a story where you have asked AI or gotten a tip that was just like about this example with the the Game On? Is there another example that you could tell us that helped you then to find that audience and to say, here we are?
Sure. And just so you know, you're fading in and out. So if you lose me, I won't be upset that you cut me off. it's the sign of the season. So another example would be the Joyly podcast, which all three of us have also been involved in. I did a little research on them to help them decide who to go after and how to go after. And one of the biggest things that we found as we were doing some research was that there is a obvious mental health crisis going on all around the world due to COVID, but there's a serious mental health crisis going on in hospitals. So how do we reach hospital workers? How do we reach the executives at the hospitals to help them stabilize that crisis? And we used podcasts, we used AI to help make that happen. And the Phoenix Children's Hospital is one of the first ones to embrace it. So yeah, that would be a positive there.
Yeah, that's a really great one. All right, ladies. So I want to know if you have some last minute takeaways that you would give, some actionable steps that you would give our audience of podcasters that are wanting to use your marketing magic.
Who's gone first?
I was start with Carolina. Yeah, I should have said that.
Well, I would say tell your story. Tell stories. Don't just sell, right? If you're using whatever medium you're using, right, for people to get more engaged with you, for you to get ROI, ultimately, yes, you want to make a sale, you want to engage with people. But instead of thinking about that, think about the story that you're going to tell, that you're going to engage with people, that you're going to make a difference in their lives. And that, my friends, when you do that work, the money follows. So I guess it's also don't chase the money, chase the impact.
Ooh, that's good, Carolina. That's really good.
The money follows. I'm not saying like money's a good thing. Money's a good thing. And I think it's just like how we prioritize it.
Yeah. If I could add on to that, I think there are so many fantastic podcasters watching that maybe haven't met each other, that maybe would be complementary to each other in their podcast. So getting one podcaster to be a guest on another podcast and doing vice versa, you may have opposite audiences, but that might benefit from each other. So for me, that would be my one big natural tip to go forward with.
How about you, Sarah?
Yeah. So, I mean, if I were to give practical tools, and the last guest, Stacy, kind of touched on it too, right? About repurposing and using, if you do, depending on what platform you've done, I know a lot of people will do the video and then upload it on YouTube. That's a great thing. There's all kinds of cool. I was just playing around with this one called Clap, which I upload a film and it breaks it up into a bunch of little pieces. Then I can apply it with Canva and make some cool things. But one of the things that, as much as, and trust me, my heart is about being authentic. But as Jim Rohn said, success leaves clues. So one of the things you can do is you go on to, let's say, research the people. You have to do some homework, right? There's a part of it that's follow your heart and do, but it's a business. And if you're wanting to take it to the next level, you want to kind of look at it with some kind of flow and workflow for yourself. And one of the greatest ways is you go on the podcast, because YouTube will tell you which ones are trending, which ones aren't. Analyze what is working, what isn't working, like what is engaging. Is it the comments? Is it, the type of topics of conversation? Again, always keeping it aligned to you, not to pretend you're anyone else, but find people who are like you. Because if you're attracted to them, there's something that resonates. There's something you're like, hey, I see myself in that person. So trust that. Don't just follow them because they're famous. Follow ones that are leaving the clues and doing it the way that you're aligned to. And don't be afraid to try. Marketing is all about testing, tweaking, relaunching. That's one of the key things. All the big companies are like, BMW sends their cars out without the logos just to get feedback from clients before they launch a brand, right? Like it is just betas, ask, communicate. Deanna said it right. Do collaborations if you're kind of unsure, unsteady. And for me, like a lot of times, my biggest thing is there's a rule in marketing I love, and I taught it in a trend class in George Brown University for designers. And they're like, what's the trends? What's the trends? I'm like, trends are nice, but let's look at trendsetters. Like if you do talk about AI, there was, and I won't go too long, but there was this cute little beast they made, like a little, could be a tiger or whatever, like one little person, little animal on their finger. And suddenly the whole internet was covered with them. And I was like, that's great. Everyone's following, but who's the one who did it first? So don't be afraid to try things. So if the whole world is going this way, if it feels aligned, don't be afraid to go the other way. Be the trend setter, not the follower. And other things that I love doing too, I'm constantly changing my headers. I look at them like storefront property. All storefronts, freshen them up, change them up. So if you're changing it with topics, if you're changing, make sure your socials are aligned, that you've updated them so that when people go, because that's branding, right? You want to keep the same face across all your boards. Make sure you do the little bit of legwork. I know it can be a pain in the butt sometimes, especially as you're adapting, but use those small tools and find supportive communities. There's great power. You know, a lot of people too, if they've forgotten to post for a little while, they give up like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I can't go out. No, don't be, just go. Share, be honest about it, make a joke about it, go, oh my God, it's been crazy. I did it. I just actually relaunched a Facebook group I had. And I was like, yo guys, I am about to rebrand and relaunch. So I want to actually invite you in because I've neglected you for the last 6 months, but now I'm relaunching a brand new thing. So we're going to do it together. Who's in? Boom. And I just went. Those who love it, love it. Those who don't will get to leave. But there's having that no fear in just trying things and doing it. Those are, for me, some of the key fundamentals. Even if you're at a larger level to grow, right? You're always going to be testing. There's no, don't giant corporations. Look at like, what was that weird Pepsi they launched at one point? Like talk about a ginormous company. That's marketing. They tested it. They wanted to see what the customers thought were good. If it was good, great. It stays in. If it's not, okay, whoop, we draw it out. We learn from it. We relaunch. That's really what marketing is all about.
Yes, and I loved how you talked about how it leaves clues, and we learn as we go. And so, Carolina, this is fantastic to get to meet you. We haven't gotten to hear from you as much. And Sarah, we've had her on previous LA Tribune events as well as Deanna. And so we loved having you. We loved your marketing magic. We could go on and keep learning. You have so much to teach us and so much we could learn from you. Thank you for the offer, Deanna, with the link to learn more. And thank you, ladies. Oh, thank you, Deanna, for
Thank you guys. So
Rainer,
oh look, there's a picture. At least there's a picture of me.
There's Deanna. Oh, well, thank you, ladies, so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Our next guest is, his name is Henry Amar. And so I'm so excited for you all to meet Henry. And he has just been on an amazing tour where he was speaking in 5 different states. And Henry, we are just so excited to meet you and bring you up on, and so grateful to have you join us. And so if we could bring Henry up, that would be great. Awesome. All right, Henry.
Hello.
Hello. And so I just have to tell this little story about Henry. And so as I was just, commenting on people's social media, I post my thing once in a while and I comment on other people's things. Henry's picture just grabbed me. I mean, he was just beaming. You can see it right now, right here. I mean, across the airwaves, you can just see the energy. And he was talking about his mother and his love for his mother. And I'm going to get emotional when I think about his post because, well, Henry, I'm going to let you tell a little bit about that story, but I just wanted to say that you all are going to love hearing about Henry. He is he's a human behavior expert, and he is the host of Making It Happen with Henry Amar, which is the #1 podcast in his category. But first, Henry, if you could tell us a little bit about you and share with us that story about your mother.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Good to see you. Thank you for having me, and everybody, thanks for being here. I know your time is valuable, so we appreciate you being here. Yeah, life has been so interesting for me. And I just, I'm really grateful for, sometimes it reminds you that life is sacred. And in about 2015, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and I had been studying, human behavior and trauma and peak performance and leadership and all this stuff ever since I was 17, because I used to be so riddled with fear. My nickname was passive. I was people pleasing, and I was so insecure, and I would smile on the outside, but on the inside, there was like this tension. And freedom is such a big value for me. So if you're watching this or listening, I don't know if freedom is a value for you, but sometimes we feel stuck. And I was like, you know what? So I got obsessed with understanding what all happens within myself. And I went on this journey, and around 2015, I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable at my job. I was a director of investments for this $2 billion company, and I was doing, accordingly to everybody else. I would look out and see the Ocean View office and all these things, but something didn't feel right. And about a month later, my mom was diagnosed with cancer. It was a really hard run for about, a year and a half, where she went down to 70 pounds, and I'm taking care of her. And one day I was sitting at the hospital, and I remember just looking at her. And I was there from the morning till night. And I just said, one day that's going to be me. What do I really want to say when it's my time? Do I want to say, we just spent $200 million on this cool skyscraper and all this cool stuff. We bought it and did all these things to it. And I was like, yeah, that's really cool. But impact, legacy, love. Like, I want to be able to, for me, it's God, or whatever you believe in, like, just to say, I gave all my gifts back. Like, here you go. I gave it all back. I served humanity. I helped alleviate suffering in the world, because I knew how Henry was a long time ago. And I was like, man, if there's a way to go from that, being that insecure, to being as confident as I was. And, I used to have financial limits. I used to have, emotional limits and all these things. And I said, if I could break free, I think anybody can, And when my mother had passed away, I was holding her hand. And there was a moment where I knew the decision I made at that moment was going to affect the rest of my life. And I took what I called a sacred pause, where I said, before I react, before I decide, I said, allow myself to feel all the emotions: sadness, anger, happiness that she wasn't suffering, all the things at the same time. And I remember I paused, and I took a breath, and I remembered this metaphor of the carrot, the egg, and the tea bag. And they say, you put a carrot in hot water, you put an egg in hot water, and you put a tea bag in hot water. And after about 10 minutes, what happens to the carrot? It meshes, and it's soft, and it like withers in your hand. What happens to the egg? It's hardened. And what happens to the tea bag? All the characteristics of that tea bag make the water smell better and taste better and do all these things. And I said, what decision I make right now will affect the rest of my life. And also the sacrifice my mom made for me to just have my life. And so I said, I don't want to be the carrot. And I said, I'm going to allow myself to feel. I'm such a big person on feel your emotions, but I didn't want it to overcome me. I didn't want to be so in it that I would get lost in life, but I didn't want to become hardened. Like, life is just, sucks, etc. I said, so how do I use this to move me forward and honor the sacrifice my mom made for me? And I remember I looked at her and I said, Mom, I will honor the sacrifice you made by how I live my life. And I ended up quitting my job, and I ended up going all in on what I was doing. And I'd already planned on quitting my job, because life was just like, what do I want to say I did? At the end of my life, like, what's really important? And lastly, there's this quote that I love that says, life will take you by the hands and pull you this way and say, this is important. And then pull you this way and say, no, this is important. And no, this is important. It's your job to yank your hand back, place it over your heart, and listen and say, no, this is what's important. And so for me in my life, I just want to love. I just want to serve. I just want to use every gift that I have to expand it and to give back to the world. So that's the story of my mom. And it leads me to why, one of the reasons I do what I do, and I feel like it's a calling too. So that's the gist of it.
That's a beautiful calling, Julianne. I'm sure that you can relate to that feeling of having it be, so much deeper for our why of what we're doing.
Absolutely. I always say, and you'll appreciate this, Henry, whenever I'm talking to a client or somebody else, I say, at the end of my life, am I going to be happy I binge watch something on Netflix, or am I going to be happy that I actually spent my life making an impact and doing things for others? And I love that you were able to take this tragedy, this a difficult time in your life, and create something wonderful and really change the trajectory of where you were going. Now, I'm curious, since that was such a huge moment, one of those pivotal moments in your life, have you had other ones that have helped you grow in your career as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. There's so many, right? So many pivotal points that we reach. I really believe resistance is the way. And I believe that whenever you want to go to something new, your body will say, what are you doing? Like, we've never done this before. Like, last time you opened up your heart, you got hurt. Or last time, don't go live on social media. What if you're judged? And subconsciously, studying trauma and all this stuff. If we react, it's usually react means to act again. And I'm like, man, like, how do I go back? And little Henry that was scared of being judged, little Henry that was scared of speaking up. And how do I heal that part of me so I could go serve? And so I believe fear are messengers, limits are messengers, emotions are messengers. They're not supposed to be dictators. And so those moments where I experienced the most discomfort and the most fear, I had a decision to make. Would I beat myself up over where I was and what I was experiencing, or would I lovingly get curious and say, why do I feel resistance here? What is happening in my nervous system that says you don't feel safe enough to go to this next level? Because if I felt safe enough to go to this next level, I would already be there. So this inner work that is so important for me to do. And so whenever I reach these moments of, whether they're life things that happen on the outside that bring up all this emotion on the inside, I've learned that when an emotion comes up for you, you're ready to resolve it. So whenever something comes up, I don't look at it like, oh my gosh, I look at it like, oh my gosh, life must think I'm ready to solve this crazy thing within me, this fear, But every time I faced it with compassion and love and not overriding my emotions, but looking at it from a space of, okay, what is my body scared of? Like, what am I scared? Like, I'm sure everybody here's impact driven, which I love. Karen, I could feel that from your heart. It's so beautiful. And Julianne, you too, is, the world will be so much better if each one of us were more liberated and out of our fears and expanding who that is. So those pivotal moments in my life were moments where I felt so much resistance. And I said, this resistance is the way. How do I lovingly navigate it versus either running away from it or stuffing it down and doing that? And what I tell people is, I ask people in the audience, how many of you have paid money to go to a gym? And a lot of people raise their hand, right? And I said, what if you went to the gym and all the equipment's there, but all the weights are gone? There's no weights on the equipment. Would you go? They're like, why would I pay for that? I said, so you pay money for resistance. We pay for resistance. And I'm like, it's actually the resistance that shows us where we get to grow, where we get to evolve. And that's the beauty of life. And I think sometimes we're scared of the emotions, but I've learned, literally, I just had this experience. I did an event with will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas in July, and I was interviewing him. And in the middle, I could feel little Henry say, what are you doing here? Like, this is will.i.am. And there's something we call unblending in like the trauma healing space and the emotional space. And I literally heard little Henry show up scared, like, what are you doing? Imposter syndrome, right? And I knew that wasn't me. It was just a former belief and a pattern that I had before. Literally, I did a podcast episode on it. Actually, it's what I learned from interviewing will.i.am. And I had an opportunity to resolve that feeling right in the moment. And if I show you pictures, which we're live, so I could show you, will.i.am first, he's sitting like with his legs facing front. As soon as I resolved that in my own nervous system, and I allowed my nervous system to relax, because each of us has this thing called neuroception where we're always looking for cues of safety or danger. So if he sees me in fear, he's going to feel it, and his nervous system is going to be like, oh my gosh, right? So I had to get myself to a regulated state so he could feel comfortable and safe to be everything that he had to express. If you look at the trajectory of our conversation, and I'll actually pull it up, the photos, he goes from sitting forward to crossing his legs towards me to then completely turning away from the crowd where his legs over the couch facing me. And I was like, whoa, we built so much rapport. And just me resolving what's happening within me, I was able to connect with him. And guess what? It reprogrammed my mind. So now I've been really fortunate over the last, X amount to interview some really beautiful people or collaborate. But now my mind knows, oh, this is the normal. This is what you do. You love and serve these people, and you're just at different places where you could offer value here and he does here. And now we're doing collaborations together. I just spoke at his company on Thursday. So that's what's beautiful about this work is it's not I have to grow because I'm broken. It's I get to grow because I'm the common denominator in everything I do. So every pivotal point that to your question, every moment of resistance has been an opportunity to choose, what am I going to do with this moment? And it's led me to where I am today. So I'm really grateful. Great question.
Yes, that really was, Julianne. I was going to say that was interesting when you said that when the emotions came up, that they are messengers, that they're not dictators. And I speak a lot on emotional regulation, so this totally relates to me because when it's fascinating to me how if you're stressed and I'm calm, I can help you co-regulate and just I can affect you and vice versa. And so I think that is so powerful, that example with will.i.am, how that changed not only the interview, but the connection between you two. And I believe that happens even over the airwaves with your audience as well. Would you say that's true?
100%. Is that for Julianne or me? Sorry, I don't want to hog the microphone.
No, you're our guest today.
Oh, okay, I was like, Julianne, you can go for it. I got you. I will listen. It's podcasting is being a good listener. You want to see the pictures? I just pulled them up. If you want to.
Sure. Yeah. Show us the picture.
So this is Will and me. Just he's sitting straight, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll show you what's funny is then, Will then, after I regulate, crosses his legs towards me, right? Now look at this one. At the end, look at he's completely turned towards me. And what's really beautiful about that is I genuinely was able to have so much love for him in the moment and just see him as a human being out to do good in the world and out to share his creativity. And it really allows us to connect, because in podcasting, you want to connect heart to heart, right? And Karen, you said it so perfectly well, where it's having the co-regulation, people want to hear our voices and learn to feel safe in their own bodies as they're driving, people are listening because they want to gain something. They want to be filled up in their soul. And so if we can get ourselves to a place where we're operating from a space of love instead of fear, I call it fear-based living versus love-based living. If I can live in a space of love and presence and learn to regulate myself, then my audience is going to say, wow, you're a safe place for me to come to. And I want to come back home because you helped me walk back home to myself. And as you know, Karen, co-regulation in the space is so big, finding someone that has a cue of safety for me to be able to come to you and sit with you and listen to you and say, wow, and podcasting is a long form piece of content where you're literally feel like you're in someone's ear, and sometimes it's just what a sacred, I would say, responsibility and opportunity that we have to love people through the airwaves, right? What a cool thing that we get to create something and just send this out. I don't know, and you guys are so beautiful in the comments I'm watching here. I don't know who's watching this, but what a beautiful way that we get to dance through this moment of life together and then go on, so it's real. I agree 1,000,000,000,000% with you.
Go ahead, Julianne.
Thank you so much, Karen. So I was thinking about this idea of self-regulation in order to make the other people feel comfortable and safe and be able to hear what you are talking about. And I think that when people are first starting out with their podcast, they make it about themselves and about how they're showing up, about how they look, and so of course you're going to have more fear. Of course, you're going to have all of these negative types of emotions, imposter syndrome, and all of these things. So for those people that are starting out, how did you maybe stop that train of thought and just interrupt that pattern? Because not everybody is as far and as advanced as you are with the being able to see who they are and how they're showing up.
Yeah, great questions. I'll start with this. It's probably not the answer you're thinking I'm going to say. It starts out with Dr. Stephen Porges said something really beautiful. He said, there's no such thing as bad behaviors, only adaptive ones, and if we can have compassion for our fears, instead of what you resist will persist, right? What I push away will continue to come in. And if you think about this, what did we really want as children? We wanted acceptance. We wanted love. We wanted to be received. We wanted to be heard. We wanted to feel important. And so if you want to look at emotions as almost like a little inner child popping up, oh my gosh, you remember what happened last time you were in front of the class and, blah, blah, blah. We had this, instead of pushing little Henry away and being you shouldn't be this and you shouldn't be that. What if I had, Gabor Mate calls it compassionate curiosity. I call it loving self-awareness. What if I was able to say, wow, my body's trying to keep me safe right now. And what is it that I need right now, rather than overriding it? Because all your fears are valid. If I had everything your body is doing has a positive intention, even if you're procrastination, it's self-sabotage is self-protection, right? And I'll use a couple stories as an example. And what's really cool is if we're able to have compassion, there was a girl that I worked with who said, Henry, no matter what I do, I don't feel like I deserve good things. I don't deserve it. But her family worth billions, and I was working with her family and she's my mom never told me that. My mom said, we worked so you could have everything you want. She goes, so why do I feel this way? And so we processed it all. And it was crazy because a memory popped up where when she was a little girl, her sister had a nice toy she thought was nicer than hers. She went to play with her sister's toy. And what happened was her sister started crying. Her mom came in, took the toy and got mad at her. And what do we want as human beings? We want safety and connection. So at that moment, when she took out, when she had the nicer thing, she lost safety because her mom was angry with her and connection with her mom and her sister. So she developed a belief system that said, if you have nice things, then you will lose safety and connection. So every time she went to go get something nice, she would sabotage it and not understand why. But to her mind, she's why do I keep sabotaging blah, 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 versus no, let's have curiosity on why your body believes it's not okay to have nice things. And once you resolve that within your system, But as a starting point to what you said, Julianne, was we have to look at it not as the enemy, but as a someone that has a positive intention trying to do good for us. So when we can go inward with love, you can't beat yourself up into healing. You can't hate yourself into loving yourself. That just doesn't work, you know? And I love, Karen, how you talk, you're the queen of empathy, because it's really having empathy within ourselves, building the right support system and having new experiences to say, you know what? Let me just start with this. If my body's afraid of doing social media, maybe I'll just do videos and record them and not post them so my body can know that I'm safe. Maybe I'll post them to my close friends. Maybe, and building your nervous system to know, hey, you're safe enough to do that. So to me, it's simple steps. But, and I'll share this last metaphor regarding this. Steve Young gave this metaphor of a train. He said, all the work that we do is like the box cars on a train. And if the front engine is not on, which is love, your train will go nowhere. And so if think of the voice in your head when you discover something you don't like about yourself, do you beat yourself up? And we've all heard the phrase, the truth will set you free. The reality is most people tell themselves enough truth to be uncomfortable, but not enough truth to be free. Because when we discover truth, we beat ourselves up. So we don't allow the full truth to come in, where it's like, you're a beautiful soul and your body's doing everything it needs to do to keep you safe. So if you could just approach yourself daily with compassion and know that the desires in your heart are possible, and start doing the work to say, okay, let me get curious about what I need to feel safe enough to take the next simple step. And the next simple step, as Sarah said, think big, start small. What's the next simple step? I'll tell you, I used to be so scared to say what I felt in front of people. And I spoke in front of like 5 people and then 10 people. And I don't say this to boast, but like the last 7 years, I've been speaking in front of 40,000+ people, at least a few times a year at these big festivals. And I looked back and my wife was laughing there. She's like, it's crazy. They just called you 10 minutes before to get on stage again in front of 40,000 people. And you weren't nervous. I said, because my nervous system now feels safe enough to go on stage. Whereas you would have talked to me 7 years ago. There's a video of me pacing and understanding my language and speaking life into myself and bringing myself back to the present moment. But as I did it and my body had new experiences to know, oh, you're safe. Like you're actually okay to do this. And we have these breakthroughs. So I hope that was helpful. I just gave a train of thought from my heart, not a systematic thing, but that was just my feeling around how I approach it all, you know?
No, that's beautiful, because it's kind of like this whole idea of crawl, walk, run. You don't have to start at the running spot and then you get used to it. And something I really want to point out for the audience that you said that I think is really brilliant that might get missed is that you're talking about in your body versus in your brain. You literally do feel it throughout your entire body. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because I think a lot of people just get stuck up in here and then they forget where they are. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you. Yeah, you can't solve the problem with the same mind that created it, right? So we have to unblend from our emotions. Sorry, Karen. I just, just really fast, like just being able to like step back and unblend from our emotions, as Master Kip says, to be with them and not in them.
Right, right. And one of the things that you said, Henry, that I thought was such a mic drop moment was you said that our emotions have positive intentions. They're there to help us, because when that fear comes up and we're getting ready to go on stage, it doesn't feel like it's helpful at all. And we want to push it away. We want, I shouldn't be afraid. I should just be confident. I should, all those should words. And I think that it's so important, as I have worked to be curious and to have that sacred pause and to just say, okay, hello, fear. What are you here to teach me? And to try to have compassion. I mean, it takes intentional effort for me to even de-escalate enough to think that thought. But when I can, pause and listen, I learn so much. And that was a great example of how now, speaking in front of 40,000 people, that you're comfortable because you were able to recognize those emotions as having positive intentions, to not only to teach you as the messenger, but to help you heal on another level.
Yeah, I love that, Karen. So beautiful. It's emotions, like you said, emotions can either lead us to where we can be free, or show us or keep us stuck. Your triggers show you where you're not free. And new level, new devil, right? Like there's like I reached this level, and then guess what? Now I'm doing a different level, and then guess what? That's going to be normal for you. And then I create a different normal, right? And so embracing the process of not when I get there, I will feel like, oh, I'm enough or I'm this and that, because guess what? Like I'm really grateful to do what I do. And I just had some new experiences this week that my body was like, ooh, okay, this is interesting feeling. Hello, friend. And IFS, internal family systems therapy, is really beautiful. And on their outline, it says something really beautiful. So they call it the capital S self, which is like, you want to call it your higher self, your spirit self, not the body self. And they say when you're, they call them parts or sub personalities, or you can call them emotions. When they can trust you as the leader, like when they can trust you as like the loving leader you've always wanted as a child, right? Like I always say, who is a loving leader your inner child would follow? Like, who is that, right? When they could trust you, they provide information, but respect your decision-making and leadership. So how do I unblend enough to let my body know that, hey, I'm not 5 anymore. I'm not 9 anymore. Because sometimes the body doesn't understand how old you are. Like who here in the chat has ever seen a grown person throw a tantrum like they're 9 years old? Right? Like I have. Like they're 9 years old. I have, you know what I mean? My mentor once said, if you notice the age that someone acts when they're triggered, it's usually an age where they have unhealed trauma, which is very interesting, right? And so one of my favorite quotes says, every form of communication is a cry for help or an act of love.
Yeah.
And so whenever we're activated or you see somebody activated, it's like, oh, my body doesn't really understand that I can unblend and lovingly walk it back home. And healing actually means the etymology is wholeness. So I want to bring all these parts back into whole and say, I got you. Like little Henry, I know when you were younger, it was if you spoke up, you would have been in big trouble. And I know you were passive before, but I'm today years old. And now I could bring myself back home and I could teach my body I'm safe enough to speak up. And actually I could do the work that I'm called to do in this world when I speak up. And when we do that, man, freedom, emotional freedom. You know what I mean? Like what a beautiful thing. And then guess what? Next level is going to be like, we're building something pretty gnarly next year. And my nervous system is like, are you sure you can do this? This is crazy. And I'm like, hello, friend. This must mean I found a new point of resistance because I reached the edge of my, I don't call it a comfort zone because who here is really comfortable in their comfort zone? But it's a safety zone, you know? So then I reached the edge of it and I'm like, oh, hello, belief systems and identities and different things that we're going to evolve into. So now I'm at the gym curling a different weight, you know? So, you know, it's such a cool work. Everybody watching, there's so much hope. There's so much beauty in this journey that it's not when I get there, it's like, sorry, I'm very passionate about this. You could probably tell, but I'll end with this quote. I was sitting in my car last year. I say a prayer before I drive, and I just like paused, meditated, prayed, and I heard these words: love yourself exactly where you are and love yourself enough not to stay there. It's both. And I was like, whoa, okay. Because sometimes like when I get there, I'll love myself. Or if I love myself now, I won't look at what I can improve. No, love is all encompassing. I could love myself exactly where I'm at and accept myself. And I could love myself enough to grow and expand and love my family and go in like the better that I am, the better husband I could be, the better father I could be, the better successful person I could be, the more impact I can make, the better leader I could be. And that's so cool, you know?
So cool. Julianne, did you want to have one last thing and then I'll close?
And I honestly, you just gave me that piece, and the audience as well. That wisdom, that quote is absolutely perfect. And I would love to know, out of all of the growth that you've done, what is the most scary thing that you did that you're super proud of?
Wow. Okay. This is a podcasting summit. You guys are asking great questions. This is good, you know? Wow. You know, I think the very first thing I would say is when I first started this journey, I didn't realize that I was afraid of feeling, you know, because I'm such a feeler, and that when I approached it, I thought I would open up the dam and I don't know if I could handle it because I stuffed so much down. But I think it was deciding to decide my life, deciding to look inward and say with love, like, I want to do this work. I want to be free. And I had resistance at first, you know, because I didn't understand how to deal with it, because there's always a messy start, you know, and I wanted to get it right away. And I think I had to just start messy and realize, you know, even with podcasting, and I was a podcast summit, when I look at my first episode, I'm like, wow, Henry, that was interesting. You know, okay. I really appreciate you going for it, you know, but it's like, starting this journey of freedom, this journey of service, this journey of love, was scary because I had not done it before. And I just thought this is how life is. And some of us are scared to feel. And there's this quote that maybe I could end with that says, it's not how you feel that matters the most. It's how you feel about how you feel that matters the most.
Yeah, that is great. You know, Henry, this has been such a beautiful conversation. Just so incredible. When we think about connecting with our audience, you know, there's tools and tips and tricks and strategies and things, but starting with ourselves and being able to be, you know, healing those parts, those trauma parts. Every one of us has fears that come up, and to be able to regulate our nervous system so that we can be safe is the most powerful tool to then provide that connection with our audience. And I just want to tell you again, thank you for your beautiful soul and for connecting with me. Henry connected with me in person. I wrote a comment on his chat and I thought, well, it'll just be a bot. But no, it was really Henry. And I was like, wow, how often does that happen? And Henry makes his guests feel safe. And you could all feel that safety that Henry brought to us today. And so thank you for that sacred space that you are creating, Henry. Thank you for being with us. We'd love to have you again another time. And this was a joy to have you here today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being so kind, even on the chat. You were so sweet. I was like, I don't know her, but she's so cool and sweet, you know, and I just was like, of course I will. I don't know you, but you're wonderful, you know, and so I appreciate you. And Julianne, nice to meet you. Karen, pleasure to meet you in person. And hi, Sandy, and have a beautiful, beautiful, thank you for having me. I'm really grateful.
Thank you, Henry. And just for all of you, again, it's Making It Happen with Henry Amar, the #1 podcast in his category. Thank you, Henry.
Bye, buddy. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That was incredible. I was just sitting here talking my language all over the place. That was incredible.
I knew you would love that. I just thought, oh, he is just our kind of guy.
Well, and here's the thing, folks. If you're thinking about launching a podcast, everything he was talking about, if you can be in that space, that's all you need, because that's what people want. People are dying for authenticity these days, right? And if you can come from that place, you're going to knock it out of the park with your show.
Absolutely. Well, Sandy, tell us about you with Happiness Solved podcast.
Yeah, so I launched Happiness Solved podcast, and I always joke that, you know, I was in this industry in the 2000s. I was teaching the principles of The Secret before The Secret even came out. Didn't even know there was something called the law of attraction. I'm like, oh, wow. But like when I was doing that, and I had a blog talk radio show, and I had a 2-time award-winning novel for young adult fiction, and I was speaking all over the DC metro area, it was before things were done online. And so when I launched my second book in February of 21, I had some coaches say, you need to start a podcast. So I did. No clue what I was doing. I did everything ass backwards. And so I did. I'll admit it. I had no idea what I was doing. And it was like, oh, this online thing. And so it took me a few years, and it took a few years of me just getting into the weeds, figuring it all out. And then, you know, what I ended up doing is, you know, we talk about, you know, your mess is your mission kind of thing. And so now part of my business model is training podcasters to launch, grow, and monetize their shows, because I didn't know how to do it. And so I put a program together that puts everything in it, you know, so it's step by step and everything you need to know. And so that was my podcasting journey. And not only did it, it's opened up so many doors for me, but here's the thing. I wanted to get back into public speaking, but I hadn't been on stage in over 10 years. And so by just doing my podcasting and interviewing people, you become more comfortable and your communication skills improve. And so it's just by launching the podcast and publishing the book, like just opened up so many doors for me that continue to this day. You know, the doors that open up and the people that I meet and how it's expanded my network. I've improved as a person. I've learned so much. When you're interviewing, you know, episode 350 is released on Wednesday of this week. You know, when you talk to that many people, like, you learn a lot, right? So it's been such a great, you know, one of the best things I ever did was launch my show. And now I'm getting ready to launch a second one. So yeah, right. Love it so much. Let's do it twice.
Leanne, what questions do you have for Sandy?
I do. I've got a really good question for you, Sandy. I hope you're ready. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
So, something that you said, start messy. And I really love this idea because you have to start somewhere. You just have to go launch and adjust. I mean, that's really one of the best ways to learn and grow. But I'm curious about how you're teaching other people. Is it, you notice that these are the things you needed to know when you were growing. So now it's like, okay, I'll be the teacher that I didn't have. And I had to pull from here and here and here and here. And I'm putting it all together in one spot. So is that how this came about, so that you could really help people so they don't have the same start that you did?
Yeah, 1,000%, Julianne. Thank you for that question, because it literally came down to, let me just put a program together that I wish I had access to. And Karen even knows, like, I'm always like, guys, there's this new resource, because I do a mastermind for the LA Tribune podcast network. And we have a call once a month. And I'm like, let me try this out first, and I'll let you know how it works. So I'm kind of also have become kind of the guinea pig. I'm like, yeah, let me try this. And if it works, I'll let you know. Right.
And we are so grateful.
Well, it's just because it's ever changing. There's and on the marketing panel you had, Karen, earlier, it's the same for marketing. It's test and adjust. And the same thing is true with any part of your business, but especially your podcast. And if you're doing the same things, what's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same things over and expecting the same results. That's what I did for 2 years of my podcast. Just did the same thing over and over and was expecting different results, and nothing was changing. And it wasn't until I started making those very intentional changes. Sam Crowley talked about the title of your show, just using AI to pick the title for me. And then usually, it's like 10 different choices. Like the little things like that are important, and just kind of testing things out and changing it. And yeah, my whole thing is, I started this podcast because I want to make an impact, and I want to serve others, and I want to help elevate the consciousness of the planet. And it's always been about that. And now, I'm going through some rebranding, and people are like, well, it's about you. I'm like, it's not about, like, I don't want it to be about me. Right. That's been like one of the things, talking about fears. You're just talking about fears with Henry. That's been a big lesson for me, is really, honing in when those fears show up, because they show up more often than not.
Yes, like he said, new level, new devil. And Sandy, I wanted to ask you, what things have you learned that you would want to share with us that you thought, oh, this thing worked, that other thing didn't, but this thing really worked? Because that is one of your superpowers, is your generous heart for sharing those things. You say, watch out, there's a pothole right there, and keep coming. There's a beautiful vista. What are some things that you have learned that you would like to share with our podcasters out there today?
Oh, well, there's so many, but if I would say one thing is, please try to avoid that limiting beliefs that are going to set in to keep you moving forward. Sam Crowley said 50 episodes. And I think I kind of said that too. I think I was kind of like being nice and like, do 25. Once you do 25, you'll be comfortable. But it really is 50 or even more than that. Later today, we're going to play the interview that you and I had, Karen, with Evan Carmichael. His thing with video is 100. You got to do 100 videos before you're going to be even remotely good at it. And you know this too, Julianne, from running a TV network and having your TV show, that it's that repetition and avoiding that limiting, or making sure that your limiting beliefs are not stopping you from moving forward with what you want to accomplish. Because I think that's the biggest thing, that, like, for me, I had such a fear of asking David Meltzer to be on my podcast. I could have had him on 6 months earlier, probably. All I had to do is ask, and I was afraid to even ask.
He's so nice too.
Right? But it's those limiting beliefs, you know, oh, why would he want to come on with me? You know, who am I? You know, all of those, and we all have it, and it's just owning up to it and recognizing it for what it is. And then for me, I just tell it to sit in the back seat, put on your seatbelt, and shut up because I'm driving.
You know, I have a question that I think a lot of people out there are curious about. When you're doing a podcast, when you are putting yourself out there, when you are sharing part of your soul, basically, it's a very vulnerable experience if you're really going to go for it. How important is it to have some sort of thick skin, but still keep that energy of positivity and empathy and keep all the energy flowing? How important is it, though, to keep that thick skin?
Well, thick skin is huge, because if you worry about what other people think of you, you're not going to, it's going to paralyze you in your tracks. Okay. And while I still don't have thick skin, for me, I just don't really, I don't pay attention to some of the comments. I've been fortunate. I have a happiness podcast. I get good comments. Now, if I was, and I know myself, like I would never, you know, have a show where I'm talking about any current events or, God forbid, anything political or polarizing or anything like that, because my skin is not thick enough to handle the backlash and the hatred that would come forward if you talk about something that is against the grain or is going to stir the pot. So I've been pretty lucky with that. Somebody told me 30 years ago, what other people think of you is none of your business. And I wear that on my sleeve. I think about it all the time. Does it always work? Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, I do care about what other people think of me. I do. We all do, right? We want to be loved and accepted. And it's just discerning in that moment and making a choice in that moment to have that thick skin and let it pass. Because and we're getting ready to talk to Craig Siegel, and I'm gonna. This is one of the biggest things I learned from Craig, and he's not the first person that said this. I just heard him say it. I probably had heard it before, but it didn't resonate. Ask yourself, is it true? Right?
It's simple, but it's so profound. It really is. Are you making up this story? Or are you filling in the blanks in your own mind, or is it an actual truth?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Well, Sandy, is there some last nuggets of wisdom that you would like to share with us before we bring Craig up?
Just do it. Just launch. Get those first 10 interviews in the can. You know, give yourself a head start. Make sure you've got interviews or content ideas. You know, you have your concepts for your shows, and get it launched, because here I am getting ready to release episode 350. It's you know, it just adds up. And the show did take off eventually. Yeah, I teetered around 1,000 downloads for a long time, and now I get, you know, it fluctuates, but it's averages about 140,000 downloads a month, and you know, I'm good with that.
That's pretty awesome. And I want to say, for all of you out there, I just have to give a little plug for Mo Rock, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Michael Silvers, and Sandy Scarlatta for forming the podcast network at the Los Angeles Tribune, because when we gather together and have like minds, it is a beautiful experience. You get to hear from Sandy, you get to learn from these experts like Julianne and all of these people that are connected with the Los Angeles Tribune, and we bring in special guests as well. And so if you're looking for a community where you can join together, boost your podcast, and learn from people who are further down the road, I invite you to be a part of the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, and you can hear from Sandy and Julianne more often. So thank you, Sandy, for being with us. And Julianne, thank you so much. And we will go ahead and be joined by Craig Siegel. He is a friend of Sandy's, a friend of mine, and I met Craig.
And he's now a married man. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much. So we are really glad to have you with us. And so I wanted to, Craig, I wanted to just give a brief introduction. And so Craig is the best-selling author of The Reinvention Formula, and he will tell us a little bit more from Wall Street to podcasting, how he has made that transition in his life. And he also has the podcast, The CLS Experience. And when I first connected with Craig and he was telling his story, he said to everyone, here's my number, reach out, follow me, stay connected with me. And I thought, oh, well, he's just, I hadn't even launched yet when I met him. And I was just thinking, oh yeah, sure. I'll follow him and I'll make comments, but he's probably too busy for me. Just like Sandy was saying about David Meltzer. But no, Craig and I have developed this friendship, and I have just been so impressed with his genuine, caring and his generosity to be able to stay connected. And so, like Sandy said, I was celebrating with him with his wedding, and what a beautiful day that was. And so, Craig, thank you for being with us on the show today.
Thank you, ladies, for having me. There's literally no place in the world I'd rather be. Sandy, love you, miss you. Karen, I'm
so much.
Thank you for having me. Love you too. And let's have some fun. Let's drop some wisdom and let's go deep.
Let's do it.
I was thinking this whole day, there's been so many golden nuggets dropped. And I was thinking how this leads up to this conversation with you, Craig. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about your book, because Craig reinvented himself multiple times. He's done so many amazing things. But so some people write a book and then launch a podcast. You launched a podcast and then you wrote a book. There's no right or wrong. How has the book elevated your podcasting?
So for me, when I started CLS and I reinvented myself in the pandemic, at the time, I felt like I was starting from scratch in this new arena, though, of course, I had the wisdom and life experience with me. And one of the things I was really excited about when the timing was right was to write a book, in addition to a podcast and coaching, speaking, TED Talk, and all those things. But for me, I didn't want to self-publish my first book. Doesn't mean I'm right or anyone's wrong. I just had this consciousness that I want to get a book deal, because then I would be backed by a major publisher. And I feel like that would establish a little bit of credibility. And so I just put it out there. I unapologetically asked the universe for it when the timing was right. And so I divorced from that outcome, and I just kept building. I had started the podcast. It gained a ton of traction, a lot of momentum. It kept ascending in regards to the guests, the downloads, the business side of it, and all of that. And then because of that, we were able to generate a book deal from Wiley and renegotiated a really book deal, but they wanted a very tight turnaround. They wanted us to write it quickly. And so I did. And I was really just a channel. I'll never forget December 2022. I just set a plan and I let it come through me, and I wrote the whole book. And I don't claim to be like, prestigious, unbelievable authors. It was the first time I was doing it. But the wisdom and the nuggets that were coming through felt called. And so all I could do during that process was to be the best channel. In other words, like declutter the pipes, just let the creator speak through me. And we wrote the Reinvention Formula. And basically, it was how I reinvented myself from 13 years on Wall Street, lacking real meaning and purpose in my life, to finding my purpose, meaning, relationships, unapologetically making a lot of money, the career and all that stuff. But really more so than just my story was the 15 years of personal development that I was studying and I was a student of, to finally put it all together, and I put it in one vessel. And so the book launched. It became a Wall Street Journal, USA Today bestseller in the first week. And then that book, for my brand personally, kind of became like this gateway. So if anyone heard of us or maybe came across us on a podcast or heard me speak somewhere and like, oh, that's interesting, I'd like to learn more. So they would grab the book, The Reinvention Formula. And then from there, that would probably lead to, based on my experiences, people wanting to go deeper. And then they start downloading the CLS Experience podcast, and then the community, the coaching, the speaking, all that stuff. So the book and the podcast, two different vessels, kind of go hand in hand. And it's a great vehicle for people to establish an opportunity to go deeper with us.
I love that. I love that.
That's excellent. I was going to say that's just excellent, because a lot of times we don't really understand how to leverage our, our media presence, if we've been published in an article or a book or something, or how would you recommend that we continue to leverage our media experience and our perhaps being interviewed on another podcast? How can we use that in our journey with our podcast?
So let's go deep. I want to encourage everybody listening today. I know we're here to talk about podcasts and all that great stuff, but if we get connected to the right consciousness, meaning we're doing this stuff for the right reasons, because we genuinely want to share and help and empower. If we change the conversations in our head to that, then all of a sudden we're able to draw from the divine downloads and ideas that can change the world, because we're doing it with the right consciousness. And when we do that, it doesn't matter what religion or philosophy that you subscribe to. I think it's fair to say that all of us, or hopefully all of us, believe that there's something else going on here. I think even just the very definition of what it means to be spiritual, to me at least, means that you believe that there's more going on here beyond our logic. And if you can subscribe to that, then all of a sudden we can have the correct consciousness, and we can look for the best ways to share the ideas, the knowledge, the wisdom, the nuggets that we have to help people, to change the world. And so when we have that consciousness, now all of a sudden we start thinking of different ways to leverage the brand. And when I say leverage, really just more opportunities to share, right? So whether it's speaking, a TED Talk, the podcast, the books, the more things that you have accessible, the more that you can actually help people tap into their purpose or whatever it is that they're working on, or whatever your message is and how it can resonate with that person. So the more momentum that your brand has, I would make sure that it's pure, that you're doing it for the right reasons. And just to be clear, we all unapologetically want to make a lot of money while we're here in this human experience, but that's secondary to wanting to really share and help. And so when we do that, then the ideas of how else can we help people start to come through. And then we're able to pick up things like a podcast, book, TED Talk, coaching, speaking, whatever it is that you have to offer. And so do it for the right reasons. And then the opportunities on how to leverage that will come through.
Yes. And so based on that, could you tell us some stories about when you were in that mindset and you were pure in your intentions, and some downloads that you had that were helpful for you?
If you want to create something or manifest something in your life, which we all do, but you're finding that the things that you desire aren't really manifesting in your reality right now, then we want to go as to, well, why? Why aren't we able to manifest this? And so a good way to do a temperature check, and we're going real deep today, is to make sure if the agenda between what you're doing is pure. So if you're operating from the desire for the self alone, the ego consciousness, like you want to make sure you look good or you make money or it accelerates what you're doing, you can have a little success doing that. I'm not denying that. And just to be clear, to be vulnerable, I spent years in that consciousness. And from my experience, it can only get you so far. And so once you become a little bit more enlightened and you begin to expand your vessel, your capacity to receive, you really start understanding how to do things the right way. And once you start doing things the right way, the downloads are able to come through, and then you can really make even more of an impact. So if your intentions aren't pure, then it's probably creating a delay in what you want to bring to the world. And so and just to be clear, like two people can want the same exact thing and even have the same exact skill set. But based upon the intention, the agenda, or the conscience behind it, someone might quantum leap their success and someone might keep hitting that plateau. So even if you're listening right now and you still have the same goals, that's okay. You don't have to necessarily, sometimes you do, but you don't have to change your goals, but maybe you have to change the reason as to why that's your goal. And when you can get the correct consciousness, you can purify your intention, then you can begin to get the downloads and manifest with ease.
Right. And so when you had that pure intention, tell us a story about a divine download that you got.
The best downloads, the best ideas that come through me now are ones that I did not have on my whiteboard or were not part of the business plan, right? Because that divine support, those surprise blessings are the byproduct of you operating from that higher conscious and really sharing with no agenda other than to help. And so even things like we recently spoke at the UN, the United Nations, and that was a really big deal. It was a phenomenal talk. I was super excited about it. But I was thinking, this is a really big opportunity. There's a lot of people from our community that are coming to see me speak. How can we leverage that experience into something even bigger? What else is possible? And all I really wanted to do was to continue the evening and give people an opportunity to really connect in addition to the talk at the UN. And so just like that, an idea came through. And I said, well, what about everyone that's going to come? What if we promote this as a UN talk and also our first ever VIP dinner? And so that idea came out of nowhere. And so people that came for the UN talk got to see me speak there. And then we rented out a restaurant in Manhattan. We had about 35, 40 people there. Our first ever sold out VIP dinner. And now that's a part of our business model. And the difference between the Craig now and maybe the Craig of years back is I might have had the consciousness years back from the ego, like, how can we make this more of, how can we monetize this situation a little bit more? And just to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. But that should be secondary to how can we share, bring people together, and really help people in a bigger way. So I love to ask myself nowadays, whenever I'm doing something, if things are going good or things are going not so good, but especially when things are going good, I love to say, well, what else is possible? And just by asking yourself, what else is possible? Now all of a sudden you're opening up a whole new channel of downloads to come through. So in that specific example, we leveraged the UN talk with our first ever VIP dinner. That was a download that came through because it was purified by the idea of just trying to bring people together and share some wisdom. So that was one that came to mind.
Thank you. And Sandy, I know this is generating more questions within you. I want to give you a chance to ask more questions.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, so Craig, I've heard you talk about this topic a lot, but I'd love to share it with the audience. What do you do? Because our ego is going to pop up. It pops up all the time. How do you manage that so that it doesn't mess up your frequency, so that you can keep that vessel pure?
Yeah, beautiful question. And this is something that everybody is going to have to deal with. Because unless you're super righteous, which none of us are perfect, right? We're here to, one of the reasons why we're here is to correct our negative tendencies, and we all have them, is to understand when we might be operating from either of one of two consciousnesses. One is the soul and one is the ego. And so if you're doing something with the intention to receive for the self alone, that's the ego consciousness. When you desire to do something to receive, to share, that's the soul consciousness. And so oftentimes, even if you feel triggered or if something bothers you about somebody else, that's probably the ego getting hurt a little bit, which is a good thing because then we can identify it. You see, the universe is working in collaboration with us. So most people in your life are going to either trigger you in a good way or be a mirror to hold up with something in you that you need to change. And so when we start feeling a little like that, and just to be clear, like being triggered is an invitation to mastery, because now, wait a minute, why is that bothering me the way it is? That's something we need to correct within ourselves. And that's the ego consciousness. So for example, if you're writing a book, someone might have one of two consciousnesses. One is because they have a really good topic that they think is really relevant right now and can help a lot of people. That's the soul correct consciousness. Do you also want the book to do really well, make a lot of money, and propel the brand? Of course. Do a thing, do it well. But the soul thing is because you have these nuggets, you feel very cold, and you want to share this wisdom. Another consciousness would be, I feel like my brand reached a plateau. Let me write a book and earn bestseller status so I can add that to my bio. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that would be the ego consciousness because it's about you first. So that distinction right there is a good way to identify if you're operating from soul or the ego consciousness.
So what are some tricks that you use to make that shift? So you recognize it, and then how do you make that shift back?
When you identify that you might be operating with an agenda, right?
Yeah.
So even something as simple as you're in the lobby of your New York City apartment and you're holding the elevator open for someone, just so they could say thank you and you can receive that compliment. I know that sounds a little crazy, but we're getting deep today. That desire that you did that just so you can get a thank you is operating from the ego consciousness. So in a similar situation, you want to hold the elevator for someone because they might be in a rush. You want to do the right thing. And you're not looking for any recognition or any praise. You just want to hold the elevator for them. Big difference, similar situation. So that is how you identify if what you're doing has pure intentions. And if you do hold the elevator for that person because you wanted them to say thank you so much and they didn't, and that triggers you, bang, unbelievable feedback. Why do I have this need to feel approval or recognition? That's even a deeper root at the seed level, something that we need to correct. And once we do, could take us to our next level of expansion. So throughout the course of a day, you're going to be tested. That's the good news, but also the bad news, right? The bad news is you'll get tested and the universe will always meet you at your level. But the good news is, because it's just a different perspective, is there's so many opportunities to correct negative tendencies, to overcome ego consciousness, and be more available for the great things, connect to the land of miracles. And so just understand how you're feeling and what your intentions are. And then you have the opportunity in that moment to shift back and make sure that you're doing stuff for the right reasons. And if you don't understand why you're feeling a certain way, but you think it's ego consciousness, then I would go deeper on that. I would explore, because it's probably something from childhood or something much more than just holding the elevator open for someone, that there's something in you that's seeking that approval. And that's something we can work through as well.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome. All right. I talked to Dave. I asked David this question earlier today, and I love the fact that you two have been doing the Paradigm Shift live on Instagram. I mean, when I met you 4 years ago, it was right around this time of the year, Craig, 4 years ago in New York City that we met, and you were doing it then. Having that discipline, what has that done for you? Because you even, I didn't realize this, but you even recorded with him on your wedding day because you were that committed. I was like, what? I didn't realize that. How has that discipline made a difference in your life and for your business too? Because it's got to help that as well.
I love the question. So true or false, ladies, when you meet somebody and they're very disciplined, whether spiritually or just in their craft, you automatically assume a little bit more respect for them.
Yeah, very true.
Because being disciplined is a sign of your commitment, right? And I think that discipline and consistency are things that we can control, right? And so by showing up, by staying true to yourself, by being committed, by being disciplined, number one, you're going to continue to propel whatever it is that you're doing faster over time, whether that's training for a marathon or building your personal brand or whatever. But also, spiritually speaking, what you're showcasing to, for me, I say creator, anyone else might say something else, is that you're awakening that desire. You're showing that you're taking this seriously. You're willing to do whatever is needed to continue to be consistent, stay disciplined, and show up. When that desire is awakened, based upon my experience in ancient wisdom and what I study, you're more likely to receive blessings and miracles. So it's twofold, the discipline, right? Number one, you're staying on track. That's the obvious one. But number two, spiritually speaking, you're awakening a desire and you're showcasing that you mean business. And as a result, you're opening yourself up for more surprise support or divine blessings.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Karen, I think you had one last question for Craig before we let him go.
So all of this, higher consciousness thinking and it is so true, because we forget that when we're trying to learn what to do and we think, oh, if I go to this person, they will teach me this secret tip, which oftentimes I do learn so much from people. But to know that it's for me, I have to be in tune with the divine, because it may be an awesome tip for Sandy, and Sandy's ready for that tip. And it may be something that I apply in the future. But for me, for right now, I really need to be in tune with the divine and listen, because that's going to be what is my next best step. So I appreciate so much, Craig, your consciousness, your focus on having a pure intention, making sure that your heart is right and your motives are right, because that's what this is all about. That's what we're here for. And so I applaud you, and I thank you for sharing those thoughts. I wonder if you had any last bits of wisdom, of maybe something that you've learned about actually podcasting that was helpful to you, that could be helpful for us. Besides waiting for us to, maybe you will be the answer to someone who is in tune right now, seeking that download.
In regards to the podcast, I'll give you a podcast nugget and then a spiritual nugget. For the podcast, for me, I would say the podcast, of all the things we've done, has opened up the most doors and created the most opportunities. Yeah. And interestingly enough, the intention behind the podcast was to create this vehicle, this space, to be able to share wisdom and connect with people from all over the world that I thought would be really good to share with our community, that I might not have had the opportunity to connect with otherwise. But here, the podcast is this great, maybe this isn't the best word, but an excuse to collaborate and get together. And so by doing that, it has created some of the best relationships that I have in my life, because those guests end up becoming friends. And then also being able to go deep in that space and hold that space and create meaningful conversations and challenge each other and go deep has created such a ripple effect of help for everybody who listens and consumes it and shares it. And then obviously the byproduct of all of that, of doing a really good job, has led to book deals and hundreds of thousands of dollars and clients and all that stuff. And that's really just the bonus. But the intention was pure. And I think the podcast, I see it time and time and again. People think it's sexy, it's a good idea, and they lose steam because they run out of gas, or they realize, oh, wait, this actually takes work. Absolutely it does. Anything in the world worthwhile takes work. That shouldn't scare you away. I think the podcast is an unbelievable, beautiful vehicle. It's available to anybody if you have the discipline and you're willing to stay consistent. And the last thing I'll say is, in regards to anybody that's maybe not where they'd hope they'd been right now in their movie, in their life, I would just challenge you and invite you to ask yourself, what are you not giving yourself permission to ask for? And I don't just mean like asking your boss for a raise. I mean like asking the universe for exactly what it is that you desire. Because when you're clear on it, the universe will be clear on it. And so I would encourage everybody unapologetically to give yourself permission to ask for what you desire.
Brilliant. And I just want to close with, I've published multiple articles on discovering your zone of genius. And I know I've told you this, Craig, but the very last line in it is a quote from you as my coach and mentor. You don't get in life, you don't get what you want, you get what you're committed to.
Mm. Yes.
and Sandy, I've heard that saying too, that you don't get what you want, you get what you are. And I think that goes right along with what Craig is saying. And so, Craig, thank you so much. This is an amazing conversation, and you have so much wisdom and so much that we can apply to make sure that we are aligned with the universe, so that we can receive those divine downloads, so that we can receive those answers that we're seeking and that guidance, so that we can fulfill our mission here on earth, and that we can share that message that is our mission, that is our passion, that we feel that desire to share for a reason. And so thank you for sharing your message. Thank you for the reinvention formula, because a lot of us are reinventing ourselves. We're pivoting in life and trying to figure out how to do that. And so I appreciate your good heart and sharing with us. And thank you for joining me, Sandy, and for this great conversation.
Well, thank you so much,
you,
ladies.
Craig.
Appreciate it so much. Love the work that you're doing. Keep up the great work, and it's a pleasure being here with you too.
Thank you. Great. All right. Well, our next guest is Julianne, and she is going to be sharing some more with us. It is just amazing to be able to have so many experts who can share with us in so many different ways. And so I just really appreciate the things that we learn, to have all of these amazing mentors and then their connections. And so, Julianne knows people that I don't know. And so when I meet Julianne at the Los Angeles Tribune, I open the doors to so many additional connections and so much additional wisdom. And maybe I have learned something on a certain level, but then Julianne has learned it on a deeper level. And so it is really powerful to be in this community with the Los Angeles Tribune. And Julianne, you are a wonderful mentor to so many. I am honored to be able to have you as a mentor myself. And so I would like to have you introduce yourself and tell us more about your new position with E360 TV and about your podcast and about how you have utilized TV and media. And first, just tell us a little bit about yourself, and then tell us more.
That's a long question. Thank you so much, Karen, for the wonderful introduction. I am Julianne Meyer, and as Karen mentioned, I am recently been promoted to the Chief Strategist Officer for E360 TV and the Vice President of Programming and Host Affairs, which is a really fancy way of saying I get to help cultivate new shows and hosts and help them with their journey on creating their show. And not only that, but also creating income with that. And I also still have my own TV network as well, Achieve TV, which is distributed by E360 TV. And so I've been in the media world for quite some time. I'm very happy to be a part of the LA Tribune family and happy to be here today. There's been so many different opportunities that have been given to me because I was able to get over myself and put myself out there. And I think it was Sandy who said about David Meltzer and how, she could have had him on her podcast 6 months ago, but she didn't ask. And it's kind of fascinating because how I started was I started with an online summit so I could grow my email list to sell to. And it was so wildly successful that I was interviewed on TV shows and featured in magazines and all of those sorts of things because of the guests that, not me, but because of the guests that I was able to get to come onto my summit. So my point in sharing that is that you just start where you are and always ask. You just never know what the answer is going to be. I think the meanest no I got for asking people was, can I send you my book? So, people are a lot kinder than you think that they are. And if you're willing to put yourself out there, you can create the podcast of your dreams, the TV show of your dreams. Just create yourself in such a way that you are adding value and creating impact for the people that are going to be watching you and learning from you.
Yeah, I just appreciate so much, Julianne, you bringing this up about our dreams, and what we would like to do, because a TV show, oh my word, that just seems beyond my wildest dreams. It just seems like something that, the Kardashians or somebody that I can't even relate to, that they're doing out there in the world. And to think that might be possible for me. Sometimes it's hard to grasp that when it feels so far away and you have no idea the path to get there. And maybe you do have limiting beliefs about that. And so can you talk to us about that step? Like Henry mentioned, get used to to hearing your voice, get used to sharing your video with your family. And you've talked also about, walk, then crawl, then run. Could you talk to us more about that process as far as getting us to the running stage of TV?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. I think having a podcast is perfect for people who want to have a TV show. It's not as scary as you think. I know that it seems like that because it is another level of being viewed. However, it's just what you don't know seems scary. It's like the monster in the corner until you turn the light on. Then all of a sudden you realize it's a coat rack. It's the same idea with doing television. It is not that hard of a jump or big of a jump to do both. And I'm a big, huge believer in how many times can you bounce the same ball. As entrepreneurs, we are on to the next, constantly looking for the next shiny object. I wrote a book and now I'm writing my next one. We did not even celebrate the fact or even market or share our book that we just spent a year writing. We've got it up on the shelf somewhere. It's the same idea though. How many times can you put everything together to create the biggest impact that you can? And that's why I love doing television, because it's not an either or proposition. You have your podcast, but you get to be seen on TV as well. I mean, how many podcasts have video anyway? So why not be seen on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Why not? I mean, for my personal show, which I've had since October 2020, I'm like Sandy, I've got at least 300 and something episodes in the can. I have 175,000 minimum viewers per month, minimum. And that, I've held steady for quite a few years because I haven't really grown my show in that way. So ultimately, it's just a matter of being okay with not being perfect and being okay with starting and figuring it out as you go along. And then you have people such as myself who can help you and guide you along the way. You don't have to do it alone. Anybody that's starting out shouldn't have to do it alone. I mean, TV is kind of like the best kept secret. It's been around forever, doing streaming television, but not everybody knows about it yet. So now everybody does.
Exactly. So if someone was going to say, why should I do streaming television? I already have my podcast. It's on audio. Why should I do streaming television? What would you tell them?
Absolutely. So here's the thing. You already have the content anyway. Why not bounce that ball as many times as possible? Yes, you are going to have people that are perfectly content listening to you as a podcast. But think about this. Back in the day when we just had the radio, everybody still sat around the radio and stared at it, even though there wasn't a picture there. So why not expand your audience, expand your reach, expand your impact to television as well? You don't have to recreate the wheel and do anything different. You can just add these other platforms onto what you're already doing. And as I said, my TV show, most people start, and if you're familiar with numbers for podcasts, it's not anywhere near what it is for a TV show. Most people that start with me have between 4,000 to 6,000 viewers per month within the first 30 days. 30 days. I was on somebody else's podcast and it grew my audience by 20,000 in 30 days. So, it's just one of these things where it's just another way to really, really create that impact. Because if you've already done the work, why not create a community and a home for where your work can live so that you can create the most impact for the most people? Because it's not the same people. Some people prefer websites. Some people prefer QR codes. It's the same idea. Why not just use the same content and put it out on the different platforms?
Oh, excellent, Julianne. And those numbers are staggering. I mean, that is absolutely phenomenal. And so another question that I think that our audience may have, I'm sensing, is that they may be saying, well, I've moved from an audio podcast to having my podcast be a video podcast on YouTube. And I've done that. I started with my YouTube podcast, but I grew my audio faster, and then I was lagging with adding the content on YouTube. And so if I already were doing the YouTube podcast, I might be wondering, well, what's the difference between doing a video podcast on YouTube versus what you're talking about with TV? Because some people call YouTube TV, and maybe it is. I'm not really sure, but could you clarify that part of YouTube compared to TV? Because I know Sandy also has a TV show as well that she has started. And so, Julianne, if you could just add some light there for us, for those of us who are still learning and this is still so new.
Absolutely. Yes, there is definitely a difference between YouTube and TV. I think about it like this. I watch YouTube on my computer and my phone. I watch TV at 65 inches on my couch. There's a huge difference between the two. Now, here's the beautiful thing about doing TV. You can also put it on YouTube. So it's not that you have to give one up in order to do another. But in my world, in the OTT, because that's what it's called, OTT universe, YouTube is considered social media. So we don't consider that TV per se, and it is a completely different animal. It's like learning Instagram and TikTok and all of these things. It's the way that you have to upload your videos and how you reach out and be seen on YouTube is a lot harder than, I shouldn't say it's harder. It's slower growth for most people. So it doesn't, it's definitely a long burn. You got to take some time to be able to grow that in a positive, good way and gain that momentum that you're looking for. But Apple TV is not YouTube, and Roku is not Instagram. So that's really what the main difference is the platform that it's on and where you would most likely watch it.
Very interesting. And so, Sandy, with you having just recently started your TV show, could you tell us a little bit about your decision-making process and why you moved your podcast to TV as well? Because I think you also had a YouTube podcast too, right?
So I have my YouTube channel. And so my journey with launching a television show has been in the making for about a year now. And what was happening was that I did so many interviews about happiness and that topic that I was like, if I'm going to launch a television show, do I really want it to be on happiness? So I alluded earlier, and Michael kind of alluded to that, yes, I am doing a little bit of a shift. I will always keep my happiness podcast, at least as long as the numbers are still there. But because I'm a retired U.S. national and international figure skating coach, I've been an athlete my entire life. I'm like, I want to talk to athletes. I want this to be about sports. And so, yes, I'm in production for season 1. I don't have I know I have a call with you coming up later this week, Julianne, where we're going to dive into it. I had to reschedule. Sorry about that from a few days ago. But so for me, and I'm probably overthinking this because I want it to be very different than just a podcast interview. I don't want it to seem like a podcast interview. So I'm probably overthinking it a little bit too much because I just want it to be something very different. And so I just haven't launched yet. But since I'm doing the TV show a lot at the same time, I'm also launching the TV show as a podcast as well. So I'll be dropping it each, episodes as a podcast as well, because you might as well, because it's very easy to do.
So what was your why for doing that TV show? So
the why is, just as Julianne was talking about, is you've got different types of audiences. Okay. So there's people that listen to podcasts that won't watch a show on streaming, and vice versa. And so I want to, my why is so much bigger than I am. And I'm all about consciousness, right? It's all about that collective consciousness and helping to raise the consciousness of the planet. And for me, because I'm an athlete, I feel like athletes are our future leaders. Because when you're an athlete, not doesn't mean you can't be a leader without being in sports. It's just the grit and the resilience that comes with being an elite athlete. Those are the people that I love to talk to really dive into their mindset and what makes you tick so that's kind of where I was coming from. And just so excited. I've already filmed at 2 different international tennis tournaments. I've already been interviewing NCAA champions from soccer and lacrosse. Just having a blast.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yes,
So it's
all
in the works.
over. Very exciting, Sandy. And so when we talk about growing our podcast, Julianne, these numbers that you are giving us, I think it's really hard to wrap your brain around it. When you first start out, and you're thrilled that you have 2 downloads, my mom and my sister, listen to it, or my grandma, or something. And then you're growing and maybe you're getting 50, 100, maybe, in the hundreds. And so then to think of this growth, could you talk a little bit more about that growth that is available and more of what you offer through or what a person can gain through whatever TV platform that they are going to?
Exactly. And I'm glad that you mentioned whatever TV platform that they want to work with, because I want to bring up something that most people don't realize. No matter who you work with, you want to make sure that you own your content. And there are a lot of streaming platforms out there that they take your content and you don't even realize it. So if you're giving away your intellectual property and you don't own it and you leave for whatever reason, you don't have that anymore. You can't use it anywhere. You can't bounce that ball anywhere else. So just make sure that before you sign anything that you have the full rights to your content. So, but as far as numbers and as far as growth is concerned, here's the thing, like with my distributor and who I work for now, we've been around for 8 years. So we built up like 9 million viewers on average that go through the platform. So you already have this walk-through traffic. So I kind of describe like the difference between a podcast versus a TV show and the growth process. When you are starting out a podcast, it's like being in a mall and you have a store that's behind the Bed Bath & Beyond that's closed, and you have to send up flyers for people to find you, and there's tons of marketing and all these things. Like you really have to work hard in order to make that momentum start. Once people know you're there, great. But until then, it's your mom, it's your boyfriend, it's your whomever watching, and that's it. But with a TV show, not only do you have to create that momentum for yourself, but you're like a kiosk in the middle of the mall, and you already have all of these people already there looking and going through. And so you have this built-in audience to start out with as you grow who you want. I mean, you automatically have, it's like marketing to your target. It's really cool the way that it works because you don't have to start from nothing. You get to start sort of using the crawl, walk, run. You start at walk. So it's kind of nice as far as growth.
Wow, that's amazing.
I love that. So, do you want me to go? Okay.
Yes, ask a question, Sandy, please.
Okay. Yeah. So what advice can you give to somebody, myself included, who would like to branch out, launch a television show? Is there anything that you need to do differently when you're switching those hats as a TV host as opposed to a podcast host?
I love that question because, as I mentioned before, you can just strip the audio and that, but you do want to have that distinction because if you don't want a video podcast on TV, you want to have a TV show that you turn into a podcast as well. Like it's okay for it to look like a TV show as a podcast, but you don't want to switch it around the other way. It just doesn't work quite as well. So my biggest advice is, and this is for business growth too, because a lot of people think that it has to be their podcast or their TV show has to be about their business. It genuinely does not have to be about your business. It needs to be something that you're passionate about, and it needs to be something that you can talk about for years to come. Because if you pigeonhole yourself, you will get bored with whatever it is that you're sharing. You will not want to do it anymore. Other people might still love it, but why do something you're not passionate about? So pick something that you absolutely love, because when people fall in love with you, they want to work with you. They want to hear more. They want to learn more. They want to have everything to do with you. So people make the mistake of making it about their business. You don't have to. Like, I love that Sandy is taking her passion for athletes and making that into something, because that's something that's interesting to her, and it will be for so many other people, and especially because she's passionate. Will that lead to people watching her other podcast? Absolutely. Will that lead to people wanting to work with her? Absolutely. So I think that the biggest thing to think about is think long term, and how could I sell this later? Because you created this huge thing. So how can I sell this later? So don't make it about you necessarily. Make it about your topic, and make that topic exceptionally broad so that you can go anywhere and explore any way that you want to go.
Wow. And what a mic drop, moment. I mean, that is just incredible. Do something that you're passionate about. Who can feel the passion in Julianne? Raise your hand. Put a 1 in the chat. And Sandy too. I mean, these two women are so passionate, and they have such heart. And I just love that. And the other gold nugget that you said was, it's okay to go from a TV show to a podcast, but not so much the other way around. Because if you're already doing an audio podcast, you might think, well, vice versa, which way does it matter? And so thank you for that wisdom that you just shared with us there. You have so much wisdom, Julianne, and we would love to continue having you share with us. If you had one last takeaway for us, what would you say?
I would say stop making it about you. I mean, this is the same idea for everyone, and just make it about who is the viewer, who is watching you, who is listening to you. What experience do you want them to have? How can you make them feel comfortable and feel educated and welcome and be a part of? Because anybody in this day and age, they want to feel like they're a part of the conversation, not being talked at. And I think that is really important, is to include in the conversation whoever it is that you're trying to reach.
Yes. And
Brilliance.
Sandy, last words from you, Sandy.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing all of your brilliance and wisdom today. What is some of the best advice that you've received as a TV host?
You know what? Here's the thing. When I started, and like I said, E360 TV has been around for 8 years, and I started about 4 years ago, but there's no YouTube teaching people how to do what I do. You have to follow other people and find other information. So I used to follow other people, but I decided to create my own wave. And that's how I ended up where I am today, because I thought, that works for you, but that doesn't resonate with me. And so I just started doing what worked for me instead of doing what worked for other people and trying to be them. So that's the best advice that I learned, even though it wasn't given to me, but I did learn it the hard way. And I tried doing other people's things. And I'm not saying that those things don't work. I'm just saying I made everything my own, and I created what did not exist so that I could have it for myself and for everyone else.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, ladies. Thank you so much, Julianne, for sharing with us, and for both of you for your passion that you have, and for your generosity to take your time to dedicate yourself this whole day to helping podcasters to grow and to find this power that we are looking for, and looking for that fuel to keep us going, so that we can make it past episode number 8, so that we can, be like David Meltzer and be like on 1950th episode. And so I really appreciate you being with us today, and I appreciate your hearts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next group is a podcast panel that are members of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network that we're going to bring up. And Julie and Sandy, I will let you host this together, and we will bring those guests up on stage. And great, we have Jeff Ross, the Caffeinated Kangaroo, Lauren Fields with the Fieldswell podcast, Chris Ashley with Exchange Your Mind. Did I say that? No, it's Change Your Mind. She's got an @ sign in front of that. And Dr. Christina Castagnini, Behind the Bite. And so, ladies, take it away.
Thank you so much, Karen. First of all, I wanted to say real quick, Karen has done such an amazing job today. So grateful for her. She just knows how to rock it. And welcome everybody to the panel. We are so excited. Sandy, since you are a part of this podcast network, I want you to start it off because this is your team. These are your people.
They are. I love all of you. It's so great to see all of you. Jake, you know what I'm going to say. I don't know where your hat is. Come on. Please put it on. There you go. Thank you. All right, folks. A lot of you I met about a year ago. Some of you sooner. You know, it hasn't been as long. I want to hear from all of you. How has podcasting changed you as a person and your business? And we're just going to go around. We'll start with you, Jeff.
Yeah, great question. And I'm actually
Good morning, by the way. Jeff
you.
from Australia. Yes.
Yeah, the land down under. I'm actually wearing my hat today in homage to Jake because I thought if he's wearing a hat, I've got to wear mine and represent Australia too. What was the question again? So how's it opened doors for me? So like it's helped me to step up and shine. It's helped me to grow as a leader. It's helped me to grow as a human. And like the more I put myself out there, the more I have to step up, the more I get to shine, but not just me, like the community around us, you know, the people that we get to speak to and just the amazing stories and the collaborative projects. And, you know, I only just launched my podcast probably about 4 months ago, and the amount of opportunities and the doors that are opening because of that is just absolutely amazing.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. All right, Jake, host of Total Disruption. Congratulations. You've got the new podcast and a book. Love it. See, that's how I needed to do it. I did it completely opposite. You're doing it the correct way. So kudos to you. How has this up-leveled your life?
Well, we're doing it that direction because we're following great mentors and role models like, I don't know, Sandy and Julie Ann and Lauren and, you know, Christina and Chris and Jeff. Like, you guys make it easier. Like, hey, we broke this, don't do it that way. So it makes it really easy for me to go forward and do it. I want to go back to like one of the things Sam Crowley said earlier that I really liked was he talked about during that really hard time with his daughter, where he would need to go out into the parking lot and do his podcast from the parking garage and yell at his laptop. But he said what it did for him, he said it changed his state. He put him in a place that he was able to show up better for everybody in that way. So that I agree with that. It's such a piece to where you don't get a choice. Like, you've got to show up, you got to smile, you got to engage. And that has forced me to do that. And that has forced me to allow myself to be in just a higher state, and knowing that I can bring that to my audience too. So that's one of the biggest pieces for me, is it just put me in that better mental place.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Dr. Christina.
All right. Well, interesting question. So I was thinking when the other two were talking, I think it made me get out of my shell. I was in the private sector at a HMO in a hospital for so many years, actually my whole career. And so I left and I was suddenly in the public sector and I was a nobody. And so one of my goals was to have a louder voice and to reach more people. And I thought, okay, the podcast is the best way to do that. And I think it was Karen said, like, getting past like the 8th podcast, right? And here I am past 200 now. And I think it just gave me the confidence to say, like, getting over that imposter syndrome and to also have so many more opportunities. Like right now, I would never have this opportunity to meet all of you amazing people and have this platform. And so it's just, I can't even tell you the amount of opportunities and amount of people I've connected with. And so it's been this amazing experience.
Fantastic. I love it. Chris, Ashley. Hey.
I'm so happy to be here. Yeah. Also, shout out to Karen and Julianne and Sandy. You're all amazing. And my fellow panelists. I think, like Christina said, it has opened so many doors for me. I launched my podcast because I launched a book and my publisher told me to. And I fell in love with it. I've met so many amazing people. I've joined the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, where I get to be collaborating with all you incredible people. And I recently launched a TV show because of it. So I was loving everything that you two were just talking about before this. And I just wanted to say what Jake said earlier, it makes your focus on the audience. It's not about you. So you really get to serve. And that is so special.
So beautiful. So beautiful. Lauren Fields, beautiful Lauren Fields.
Hi, team and family. I'm so grateful to be here. Starting a podcast, wow. I originally had the notion that I wanted to start a podcast probably 5 years ago. And it took me 5 years maybe to get the courage to actually do it. And so starting a podcast has shown me what's possible to really say yes to what you're called to do. And I don't think you can even realize what that feels like until you're on the other side of it. And the amount of opportunities, conversations, information, open doors that have happened to me since I've started showing up and gotten out of my own way has just been amazing to see. And just like watching this event today has been so special. All these incredible speakers, Sam, David, Craig. Wow. I'm blown away and I'm so grateful to be here.
Yeah, for sure. Julianne, I have one more question, and then I'll let you take the floor. So we keep talking about how podcasting opens up doors, expands your network. I know I have dozens of stories. Can you all? We're going to go around the panel again and share what's one story, and tell it briefly, that has really made an impact by how the podcast has opened up the doors for you. Because I want to give concrete examples, because I feel like we keep saying it on this macro level. I want to hear some micro details about how podcasting has really made a difference for you. Jeff, we'll start with you again.
Sorry, better unmute myself. Yeah, that's a really great question. So I suppose, as I say, very early into the days of podcasting, and it all come off the back of putting myself out there in the virtual speaking world through the podcast, and just the amazing connections off the back of a couple of events that I made, the doors that opened. Simple, just like introductions to Karen, then, and yourself, Sandy. And then off the back of those introductions, I got introduced to Michael Silvers, and here I am right now, early days in, launching my podcast, and I'm being blessed with the opportunity to be a part of this amazing network. When I started the podcast, I never thought that would be possible. I thought that'd be 2, 3 years, 4 years down the road. And it's only been months. And the opportunities that have come off the back of that now is establishing, my presence and my brand and my authority to be able to now start to open up the doors for other speaking events, virtual and on stage. And that's all because of, just taking that leap forward and starting my podcast. So really, really grateful and blessed.
Love it. Love it. Jake, what about you?
So I agree with everything Jeff said. Everything Jeff said is totally correct. I'll go a slightly different way. Very recently, and Sandy mentioned this in the beginning, that we had a new book that came out, Shameless Self-Promotion. There it is. And you have to do that because that's the branding piece. But this is what the TV show, the podcast, allows you to do. So that book, we had the opportunity to go #1 bestseller its first day it went out, because we were able to leverage our audience. We were able to leverage our fellow podcasters' audiences. We were able to leverage everybody that we know. So it's not just, keep this in mind. And Julianne mentioned this earlier, where she talked about you've got 9 million people that are, already a walkthrough audience, that are already there. When you start your podcast and you engage with the community as a whole, you are able to leverage everybody else. And now you can do much bigger. So think about if you have a cause you want to do, and Chris can agree with this one. I think you've got a cause that you're running with your book and the things that you're supporting. You're not just reaching out to Sandy's got 140,000 downloads a month. She's got a great audience. We're running like 9,000 people an episode, but now I get to leverage her 140,000, the 9 million on that, Jeff's million people, Christina's. everybody, like we all get to come together as this community of podcasters to help each other do super cool things. Like we can't do that alone, but we get to do it together, and it's awesome.
Love it. That was brilliant, Jake. Thank you. Dr. Christina.
So one thing, when Jeff was talking about the speaking, I had always had stage fright. And so I felt much more comfortable behind the microphone with the podcast. And so it was a really interesting thing. I started to get on LinkedIn a bunch of requests to do some speaking engagements. And I kind of freaked out a little bit because I'd always had some fear of being up on stage. But I realized that I was getting those invites because of the podcast. And then I started to do some of the speaking engagements, and I never thought of myself as a speaker at all, but I actually really like it now. And it's something I'm actually pursuing more. And the more I'm doing it, like with the podcast, I'm getting much more comfortable. And so it's just this other area of my career that I never, ever thought I would do. So there you have it. And through that, I'm meeting more people. And so, as a psychologist, I have to say, it's like this, I'm working from home too. It's this very kind of isolating profession, but with the podcast, the speaking engagement, being part of the Tribune, I'm just so grateful that I actually feel like I'm connecting with people outside of my patients. And so that part's making this really wonderful too. So I'm a really social person. So all of this has been just a good balance for me too. So.
Love it. Love it. All right, Chris Ashley.
I love what Jake said, because you called it out. I've also published a book, and I went on so many podcasts to promote it, and other people promote their stuff on mine. But if we're talking outside the book, outside Los Angeles Tribune, I had probably 6 different guests come on my show promoting a new television show that they had at this brand new television network. And I kept hearing it over and over, and they were all like, you should be on this. You should be on this. And all 5 people, without me asking, sent email introductions with these producers. And now I have a television show that I didn't even try and get. So you never know. And I've also done events and retreats with people who have been on my podcast. So it's just been incredible. So many stories.
Love it. Love it. And lastly, Lauren.
I think before starting a podcast, you have this perhaps fear-based thinking, which I had, which was, how am I going to get guests to be on my podcast, or who am I to share my message? And it was interesting and amazing to find out that on the other side of starting, there's so many ways to grow it, such as, databases or websites like Podmatch or Podcast Guests. And using these websites, I've been able to grow the podcast. And in doing that, was able to create a deck and reach out to guests that I never would have imagined would have said yes to me in the first few months of starting. But as we've seen from this podcast summit, we all want to help. We all want to help one another grow and evolve and improve. And so it's just enabled me to connect with so many amazing, interesting individuals and learn so much that I didn't even realize would have been possible at the start or right before I started.
I love it. Thank you all for sharing that. And I hope that gave the audience just a kind of a taste of how things can change in your business once you launch a podcast.
That's very well
Julianne.
said. Thank you so much. Yeah. So something I'm noticing is everybody's talking about networking and how we create these new relationships and things like that. And yes, even I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my show. So it is very, very true for those of you who are watching right now. But here's the thing that I think people who are watching would really love to hear about. And we're going to start with Lauren, since you were just up there a second ago. What is something that you wish you would have known that would have gotten you to start faster? or because you can choose either one, or something that you wish you would known so that you could have your show run smoother?
Sure. So I'm going to go, one of my favorite podcasters is Ed Milet, the Ed Milet Show. And something that he said was, you can't learn how to drive in a parked car. So the action is in the doing. We'll wait so long because we want to be perfect at whatever we're doing. We want to learn so much before we start, but the real learning comes in the doing. And so I wish, when I look back at myself, that I would have just started, But what has helped me so much, and perhaps it was a timing thing and it was destined for me to start when I started, was becoming involved with the LA Tribune Podcast Network and surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals who are doing something similar to you, because that's how you learn. And it feels so amazing to grow together. Like many of us from the LA Tribune Podcast Network were just at the Podcast Movement Conference in DC. So to be part of a team has been so amazing. So what I wish I would have known sooner in my life would have been just to start and to surround yourself by like-minded individuals.
Very well said. Yes, that it is. It's about starting and just actually doing the thing. Jake, you're up next. My question for you, though, is a little bit different. How do you combine all of the things so that people know who you are and they can pick what they want to know and learn about you and from you?
Well, that actually is kind of the same question of where I was going with the first question. So for me, like I'll tell you, see, let's go super tactical here. So I'm going to say CRM is where you're going to land, because you're going to need to be able to engage with your audience on a tactical way. Your follow-up has got to be specific. It's got to be consistent. It's got to be the messaging that your audience wants. Julianne said it earlier, because it's not about us. It's not about us. What's the experience your audience wants? What are they asking of us? So in order for me to facilitate that, I've got to have a pretty mean CRM. Now, we've rolled through several of them, and I'm not going to pitch any particular one by any stretch of the imagination, because we don't get paid for any of that stuff. But like, grab one you're really comfortable using, that's easy for you, that's not a job. Because if it's easy for you to use, you're going to be able to engage with your audience more authentically. You're not going to be fighting with the technology, but make sure you've got a tool. So that's how I'm doing it. We've got a big beastie CRM that, you know, keeps our TV show in a spot and our podcast in a spot and our blog posts in a spot and our website organized and our books all in the right spot and our courses and our on down the road, so that we aren't being administrators. Because here's the other thing you need to understand. You're a great podcast host. You're a great TV show. You have an amazing message. You're a terrible administrator. We all are. We suck at doing administration. So like, I will tell you, get something that's easy to use for you. And as soon as you can afford to do it, hire somebody to do it for you, to operate and run. Leverage, leverage, leverage. I talk about it all the time. Do the thing you're great at. Do the thing you love doing. Get up and speak in front of people. Share your message. Improve people's lives. Let somebody else manage the customer experience that your customer truly wants.
Well said. It is. It's so much more than even just the show. So, Jeff, this is kind of newer for you, but I'm curious for you. What is the thing that you've discovered has taken more time than you thought it would in order to make yourself get where you are today?
Marketing. It's funny because I'm a marketing coach, right? You know, putting a podcast onto the plate, you know, I thought it'd be just, you know, show up, do a guest host, and then and publish it and done and dusted. I had to learn how naive I was. I still am in that journey, but learning how to, you know, once again, I think Jake hit the nail on the head, making it about the audience and how we can add value to the audience and you know, contribute to that, you know, so they actually show up and they actually engage and always looking for ways to, you know, deliver a golden nugget and leave some value behind in their hearts. But, you know, it's going through the whole marketing journey and understanding the real ins and outs of the before and after, what I call Sucksville versus Awesome Town. And each episode is an opportunity to take people through that journey and basically, you know, use stories to help create clarity. You know, a confused mind will never take any action, right? So our job as the host and to engage with our audience is to always to connect the story and help them to get clarity in the lessons and the value tips to be able to then go and take massive action on the other end of it. So it's a double-edged sword. It's learning how to, you know, be that marketing, that communicator for myself to be able to get our message across, but to always be able to, you know, step back and put myself into the other people's shoes and how can I add value to their lives so that they can take those lessons and not just acquire new knowledge, but to be able to take those lessons and be ignorance on fire versus knowledge on ice.
Beautiful. I love that. Yes, it's so much more than just the actual act of doing it. Dr. Christina, you have been having your podcast for quite some time now. So for those that are watching, how do you stay consistent? Because that seems to be the one thing where people tend to fall back on. They don't feel like it, so they don't do it. How do you stay consistent?
Wow. There's ebbs and flows, and I'm not going to lie. There were times where I was really struggling with how do I get guests. And I think much like what Lauren said, Podmatch has been great. And there were times where I just said, hey, you know what? I had to go back to why did I start this in the first place? Remind myself. And those are when I had the solo shows. And I remember when I first started out, I thought, well, I had just the first 5 solo shows. And so those are the times I go back to reminding myself, why did I start this in the first place? Much like Jeff said, like, who's your audience? What is the message you want to get out? And so it's during those times where maybe there is like a lull and, sometimes during the holidays, people aren't around to get on the show or something like that. But actually for my show, those are the times where I think my listeners in particular are struggling the most. I do a show on eating disorders and body image. And so those tend to be the times where my audience is really struggling, really need to hear messaging about, food and struggling with dieting and all that kind of thing. So that's where I dig deep and really think about what do they need to hear. And so, and I remember too, it's like being consistent. When I listen to podcasts, I look forward to my favorite ones when I know they're coming out, on their certain days. And so I think about that too. It's like, hey, I've finally gotten to the point where I feel fortunate enough that I have been doing it for so long and I do have people listening consistently. So I think about that. And so that's really what I come back to is what do the listeners want and what do they need?
Amen to that. What do the listeners want? It is about the audience. Absolutely. And Chris, you're up. My question for you is really simple. How do you decide what you're going to talk about? How do you decide what your content is going to be? Because there's so many things to choose from. How do you choose?
You know what? I think you gave me the easiest question out of everyone, even though I loved everyone's answers. I talk about what I'm passionate about. I have been living, breathing, just researching my topic for the past 2 decades of my life. It's what I'm reading books on in my spare time, what I'm listening to other shows on. It's what moves me in this world. So, I think that it's so easy to have guests on. It's so easy to have authentic conversations, to not really have to do any prep because I love talking about the topic that I talk about. And you were talking about the same thing before when you were talking with Sandy and Karen, like find something that you really care about and you can do it for long term.
Well said. Absolutely. Because if you're not passionate about it, who else is going to be, right? Sandy, what are your thoughts?
Oh my gosh, this has been so amazing. And just, I've just been sitting here like listening to all of you and just absolutely loving this. Because I've seen all of you just, I don't want to say grow because it's just so whatever, but like, I just love seeing how you've all just taken things and you're just becoming so successful. And it's just so amazing to see and to be a part of. So yeah, just incredible. And what I would like to hear from, we'll start with Chris because you're just up at my top left-hand corner here. So what was the deciding factor for you in why you wanted to take your show to television?
So my television show, like yours, is totally different from my podcast. And my podcast is personal development, spirituality, and science. And I've always had this woo-woo side of me. And I get to explore it in this show. And like I said, it kind of found me. The other story besides that, like all these people coming on my show saying you'd be great for it, is I had some random person reach out on Instagram who I had never met. And she was like, hey, I'm connecting with other creators on this network. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not one. But this was like the final kicker. So I believe in the power of the universe. And it just felt like this path was drawing me. And I get to explore a totally different side of myself. So I'm just saying yes until I have a good reason to say no.
Oh my gosh, I love it. All right, Lauren, I have watched you grow so much, so much. And make sure you unmute yourself because I'm just looking at your little button there. What has been the one thing for you that keeps you going? Because we've talked multiple times today about, all of us right here, we've been doing this for a few months. We're in the 1%. We are in the top 1% of podcasters because we've stuck it out and we keep going and we're posting consistently. What is it? What is your why? Why do you keep doing it? What is it that keeps you doing your podcast?
Sure. So I know we've all heard so much. Consistency is key. Post that at least one episode a week. And I think we best speak to the younger version of ourselves. And my podcast, the Fields Well podcast, I like to say it's your destination for growth and transformation. It's wellness, psychology, mindset. And it really speaks to what I believe is strengthening that relationship you have with yourself. And a big piece of that for me is trust. So if I say that I'm going to post one episode a week or I'm going to have my podcast recorded in time, I'm not only building trust with myself, but also with my audience and my viewers. So I want to ensure that they have a new episode each week so they can build trust in me and my show can grow over time. And so that's what keeps me showing up, speaking to the younger version of me who maybe needed that help, needed that transformation, needed that personal development knowledge. And now I can give that back because I've done the inner work. And so it's really empowering and inspiring for me and to help me love myself so that I can show up better for others. And that's what keeps me showing up consistently in life.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right, Jake, your new podcast, and I'm pretty sure you have a co-host. Is that correct?
That is correct. Michael Labersi is my co-host. Yep.
So how has that been? How has that transition been? Because a lot of us, we're the only host. And you had a show, right, that you were putting on YouTube and it was by yourself. How has that transition been? And what is that benefit to you to have a co-host?
I'd love to say that the transition has been wildly easy. In one aspect it is, and I don't want to say it. I don't want to make that sound like it's hard to work with Mike, because the reason it has been a good transition is because there's this weird chemistry that Michael and I have together that, we come from two polar opposite sides of the universe and the things that we just are into and the way we do. And we're just very, very different people, but somehow, like when we found each other, and there's no good description here. Like when we found each other, it just worked. It just worked. And the advantage of this, and this goes back to what we were all talking about earlier with the co-host, is now I don't have to do it alone. Like I had like 135 episodes of my previous podcast that I ran out on YouTube. It's called Embrace the Suck. We're reusing some of that material. Thank God it's evergreen. It's always out there. I watch some of the old stuff and I'm like, wow, just wow. And now you get into some of the new stuff that we're doing, which with E360 TV with Julianne has been a huge benefit with Michael, but it's so much easier. Like Chris talked about how easy it was for her to talk about something she's really passionate about, and she's able to do that and she doesn't have to prepare. Mike and I get to do the same thing because both of us might be having something going on and we just go, oh yeah, that's what the audience suggested. That's what the survey said they want us to talk about today. So we just keep interviewing each other. We're just always able to do that. We can add guests, but the transition for me, what I would tell you is trust that you don't have to do it alone. Whether that is you have a co-host or whether you have a coach, she's on here, or whether you have other mentors and role models, the LA Tribune Podcast Network, this entire group. We have a meeting twice, 3 times a week. We have a WhatsApp group that's blowing up right now. Trust that you don't have to do it alone. So the advantage for me in that respect is the fact that that is a true partnership. We have similar alignment, we have similar views, and we want to help our audience go faster when it comes right down to it.
Love it. What a great perspective there to share. So thank you, Jake. All right. Lastly, Jeff, you're probably the newest podcaster in the group. Is there anything? Yeah. Is there anything that you know today that you wish you would have known when you launched?
Yeah, just the power of AI and how it helps us to get out of our own way. I wish I started leveraging AI. I wish I started a podcast. I wished I started a coaching business way sooner than what I did. And it really was because of the power of AI and how it's been supportive as a collaborative agent to be able to help me to enhance what was already there. But I used to have that small thinking of, I'm dyslexic, ADHD on overdrive, and I can't spell, my grammar's atrocious, and all of these limiting beliefs that really held me back. And I love what Jake said, about his last podcast, embrace the suck. I really did have to embrace the suck and just get out of my own way. And I'm so grateful for AI as an assistant, as a tool to be able to help serve in that space. But I've really had to learn how to master that tool in itself. And that's basically the whole learn, do, teach model. And that essentially is the premise for our podcast. And just reflecting on today's message, I've been here since 4 a.m. my time, and been listening to all the speakers and Craig's message there around the ego or the soul, and learning how to discern where we're serving from has been such a powerful tool itself as well. So our mantra is AI plus our heart equals our superpower, and just realizing that sooner has been a beautiful gift in itself. But I just wish I'd started a lot sooner.
Well, I think we can all agree that AI has been really an incredible tool for us content creators, for sure. For sure. Julianne, do you want to finish it up?
We have Karen back.
We have Karen back.
Our fearless leader. Unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you, ladies. This was an excellent panel. Oh my goodness. And the numbers are just skyrocketing. Every time you podcasters come on, the numbers just go off the roof, because I think everybody wants to hear, how are they doing it? They're kind of, similar stage as I am. And I want to hear, how are they doing it in the trenches, and hold my hand and let's go together. And you guys are so inspiring, and you inspire me. And I am a part of the podcast network with the Los Angeles Tribune as well. And so to have all of you be a part of my team, and for me to be a part of your team, I just feel so grateful. And like you all mentioned, the collaborative energy that we have is a very powerful energy. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. It really equals 3 or more. And so adding us all together and helping each other. If you have a question, we can ask Jeff about AI or digital marketing or something, or if we need to know something about TV, we can call Julianne. It is just so brilliant. Every single person has something to offer the other, and I am blessed by all of you. So thank you, panel, for being with us. It's been great. Chris and Lauren, Jeff, Jake, and Dr. Christina, we're so grateful you're here. And thank you, Sandy and Julianne, for being our hosts. And Sandy, if you'd like to stay with us, our next guest is Barry Shore. And Barry, the first time that I heard Barry speak, he was speaking at a Los Angeles Tribune event. And Barry just, you see him speak and he just like lights up, when he talks. And he is an ambassador of joy. And so Barry, thank you for being with us. We love hearing from you. And so if you would like to tell us more about yourselves, and Julianne and Sandy, feel free to ask any questions that you have. But Sandy, I'll let you start with Barry.
Yeah, no, Barry, welcome. Ambassador of joy, becoming happier, healthier, and wealthier with joy. I love that, because I'm the host of Happiness Solved podcast. And so anything about this conversation, that topic is near and dear to my heart. But can you just, for the audience that are watching, can you just give just a brief introduction of yourself and who you are? I know you had a hugely successful podcast, and just tell the audience about a little bit about yourself.
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Sandy and Karen, how can I make the categorical statement that the thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that either are watching it or will be watching this, are all good looking? Because by definition, if they tuned into an LA Tribune event, it means they're always looking for and finding the good in life. That's a definition of a good looking person, always looking for and finding the good. And Sandy, to your point, and Karen, yes, I am the acronym guy. Thank you. And the name of the podcast that we host is called The Joy of Living. Not the joy of living, the joy of living. And to your point, Alan, joy is a wonderful acronym that stands for Journey of You. Because that's why we're all here, right? The journey of you to enable you to become the best you possible. That's why people tune into my podcast. I want to give a little bit of background. Three things that are quite important to stimulate conversation and make people aware. Number one, you're looking at a person who is chronologically 75. And 20 years ago, Sandy, I was standing up in the morning, just like you, completely healthy and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. And that evening, I was in the hospital, totally, completely paralyzed, my neck down. I became what's called a quadriplegic overnight. And it was not from an automobile accident. It wasn't a spinal injury. It was a rare disease, which we never heard of the day before, took over my body and rendered me completely, totally paralyzed. I could only communicate by blinking my eyes. I was 144 days in the hospital. I was 2 years in a hospital bed in my own home, couldn't move. 4 years in a wheelchair. I had braces on both my legs, my hips, my ankles. That was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand. So I'm a triped, not a biped. Can't walk up a stair by myself. Can't walk up a curb by myself. I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, all because of one word. And that word is smile. Because SMILE is one of the most important acronyms you can ever internalize, utilize, and leverage in your life. SMILE, Sandy and Karen, stands for Seeing Miracles in Life Every Day. Seeing miracles in life every day. So I am the poster person for seeing miracles in life every day. So I am privileged to do my webinar, my podcast, at least once a week. I'm called upon to be on other people's podcasts 2 or 3 times a week. I speak in public to audiences. And recently, I actually spoke with the group of 1,172 people and telling the story about Barry Shore and about seeing miracles in life every day. And some people raise their hand and say, hey, Barry Shore, I've been out for hours. I haven't seen any miracles. And I ask them, are you here? Can you hear? Can you stand still? I can't do that. Can you walk? I can barely do that. Do you have water to drink? Do you have food to eat? Do you have a place to sleep? Do you have family? Do you have friends? Every single one of those is a miracle. And the proof, simplest proof, 1 million people didn't get out of bed this morning. You know why? They died. By definition, if you're watching or listening, you didn't. Therefore, you have an obligation to live life to the full. So in our podcast, The Joy of Living, we talk about the 3 fundamentals of life. Number 1, life has purpose. Number 2, you lead a purpose-driven life. You go MAD. MAD is a wonderful acronym that stands for Make a Difference. Did you realize that, Sandy? You're a mad woman. Make a difference. And number 3 is to unlock the power and the sequence of everyday words and terms, such as smile, mad, WWW, what a wonderful world. So 3 of the things I want to say hello to, a quick hello to Jan. That's what I call it. Jan is Julie Ann Meyer. I call her Jan because we know each other. And yes, we do need you, but it's okay that you're not here for the moment. So if you want me to, I want to address the 3 issues that Karen, that you wanted me to talk about, which is for helping other people with their podcast. So I want me to do that right now?
Yes, please. And I love hearing your story, and I love your messages about searching for miracles in life every day and see those miracles. And because that positive expectancy, I often say, I wonder what miracle I'm going to see. And so thank you for that, because that's a beautiful energy that will help us to grow our podcast. So please continue on.
Absolutely. However, I have to give credit to my 8-year-old niece. My 8-year-old niece comes over to me a few weeks ago, and she says, Uncle Barry, can we spell smile SMIEL? I thought about it. Smile the same. I said, why not? I said, how come? She says, because then it would stand for seeing miracles in everyday life. from an 8-year-old. But what was she doing? She was creating the kind of world that she wants to live in. Now, CREATE is a fabulous acronym. It stands for causing rethinking, enabling all to excel. Because I got to tell you, kids, I've been working with people for more than 4.5 decades. Highly accomplished people, wonderful on paper. These are the best in the world. And they come to me because they really want to up their game. And I tell you, 97.2% of all the people that come to me in the beginning, they drop the F in shift and the other stuff happens. You're going to be effing careful with your F. You want to shift your perspective just a little bit. Then you can internalize, utilize, and leverage the 6 most important words you'll ever learn. And these are choice, not chance, determines your destiny. How you choose to respond to any given situations. Let's talk about people who either want to grow their podcast, want to begin a podcast, or want to revolutionize what they're doing in their world of podcasting. So the most important thing that I can share with you right now is the following. Love what you are doing in the podcast world. If you're doing it for money, which is possible, you might be successful. If you're doing it because you have a need and a desire to share with people your perspective and your ability to hear other people's perspective, you hear this? It's a good podcaster, a great podcaster like a Joe Rogan, great podcaster, listens as much as they speak. And we like hearing Joe Rogan. People love hearing Barry Shore. I love listening to the people that I bring on, that are attracted to being on the Joy of Living podcast. We've had some major names and people you don't even know, but they became well known. I'm blessed to tell you that after 3.5 years of doing this wonderful work, we now have 400,000 people to listen every week. I have more than 6 million downloads. And we have somewhere between 40 plus 50,000 downloads every week. Those are good numbers. Those are wonderful. By the way, WOW is a wonderful acronym, Karen. It stands for Words of Wisdom, Words of Wonder. Wow. People say that. So those are great. I want people to begin to understand that the numbers alone are not the story. Yes, they're very nice. Hey, great work, Barry. Okay, that will give you a swell head. We don't want that. What we want is to be able to have people be touched by what we're doing. That's really the key. So if you can find that which animates you, motivates you, propels you to be able to go and speak out, because really what we're doing right now is we're speaking to people. We don't know if there are 10 people listening or 10,000. It doesn't matter. I'm speaking to Karen. I'm speaking with Sandy and some of the people that put up notes here. This is wonderful because this is what the essence of the internet is really about. This is truly the genius of the social aspect of this media, because oftentimes social media is antisocial. What we're doing here, especially with the Los Angeles Tribune, is creating a social environment. And that is just so fundamental. So if you want to monetize your podcast, and that is a goal, I say bravo. Great goal. The way to do it is by being the best you possible. That's it. Isn't that, that's, oh, come on, Barry, that's just too easy. Well, yes, that's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be easy. Because if it gets hard and it's a burden, then that's just not what you want to be in life. You want to be what I call a cog. A cog, people think of a cog, a small thing in a big machine. Well, yeah, but without that cog, the machine doesn't work. The cog stands for channel of goodness, a child of God. When you recognize that you're a child of God and you're a channel of goodness, then it's going to happen. You become attractive rather than rushing after. We all begin to know the difference. After you get past the age of 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, you begin to understand the difference. So I'm blessed that I have a great story to share. Am I going to tell you I'm blessed that I was a quadriplegic and it was difficult? Yes. Why? Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. So if you want to monetize, great. Yes, numbers will help you monetize. Will this make you rich? Okay, it's possible. It's unlikely. Now, if you're already doing well in business and life, whatever you want to do, and you want to do better, I believe wholeheartedly that being a podcaster is a great mechanism to be able to share with others. And when you are sharing with others, by definition, you'll be happier, healthier, and wealthier. Share, by the way, is wonderful. It stands for spreading happiness and rejuvenating energy. That's what you want to do. So can you monetize? Absolutely. You got to have some numbers. However, I'm going to give you an important caveat, an asterisk, fine print. If you have 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, it doesn't matter. What matters is, are you actually connecting with people that you want to connect with? In other words, tribe. I have a friend who podcasts. She has somewhere between, I think she told me 400 and 450 plus minus people that listen regularly. And these people love what she does and they buy what she offers. And she makes as much money as I do. And I have 40,000 downloads every time and hundreds of thousands of listeners. Fine, it's a different, we both do it for different reasons. I do it because I have a need to give. She's connecting with her tribe. You got to know who your tribe is. By the way, I was just before I came on, I wanted to have an acronym for tribe. So it's TRIBE, transforming relationships, invigorating beneficial energy. That's what you're doing. You want to create a tribe that has a vibe, right? When you do that, well, people want to tune in. They want to listen. Okay, what is Barry talking about? What is this person they invited talking about? What's going on here? Is there something that I can hear, that I can learn? Maybe I can shift my perspective. When you do that, there's hardly anything I can think of that's anywhere close to podcasting. Hello? You can't have more fun unless you're doing sex with, the person you love. I threw that in because everybody likes to talk about sex.
A tribe with a vibe. I mean, absolutely. And we're all seeking for connection, Barry. And I love how that drives you. And I can totally relate to that because I always say that for me, connection is like air. I just have to have it. And I can't last much more than a minute without it. And so I appreciate so much your love for people and wanting to connect. How can we connect more with our audience out there?
So it's one of the nicest aspects of podcasting, broadcasting, essentially being on television. This is what it is. It's television around the world, is to be able to recognize that you're touching human beings. Do I have time for a quick story, Karen?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. And I just remembered the story since you mentioned it. And I'm crying even as I'm thinking about it. So I hope I'll be able to get through it. I was privileged to interview an interesting man who went through some very tough times in his personal life and joined the Army, became a Green Beret, found himself again and struggled and emerged as a remarkably gifted human being. And it was really touching for me, for him. And we had, dozens, hundreds maybe of emails, people loving it. Okay, that's what happened when you have authentic, it's overused word, but it's true. Fast forward about 7 months, 8 months. I got an email one day to, my podcast name, whatever it was, barryshore.com. And it was a person writing in and says, my name is so-and-so. I'm the person that so-and-so spoke about on that podcast that you did who nearly caused him to have a mental breakdown. I was the cause of that. And I'm reaching out to you because I have searched my soul. I've changed my life. And I want to reach out to him and see if we can make amends. I didn't know what to make of it. I reached out to the person who sent, it was another man. I just make sure it wasn't just some crazy something. Spoke to the person. He said, yes, I'm the one. And he was crying on the phone. I mean, because he nearly caused the person I was interviewing to almost commit suicide. I mean, it was really terrible stuff. And he said, I need you, please, could you put me in touch with him? So I thought about it. I waited a day or so. I reached out to the person I interviewed, fine man, and told him. And there was silence on the other end of the phone for at least 30 seconds, which of course in our world is a lifetime, right? 30 seconds of silence. And he said, I want to speak to him. The upshot of the story is they not only spoke, but my friend went back to where this had all happened, which happened to be back in North Carolina. And they sat down together and they had dinner. And the next day they had lunch and hugged and found empathy, talking about empathy, Karen. That's what this podcast did. And I've done dozens of hundreds. In other words, real people really listening, touching the human experience. You can't get much better than that. That's what I find is the genius of this thing called podcasting. Touching real human beings with real stories. As I tell people, this is not about information. Oh yeah, you can get a lot of good information with Barry Shaw and the people he has on. It's not even about inspiration. Oh wow, Barry, you're so inspiring. And the other person, yeah. But you know, we all know what happens with inspiration, right? You go blah, 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 and then next day you need more. Okay. It's really about the T word, transformation. It's about transformation. People who want to transform their lives. That's what can happen here. That's why I urge anybody who is willing to invest very little money these days to get a microphone, hello, and some ear things, or use them. I don't even do it anymore. I use my Mac and the, what do you call it, the camera and the microphone. And I use this microphone, $100 plus minus. It's your voice. It's your mind. It's your spirit. Who are you? When you project that, wow, you're touching the world. You can't get much better. So I am just so thankful for the opportunity to be able to share with people. And Karen, for you to reach out to me and say, Barry, we'd like to have you on this. Anything to do with Los Angeles Tribune. I am a Rockefeller. I love Mo Rock. I'm a fanboy I'm a Rockefeller. I just made that up. That's pretty cool. Yeah, like that.
Really clever.
Right. So we can tell Mo, if you're listening, Mo, you know, the gig, LAT, the Los Angeles Tribune, it's a force for good in the world.
Yes.
And I'm just so happy to be part of it.
Oh, Barry, thank you so much. And like you said, Mo is good looking in more ways than one, but he is looking for good. And so are you, Barry. It's just so crystal clear. And Sandy, so are you. And you know, that's the thing about the Los Angeles Tribune is that we are surrounded by good looking people who are looking for good. And I appreciate so much you sharing your message today, for helping us remember that we are children of God and that we are divine creatures. A lot of times we forget that when all the stress comes up, but we can be that channel of good. And so
wonderful, Karen. Before we leave, can we do two things?
Yes.
Like I do whenever I'm on an LA Tribune gig, I want to do a group hug. This is going to embrace thousands of people around the world. Tell everybody what HUG stands for, and then we'll do a blessing. So HUG stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. Are you ready? On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. And our blessing from Sandy and Karen, Barry, and everybody at LA Tribune is go forth, live exuberantly, spread the seeds of joy, happiness, peace, and love. Go mad. Go make a difference. Bye.
Thank you so much, Barry. It's incredible.
Thank you. That was awesome. Wow, Sandy, when you heard Barry speak, what were some of the things that you took away?
Well, in preparing for this day, I was thinking about, podcasting, we're going to, talk about how-tos and this and that. And we've done some really great, we've dropped some amazing content in terms of helping people with how to do it, how to repurpose content, lots of great information. What I wasn't expecting about today, and I feel like this is the root of podcasting, is how we're really talking about consciousness and authenticity and faith and spirituality, because podcasting is about showing up in the best version of yourself, every time you do an interview. And I love that we've had so many like-minded individuals on today, and we're all talking about that, which I think is just such a conversation that we need to have. Because, it's not just about launching a podcast. It's about launching a conscious podcast where you're truly making a difference in the world. And that's what I loved about today so far. And especially Barry was just the icing on top. And coming up, folks, stick around, because coming up, we do have our interview with Evan Carmichael, where we're going to dive into YouTube channel and how to, the best practices for putting your podcast on YouTube. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up.
Yes, stay tuned, everybody. I mean, get your drink if you need to, but come right back, because next we have another podcast panel. And so I'm so excited to welcome to our audience, because, like I said, when you hear from these podcasters, the energy, it just gets so excited, because we are dealing with people that are right there where we're at. And there's so much that we can learn together. And so our next group is a panel that is international. We already had Jeffrey Ross on our previous panel from Australia, but we have some more international guests. And this is so interesting, because the Los Angeles Tribune, a lot of people think, oh, it's just in Los Angeles, but actually no, it is across the world. And we are growing and expanding, and the podcast network is also growing and expanding. And so it's really exciting to have our guests with us today. And so we have who is from Malaysia, and we have, let's see who our other guests are that are with us. We have, yes, Crystal is with us from Singapore. We have Lisa. I'm not sure if she's in Puerto Rico today, but she's from Puerto Rico. And we have Aaron Schmidt, who is from LA area. And we have another guest, Suzette Bravo. And so I'm so happy to have all of you here. And we are going to have this panel continue to talking about podcasting and tips that you can learn.
Wow, welcome everyone. I have not met some of you. Dr. Lisa, you were on the call that I had last week, but I didn't get to see your beautiful face. So thank you all for being here. Wow. Okay, so first, let's just go around really quickly and just talk briefly about who you are, and also plug your podcast as well. So, hey, I'll start with you.
Hi. Hello. My name is, I'm They call me yes. And then I'm from Japan, originally from Japan, and I live in Malaysia. But I teach and share my knowledge about money and manifesting, and especially like the Eastern philosophy, self-discovery.
Oh, wow. Thank you, That's incredible. Thank you so much. Dr. Lisa.
Hello, everyone. I am in Puerto Rico. Come here if you want the best rum. But today I want to talk a little bit about my podcast, Spark Inner Fire. So not only do we dive into the science of how neurons are sparked, but I love to take the audience into that one moment of the life of my guests where they had that shift in their life, where they stepped into their power from feeling powerless, where they reclaimed their voice from once feeling voiceless. So that's Spark Inner Fire.
Oh, wow. Sounds incredible. All right, Erin, you're next.
Hi, I'm Erin Schmidt. I am the editor-in-chief and founder of Bella Vita magazine, and I launched my podcast, Living a Bella Vita, about 3 months ago. I feature a lot of celebrities, but I also am looking for inspiring people who've overcome challenges like addictions or other life challenges, whether it's mental health challenges or, in their career, and seeking to really dig into what their definition of living a beautiful life is. So, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Suzette.
Hi, I'm Suzette, and I am the host of Bravo Unscripted podcast. And this podcast was born out of a desire to create a platform for people to share stories. Because what I find is, especially people who have been through trauma, tragedy, anything in their life, their stories carry so much wisdom and knowledge, and it creates this foundation for people that may be struggling to know that they're not alone in whatever it is that they're going through. And I've had the honor and the pleasure of having so many great voices on the podcast and bringing forward so many amazing stories that have connected so many amazing people together. And it just keeps growing. And I'm loving every minute of it because I love sharing the stories. And it goes along with all of the other things that I do in my world, which is all about helping people to thrive and live their best lives.
Incredible. Love that. Thank you so much, Suzette. And last but not least, Crystal, tell us about your show.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I'm from Singapore, and I'm a money consciousness coach where I bring in money knowledge from my finance background together with personal growth and spirituality together.
We need those types of podcasts. Absolutely. I know for me personally, whenever I have an episode that talks about finance, the numbers go up. Relationships and finance, right? Things people want to know about. Yes, exactly. All right, Julianne, would you like to ask a question to the panel?
Absolutely. First of all, I want to say thank you to the LA Tribune, because if you notice, we're all women on here, and that is kind of unusual. So I just want to say, yay, thank you for supporting women. It's such an honor to be here, and it's such an honor to share space with all of you phenomenal women and ladies. I'm excited to be here with you. I am going to start with you. I'm curious, with your podcast, how important is it to research, to plan? How much of it is scripted, or do you prefer having it off the cuff? What is best for you?
Yes, I think keyword research is very important for our content growth. And it starts by finding out what topics people are interested in. And keyword research helps us understand what our listeners want to know so we can create content that reaches more people. And second, to finding out the keywords, we can use free tools like keyword research, such as Chartable or Undersuggest. I just used that keyword tool, and it's we can get enough information to understand trends and get ideas. And those tools make it easy for us to find popular keywords without spending money.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Everybody pay attention. That is some gold right there. Dr. Lisa, it is so good to see you again. Unfortunately, it's not in real life this time, but I'm curious what it is that you do. How do you prepare for your show? How do you make it the best it can be?
Oh, Julianne, I want to give you a hug right now. We saw each other at the Jane Goodall event. What I like to do It's slightly different from what I said. I focus less on the keywords and the research. When I invite the guests, I do give them a few questions, so there's a little bit of scripting. However, I add in big, bold words, let it roll. I'm going to use really good listening skills, and as Barry was telling us, listen more, speak less. And usually when I do listen and be fully present, the conversation goes on a completely off script. And when it does, I actually feel like that's when the magic happens. So a little bit of scripting, a lot of listening, and a lot of going with the flow.
I'm with you. It's all about really paying attention to what the other person is saying and how you can really bring out the best and let them shine as well. Otherwise, why are you having the conversation, right? Erin, what's your take?
Yeah, exactly. I generally go into interviews with sort of an outline of what I want to ask and some general questions about the person's background, since I'm interviewing people more than just like talking about a specific topic. But then I reel them into what I want to talk about, which is kind of their background, how they overcame challenges. I had Eric Roberts on my podcast, and I checked with him first, of course, but he has been very open about the fact that he overcame addictions and has had some real struggles in his career. And I was lucky enough to be surprised that his wife Eliza joined us on the podcast. So that was completely unscripted. I didn't have any questions ready for her. So I had to really go, oh, okay. Let's talk about your marriage. And they were so wonderful. And it turned out to be so incredible because it was really just so apparent how in love they are. So when you aren't so tied into your agenda and you just kind of roll with it, it sometimes can be gold. So I was very thankful to both of them with how open they were and how fun and funny they were in that interview. So yeah, definitely having a guideline, but not like, reading from a teleprompter, I think is really important.
I love that. That is something that is so near and dear to my heart, is just sort of letting the magic come through. And Crystal, I'm curious, we've been talking a little bit about this, but what do you do when something unexpected happens? Or maybe there's a technology issue, or there's just something that you did not plan and you have to somehow center yourself back and bring it back to the topic at hand?
So basically, for anything unexpected, I feel like that nothing is unexpected. So always take it with lightness, laugh it off. Anyway, I feel like that's what people like, to see the real side of you, because these days I feel authenticity is something that is so valuable. So there's also no right way or wrong way. That's just life. And yeah, laugh it off.
That's beautiful. I always say that too. If you laugh, they'll laugh with you. If you don't, they'll feel sorry for you. And that's not really where you want to go with your conversation. Suzette, what would you love to add to the conversation?
Well, I tend to do very little scripting, but I do pre-research. So most of my guests, especially if they're guests that I don't personally know, I schedule a call of around a half an hour before we actually schedule the recording. And most of that is conversation. And through that conversation, I take notes about things that stand out about either their story or how they present or things that are important to them. I tie it into things that I know. I keep open communication with my listeners through comments and all of that. So as questions come up, we dig a little bit deeper. But and then talking about sometimes if things do go wrong, I always have a few questions kind of set aside in case the conversation starts to slow down, which fortunately I don't really have to use very often. But because of the sort of authentic and sometimes raw and vulnerable and very personal nature of some of the conversations that we have, it just feels better not to have something scripted and to just let things go where they will. And I did have recently, we did a whole episode and it got to my editor and he kicked it back to me and he's like, I don't know what was going on in the background. Come to find out there was a fan or something. And we actually had to re-record the entire episode. And it was really disappointing, but you know, like you roll with things. And I find that if I'm listening to somebody's podcast and there's a glitch or whatever, like, I don't know, you get engrossed in what's going on and it's not about the little glitches. I think we all sort of understand that that happens. It's just about, you know, it's just about the conversations.
Amen to that. It really is about the conversation. It's about that connection and inviting people in to learn and grow with you. So I really love that, this idea of being authentic and also rolling with the punches, but being prepared. That is the underlying thing, is being prepared. Sandy, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I can't tell you. I mean, there's only been a couple of episodes that have had to be re-recorded. I just had one recently because sometimes it happens. We're dealing with technology. I've been thrown out. I was having an issue with the software that I was using, and it combined with computer technology. I literally 3 times in 1 week, this happened 2 years ago, 3 times in 1 week, I was thrown out of a podcast interview that I'm conducting. How's that for trying to go with the flow? I'm like, oh boy, okay, I'm the host and I just got thrown out. But yeah, I mean, you know, technology happens. And I don't think that, you know, during an interview when they freeze up, you know, we're podcasters. I love to talk. I can sit and talk for 5 hours with nobody in front of me and just keep talking, right? Because we love to talk, and you just have to, you know, it comes with practice, just learning how to roll with the punches. And I learned, gosh, 20 years ago, I was at a meditation retreat and somebody said, you know, I'm a surfer girl. I just ride the waves. And I think about that. And I've never surfed in my life, but I imagine myself on a surfboard, just like, yeah, just riding the waves. Woohoo. Just got to let it roll. Yeah. But I would love to know, because it's interesting because I've been on all day. We've had some amazing conversations. There's been a lot of talk about mindset, and trust me, with when I'm training my clients how to launch their shows, that's one of the first things that I talk about is the mindset, because I feel like, you know, if you don't have your why, all of that, it's so critical. Aside from that, because I want to give some practical advice to the audience today. What advice would you, we'll start with what advice would you give to somebody who's thinking about starting a podcast today, knowing what you know right now?
Well, I think if we don't know the content we really resonate with yet, I think, as I said, like research help us a lot, because the research is one of the way we can connect to people. And what we, like, for example, I love talk about manifesting. So I research manifesting and then pop up with subconscious mind. And then I now know, okay, they love to talk about manifesting in the subconscious mind. Then I can talk about that combined together. So yeah, for me, like research helps me a lot to start thinking about the content, how to resonate with them.
Love it. Love it. All right, Suzette, what about you? What advice can you give to somebody who's thinking about launching a podcast? Is there anything that you've learned today that you'd like to share that you wish you knew when you were launching your show?
Oh, there's so much that I wish I knew when I launched. But I think it's important when talking about mindset, like you said, Sandy, it's important to understand what your why is behind it. And it's important to allow yourself to move into this with grace, because if you're waiting to birth an idea until it's perfect and you have the perfect opportunity and the perfect guests and the perfect ideas, that's never going to happen. So my advice is do it scared, which is something that a friend of mine said the other day on a call, and it just really hit me, because it is, do it scared, do it ugly, and figure it out as you go along, because there's no better teacher than experience. So if it's on your heart to start a podcast, my advice is just do it. You'll figure it out as you go along. I mean, we have the internet, we have the whole world at our fingertips. We can figure out all of it. If it's on your heart, do it.
You brought up a big thing because it's that why. Because, as we've heard multiple times today, if you still have a podcast and you're releasing episodes on a weekly basis, you are in the top 1% of all podcasters on the planet, because most people don't make it past episode 3, let alone 10 episodes, right? And that why is so, so critical. Because I know for me, if I didn't have a big why, I'm that type of person. If I don't have a big why, I don't finish what I start. I'm like, nope, my why is not big enough. Let's move on. Right? So, so important. So, Dr. Lisa, and I wish I knew you were in Puerto Rico, because I was just there in July and we could have connected in person next time. For you, what advice would you give for somebody who wants to launch a podcast, or knowing what you know today?
Basket Robbins parking lot. And I say that because Sam did it at the Panera Bread parking lot, and we don't have Panera Bread on the island. So find a parking lot, and like Suzette says, do it even if you're scared. So don't be surprised if next time you see me at the Basket Robbins parking lot. So in addition to the parking lot, what I got out today was something that Stacy said, and I want to highlight that. She mentioned polls. Ask your audience. Don't guess. Ask them what they want to know. And something from this really great channel called the Epic Rap Battles of History. They get characters and they duke it out by rapping. And at the end of the rap, they ask their audience, who won the rap contest? And who do you want to hear next? And that gets so much engagement from your audience. So if you're doing your very, very first episode, I would do a poll. Go for the polling. Then you don't have to guess what your audience loves.
Such a great suggestion. Love that. All right, Crystal, what about you? What advice would you give?
Okay, so so I would say, if you're really, really new, just like myself, so instead of sometimes if you're not so sure if setting up a whole podcast is how is the process like, always volunteer to be a guest on other people's podcasts. I think that will actually provide you a glimpse of what's on the backstage. What is that you can anticipate? How is the commitment like? And also, like what all of you ladies mentioned, the why. Knowing your why is so important, because when you know your why, when you engage with other podcasters, you can actually connect on a shared mission.
Yeah.
Because it's not about like me wanting to talk. It's about how you can serve, what kind of message you want to actually share with the audience, and how you can value add to the podcaster when you are a guest on their podcast. It's always about giving. And how I always connect, there's 2 ways usually, online or offline. Personally, I do offline better, in person, because that's where you can really connect on a personal level. You can really, I feel it's always about connection, understanding, each other, just be human to human. And, if the mission, the energy, the vision syncs, things can go forward really quick.
Oh, beautiful. And I love that you talked about guesting. And I actually now have a new rule that when somebody asks to be on my podcast, if they have a show, the only way they can be on mine is if I can be on theirs. Because I was really surprised at how many people wanted to be on mine, but I wasn't invited on theirs. So now I'm making it, no, if you want to come on my show, that's great. You can be on, but I want to be on your show too.
It's always about collaboration.
Yeah, it's a collaboration. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And last but not least, Erin, what are your thoughts?
So I forgot I had started 2 other podcasts. One, I was interviewing, musicians and such, and I just kind of winged it. I was like, oh, okay, I'm just going to have like a talk show here. And then I did another podcast on Anchor. It was only audio. And I did sort of the Only Murders in the Building where they went into the closet. I was leaning into my clothing with my phone, but it sounded amazing, surprisingly. So there's so many ways that you can go about podcasting. If you're nervous on camera, you can just do it. Audio, you do not have to be on video. You can create an AI avatar and do it that way. You don't have to have yourself in front of a camera. And there's so many tools and ways to skin a cat, as they say. But I love that idea of other people where you're going on other people's podcasts. And I would just say listen to a ton of podcasts and figure out how they're skinning their cat. How are they starting their show? How are they ending their show? What sorts of questions are they asking? Do they have music in the background, et cetera? There's so many podcasts and so many amazing people. And then you can talk about anything. You could talk about the fact that you love goats. I mean, there's so many freaking podcasts out there that talk about odd topics. You don't have to be like everybody else. And that's just what I would say. And I love what Sandy or Suzette said. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. That do it scared. Just, figure it out. Just do it. I am a part of a lot of entrepreneur groups on Founder, et cetera. And if you don't start imperfectly, you're never going to start. I think that procrastination and over analyzing is our biggest enemy when we're wanting to execute. So I would just encourage people, if you want to do a podcast, just do it. just get on your phone and practice and do it, record it for yourself. You don't have to launch it, and do that until you feel comfortable and you want to put it out there. So that's my 2 cents.
That's awesome. Thank you all. I think we're about at our time, Julianne, right? So thank you, everyone. Let's just do a quick around the room real quick. Any last words from A? We'll start with you. From I. Sorry. I.
Unmute.
Yeah, just unmute and just real quick.
Okay.
30 seconds or less. Yes.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Suzette, any last words?
Also, thanks so much. It's been great being on a panel with you guys, and I look forward to seeing all of you again and listening to your shows.
Fantastic. Crystal.
So I like to say, always know your why, because when you know your why, the how will appear.
Oh, beautifully said. Dr. Lisa.
Oh, yes, Crystal. Know our why, and the how will appear. So I was actually wondering, I got the message to wear my Awakened t-shirt today. And I wasn't sure why, because I'm doing a podcast summit. But now I do know why. And I like to call it Source on Speed Dial. We are all, every one of us, including all of you watching at home, we are all so deeply connected. And when we know our why, we know the theme of our podcast. And guess what? The guests that we want, they appear in our lives. So yes, just know that we all do have Source on speed dial, and we can connect at any time.
Oh, so beautiful. And Erin.
I love that idea that you can kind of tap into the universe. I have managed to do that somehow. My guests have sort of magically been presented, and I've been very, very grateful that I've gotten access to people I never thought I would have on my podcast, like Eric Roberts. And so, I think that the more you just put your intention out to the universe about what you want to create, and then you're open to it. I've found guests in my Instagram who went and liked posts, and then I went and followed them and asked them to be on my show, like Krista Kim and Wendy Starlin just is on my podcast, who discovered Lady Gaga. So, just keep out there, keep, leaving your intention out in the universe, and it's going to work out.
Love it. Julianne, take us home.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody that's been here today. It has been so many words of wisdom. And the thing that I would say is it's going to be more work than you expect it will, but it will definitely be worth it. And just keep going, even if you don't feel like it.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, we're all done here. We're going to have Michael Silvers. There he is.
Hey, everybody,
jump
stay
on.
on for a minute. First of all, give Sandy and Julianne a big thunderous round of applause. You guys are awesome. Everybody else, thank you so much. I was just chatting with Mo Rock, our CEO, and he's like, "This has just been phenomenal. The day's been phenomenal. The energy's great." You guys are going to see him in just a couple minutes, but I wanted to let everybody else know, because there were some questions earlier. Not only are we podcasters, we're podcasters, trainers, authors, speakers, entrepreneurs. We come from production world. My business partner was Tony Robbins' VP for 18 years. We come from all these different lives. Some of us were doctors. Some of us were lawyers. Some of us come from Puerto Rico, from Malaysia, Japan, Singapore, wherever it is and wherever we are around the world. It's the message of healing. It's the message of making a difference. And for those of you, this was the other question that came up. Yes, October 24th, because I mentioned it earlier, we are at Barnes & Noble in the Grove in Los Angeles. Yes, we do have Sheila E. coming, recording Grammy artist and, Prince's right hand forever. We also have a lot of other big names coming. And we also have a gentleman who owns a business that has 48,000 clients. You just got to hear what they do and get to know him. So we'll be live at the Grove. We will be doing it virtually too, but make sure you show up, you get a ticket, and you come. We're limited seats, and I think we're almost sold out. So it's just great days. Everybody, you're all amazing. Thank you so much. And I just jumped in. I just want to give you guys from us a big thunderous round of applause. And now I'm not even sure where we're going, but see what I get for jumping in? You know what I'm saying? Where are we going next?
All right. Well, we're going to say
Karen.
goodbye.
There we go. There she is.
We're going to say goodbye to our guests. And so thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Suzette. Thank you, Lisa. Great to have you all with us today. Okay. And so I wanted to bring up Daniel really quick, if he is available for a minute to join us, and if Ava is available, and Alicia, I'm not sure if she's available, but this is the team that is making this whole thing possible, in addition to Michael, but he just took himself off. And so Daniel has been our mastermind with, Ava and Alicia. They are the tech experts on this whole thing. I mean, we could not do this without their expertise. And Daniel just stepped into this role spontaneously today. And so Daniel, wow, I mean, you have just been phenomenal to be able to make this possible so that everybody could share their message, and such an answer to prayer. So thank you so much for helping to make this container and this space, and to be able to send it out on the airwaves for everybody. Thank you, Daniel. All right. And so our next presentation is going to be by Evan Carmichael. And so this is so exciting because he's coming up after we have a special message. We're going to have a special message by Mo Rock first. And then, as Barry Shore said, he's a Rockefeller fan. I just love that. I thought, wow, another new play on Mo Rock. But thank you, Mo Rock, for what you have done to make this possible for all of us, be able to have this platform and to be able to spread positive media in the world, to be able to have a place where we can shine light and love. And where else could we talk about consciousness, Sandy and Julie? I can't think of anywhere else that a media organization would allow us to do this nearly all day long. So thank you, Mo. Thank you, Michael Silvers. And thank you, Sandy and Julianne and Parisa, Alicia and Ava and Daniel. Thank you and all of our guests. Thank you for your generosity to share with us today. And so, just wanted to again thank all of you listeners who are out there. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your comments. For any of you who are new, I just want you to know that you are communicating with a real life person over here. This is not a bot that replies to you and sends you a little smiley face. That is one of us that really does feel happy. And the speakers can see your messages, and it makes them feel so appreciative that you're paying attention, that you care what they had to say. It feels kind of odd sometimes when you're speaking out into space, and when somebody actually replies, it's like so rewarding. And so thank you, listeners. Thank you for all of you who are watching from across the world for interacting with us and for letting us know how this is resonating with you and how it is touching your heart. Because just like Barry Shore said, and Henry Amar and so many others have said, it's about touching others. It's about sharing that message and inspiring and uplifting the world. So thank you so much. All right. So I think that we will hear that message from Mo next. Thank you.
We are so excited.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
We are so excited and grateful and honored to have the amazing Evan Carmichael with us today on International Podcast Day. He needs no introduction. If you've ever been on YouTube or if you're in this world that we all live in, you have to know who Evan is. So Evan, thank you so much. We are so grateful.
Cool. I love it. I love that you're spreading awareness for podcasts and people making content. So great to be here. I love the Queen of Empathy too. That's a pretty awesome title. I feel like I should have something after my name here, that King of Believe or something. But
Yes.
no, amazing.
So Evan, as you know, I just started working with your program and had my first call yesterday with Liam, it was absolutely incredible. And just from that 1 hour, I learned more about YouTube than I had for years of trying to figure it out. So what we want to know from you today, because we're all podcasters here, and the people, our audience, our podcasters, are people that want to podcast. What are some strategies to increase engagement with a podcast episode on YouTube? Because I know for me, and I told, Liam yesterday when I was talking to him, I was like, I know that I probably need to be putting out more content than just my podcast episodes, because that's all my channel is, and I'm not getting that engagement. What can people do to get more engagement when they post a podcast interview episode on YouTube?
Great. That's the magic question. So a couple things. One, if you're not getting results yet, keep going. Whoever you look up to as a podcaster, whether it's Tim Ferriss or Joe Rogan or like whoever is the greatest podcasters in the world, they started and it was terrible. And so like just keep going, just keep making. You will get better with every podcast that you do. And there's a tendency to be too critical, especially at the beginning, like myself included, right? Like I did 350 videos on YouTube before I wasn't completely embarrassed by my own stuff. I couldn't watch my own stuff back. And this actually hurt me. It slowed down my progress. The only thing I had going for me was I just kept going. But we are often very critical of ourselves, and that stops us from moving forward. And I think the challenge is, what you have taste. So like, what looks good. You know what a good podcast is. Whoever you look up to, you've seen them. The chances are people watching this, they subscribe to other podcasts, they listen. So they know what good is, right? You have a level of taste. And if Joe Rogan is A+, or whoever you put as A+, most people will say, well, I'm not A+, but I don't know, I could be like a B-. Like I think I can ask some good questions. I think I could put something out. I'm probably like a B-, and I'll work my way up. And then you make your first podcast and you realize, oh my gosh, I'm not a B-. That's like an F. Like that was terrible. Like I'm freezing. I don't know what I'm saying. I had it all planned out, but then once I press record, I'm falling over my words. And we're often really embarrassed, and because we have these expectations that we're going to be a B-. Most people don't think they're going to crush it out of the gate, but you just don't expect to be as bad as you are probably on the first episode. And so that makes a lot of people quit. They just stop because they don't want to be an F. And it's recognizing that you're not an F as a human. You just have an F at the skill. And so how do you get better? Well, you practice. You watch shows like this, you learn, you improve. And so first I would just set the expectation of I tell people like, expect to suck at the beginning. It doesn't mean that you suck as a human. If anything, it means you're great as a human because you're trying new stuff. But just expect to suck so that you can just keep going. Because when we put too much pressure on ourselves, we quit. That wasn't your question, but I went on some rant there. So hopefully that was valuable.
But it was amazing information nevertheless. So we're good.
Question. the question was like, how do I get more views and engagement? I think on the channel, on the content. There's a couple different types of podcasts you can make. The first would be around growth topics. So understand the key for YouTube. Most people think YouTube is a search engine, which it is. It is a search engine, but most views don't come from search. Most views come from what's being suggested to you against other videos. So the real growth comes from winning in suggested, not search. And so how do you do that? Well, it's finding similar videos that you can have your title be similar to somebody else's title. So if you're ranking #1 for your title, like that's probably a bad thing. That means like nobody's searching for that thing. Nobody other videos are called that thing. And so great, you're ranked #1 for a term that like nobody cares about. So are mostly the people who are watching this doing podcast with somebody else or solo?
I think generally speaking, most of our shows that we have on the LA Tribune Podcast Network, it's an interview style, but we do have some folks that kind of mix both.
Okay.
So they'll do a solo episode and then they'll do a guest episode.
So if you're doing a guest episode, we want to be thinking about what is this person known for, and then how can we ask questions that are related to that thing. So if you have me on and all of a sudden we're talking about maple syrup because I'm Canadian, that's not like something I'm known for, and so it'll be harder to get that video to rank. Like ideally, what you want to do is drift off of other videos that already exist. So if we're talking about YouTube, there's lots of YouTube videos. Like even the idea of changing how would you title this? It'd be around YouTube instead of only podcast, because I'm more known for YouTube. So if it's for celebrating podcasts, cool, but we want to make sure we have YouTube in the title. And so that's where like you can have the best conversation with somebody, but if the framing isn't right and we don't title it properly, then it'll get dramatically fewer views. And so if you're asking, you bring in a guest on, what are they already known for? What are some titles that have already done well? And then asking questions around those things, not to completely neuter the podcast. Like you of course want to inject your own vibe and feel and personality, etc. But if you can frame the conversation on something that's already done well, we want to drift off of those successful videos. When you're at the very beginning, it's hard to just stake a claim on your own. The easiest thing to do is drift off of something that's already having some success. If you are doing a solo episode, you get to plan a little bit more in advance, where it's say, look at the channels who have done well around the theme that you're talking about and see what videos they've made. And all we want to do is make a video off of the similar title. So, I don't know which big YouTubers in your field that you look up to and respect or make similar content on, but we'd be looking at their channel, seeing what's working super well and make our version. You don't have to watch the video. We don't care what their opinion is versus your opinion. I want you to have your perspective on it, but it gives you a title that is done very well. So we call those growth videos because the goal is to grow the channel. Make sure it's ethical, make sure you have something to say on it, make sure it doesn't feel boring, like, oh, I got to make a video. Like if that's the mindset going in, forget it, pick a different topic. There's lots of topics you can make a video on. But where a lot of people make a mistake is they're just trying to come up with an idea themselves, which can lead to burnout and overwhelm. Like, oh, I don't know what to talk about this week. Or they use, ChatGPT or their friends or whatever to tell them make a video on this, where the best thing to do is find videos that have already done well and leverage those titles, because the goal is when they watch that video, we want them to watch our video afterwards. So those are a couple ideas. I've been talking for a long time, so let's throw it back over to you.
It's all good. Karen, did you have a follow-up? Yeah.
I did have a follow-up question, because I think that the title is so important for when people are searching. And so if I get something that's similar, I drift off of that other successful video, what do you recommend for fine-tuning the name of the title and the thumbnail for the episode to make it even more successful?
Yeah. So again, title, if you want to grow, then growth videos are the best way to do that. So if you're a solo episode, you can plan a little bit better in advance. If it's a guest episode, you never know quite what they're going to say, so you have to kind of adjust around that. But you can still dictate the themes. Like I'm coming on here. I'm at an event. There's a lunch break. Like, okay, I gotta go find a room to like set up here. But I know we're talking about podcasting, right? And so cool. So this whole conversation is framed around podcasting. Amazing. So you can frame it for the guests and control what questions you ask, which then can control the title. So it's always good to know roughly what the title is going to be before you start the interview, and definitely before you start your solo episodes. So if you were researching my videos, like what's done well, because I might talk about a lot of different things. I might talk about mindset, belief, entrepreneurship, and that's all interesting, but this is talking about podcasting. So where have I talked about success and growth on YouTube? What titles have those interviews been on? And how can we drift off of that? And then you're doing the interview with me and hopefully asking me questions that are around that title. And now maybe I take in a completely different direction, and like I'm not a good sport. And I mean, even you asked me the first question, I drifted on some other answer, which happens sometimes, right? Yeah, you can't control your guest. And so you may end up changing a title afterwards, but it's good to have at least an idea of what the titles are going to be, that these videos have done well. So let's make our version of it. Thumbnail's a little different. Thumbnail is more emotional. So some of the best practices around thumbnail is we want to see the face. We want it to be see like whites of the eyes, some kind of emotional picture, not just a LinkedIn profile picture. If we have text on the thumbnail, we want the eyes looking towards the text. So if this was a thumbnail, right, it'd be like I would be here kind of thing, and like text would be here and be looking either at the text or at the viewer, not away. Like if the text is, it's all flipped here on me. So if I'm going here, imagine text is here, and I'm looking over there, like you're following my eyes kind of over here, where the text on the thumbnail is here. Nope, here. No, wait, hold on, here, there. It's reversed. So if I'm looking away, okay, I got it right now. If I'm looking this way, but the text is here, right? It's kind of a mismatch. Right. But if I'm looking here and the text is here, my eyes are going here, and so you, the viewer, your eyes are going towards it as well.
Interesting.
We never want the exact same text in the thumbnail and the title. So that's a big mistake a lot of people make, is like the exact same text that's in the titles in the thumbnail. Imagine you have two ways to win the click. This is the whole point. We want people to click on our video because it'd be the best interview of all time. But if the thumbnail sucks, right? If your book cover sucks, then nobody's going to click on it, right? Like I think even behind me, there's like, that's a book from my friend Joe Polish, right? Like time goes into making that book cover, right? If the book cover was just a boring book cover, nobody clicks on it, even if the best content is inside it. So you want a shorter version of the text being in the thumbnail, and then a longer version of the text being in your title. And this is not anything new in marketing. Like if you have a website, you have a headline and a subheadline. You'd never have the headline and the subheadline be exactly the same, right? It's not I'm not saying anything as groundbreaking marketing knowledge, but we just forget about it for some reason when we go to YouTube, and a lot of people do the same. So those are some strategies. Hopefully helps.
Love those strategies. And I have a question, because you see it, and maybe there isn't a one size fits all for this. You see some channels that have the same color theme and fonts and all their thumbnails kind of look the same, except for the visuals, obviously, and the titles. What do you think about that? Do they need to be the same? Can you mix it up?
It's definitely better. It's definitely better. So here's why. So what you want to do is win in suggested. So suggested means if you go to YouTube and you type in some search term, videos will show up. Cool. You click on one. Then what ends up happening is you very rarely go back to the search page. You keep clicking on whatever YouTube recommends to you. So you might get one view from search, but then another 8 or 9 views from suggested, because people just go down the rabbit hole. And we've all been down crazy rabbit holes of like, I was only looking for one video. All of a sudden, it's like an hour later, I've watched all these videos. And so that's where most of the views come from. And so that's the game that we want to play. And so the goal is to teach YouTube that when they watch one Sandy video, they watch 8. If you can do that, then they'll recommend you a lot more. If they watch one video and then they bounce, YouTube's not going to reward you anymore, right? So that becomes the objective. How do we get people to watch one video? They love us, they'll watch a lot more. Obviously, you have to make good content. The interview has to be good. If the interview sucks, there's not so much you can do about it. But branding really matters. So if you think about suggested, On the phone, it's going to be below the videos, and on the desktop, it's going to be beside on the side. If I watch one of your interviews, like is this going up on your podcast, or this is a different?
This is just for the international. This is just for International
Okay,
Podcast Day.
perfect.
Yeah.
So, but let's say this was your podcast, right? Okay. If this went up on your podcast and you use my face and a completely different text and different font, different thumbnail, etc., people might watch it and love it. And then your videos will start showing up down the side and suggested. But if it looks completely different branding, completely different thumbnail, different text, I don't know that that's your channel.
Right.
I'm not going to click on it. Whereas if I can recognize a standard style, and I know, oh, like that, Sandy asked really good questions. That was a cool video. And then they recognize your thumbnail that, oh, there's another one and there's another one. I'm more likely to click it. So we're training people to start to recognize your brand, because if they don't know that that's your video down the side, it has your name on it, but like nobody reads the name. They're scrolling, they just see the pictures. If they can immediately identify that's yours, they're much more likely to click it. If they have no idea that it's yours, they're not likely to click it. And so we're losing a lot of potential subscribers and views on videos. And how I think about it is we're always trying to attract people who have no idea who we are. So we're not making the videos for our hardcore audience, because then you're not growing. So they have no idea who you are. Like, who, Sandy, what was her name again? Like, brand new people. And so we have to design an experience for brand new people, so that when they click on the video and they love it, they start to immediately recognize your videos. And that creates that journey for them to make it easy to continue to watch 1, 3, 5, 8 Sandy videos. And so it's usually, again, this is nothing new, right? Like, have a brand, you have a logo, and you have a font, and you have a color scheme. And so what we'll often do is look at your website. And a lot of times people have already put a lot of effort into their brand. So they have their colors, and they have their website, and they have their logo, and they have their font. And if you haven't done that, it's worth thinking about, like, who do you want to be and who do you want to represent? And then for whatever reason, a lot of people just forget it when they go to YouTube. It's like they've done all this work on their brand and their website, and we're always working on our websites, and it's like never done. And then when we go to YouTube, it's like, I don't know. And it's just complete random. So it's much better to have a consistent style, usually not the exact same face, but different face, different expressions, obviously different text, but the same font color, same font style, same background color, same logo. So we can start to train people. Here's what a Sandy video looks like.
Love it. Love it. I wanted to ask a question about long form, short form, because a lot of these podcast interviews, like for me, my average is about 30 minutes. Do I keep the 30-minute episode up there and pull out shorts? Like, what strategy is best there?
Yeah, shorts are great, just on a separate channel. So don't put shorts on your main channel. So like, what's the name of your podcast, Sandy?
Happiness Solved.
Happiness. That's awesome. So you have Happiness Solved, and then you create a second channel called Happiness Solved Shorts.
Oh, okay.
And then every episode, you're releasing how many episodes?
I do 2 a week.
2 a week. Awesome. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your 2 a week. Those could probably turn into, 2 to 3 a day on a shorts channel.
Okay.
And the reason why is shorts, if you get a lot of views from shorts, it ends up hurting the long form content on your channel. People, the assumption was if somebody watches a short, then they'll watch the long form. It doesn't happen. You can look at the data on your own YouTube Studio and see you'll have, 2 to 8% of people actually watch both. So they don't, like, the shorts people do not watch the long form, and then it starts hurting the long form content. And so, like, the biggest benefit of YouTube is your long form content that lives forever, especially if you're talking about something like happiness, where it's evergreen. Like the videos you make now, in 4 years, people still unfortunately will like care about happiness. Like, people will not be happy in 4 years. So that's awesome. Like, that's why you go to YouTube, unlike Instagram or TikTok, where it's instant, right? So it lasts for a week and then it's gone. Whereas YouTube, a week is nothing. Like, your video is going to keep gaining views for years.
Right.
So shorts are great, but a separate channel. And the best part is you can use that same content for TikTok, and you can use it for Instagram Reels, and every other platform is short form. So all you need to do is make great long form content, and now you have a way to be able to cut that up to be on every single platform. So a lot of people when they're starting a podcast, like, oh, so many places to be. How am I supposed to like make content for all of these platforms, plus book guests, plus, well, you don't, all you have to do is make long form videos and then slice and dice to be on every single platform. So yeah, we've helped a lot of people with their brand by doing the long form and then cutting it up for the various platforms. But yeah, separate channel. One other thing, I was kind of trying to think, what was the other thing I had to say about the Shorts channel? If you're booking guests, they start to look at how big is your channel, right? And so your shorts channel will actually grow faster than your long channel. It should. They don't buy anything. They don't convert to anything. They won't click on your email. They won't buy your book. They won't, like, the conversion is terrible. But from an optics perspective of views and subscribers, the Shorts channel should grow faster than your main channel. So here's what you do then. This is why, so a lot of people are then putting the Shorts on their main channel so that they have more subscribers on their main channel. Don't do that because it's going to impact your long form content. You have your Shorts channel. So now when you're booking a guest, if you have, like, how many subscribers you have on your?
Mine, I have 5. It's over 5,000. I don't know the exact number, but
awesome, right? Like the first 5,000 is the hardest 5,000. So we're making a great start. So if you have 5,000 now on your long form channel and you started a brand new Shorts channel from scratch, it will pass. Like if you had a race to 50,000, the Shorts one should win.
Really?
Yeah. So what you can do now though is when you book a guest, you can say, hey, I'd love to have you come on my channel. We're going to talk about happiness. You're going to have the interview on the main channel that has 5,000 subscribers, and we're going to clip 3 pieces of it and put it to my Shorts channel that has 15,000 subscribers. And so you can use that as a way to help book your guests as well, that there's going to be placed to 2 different platforms, and the Shorts one should have a higher sub count. Now, it'll start off a little behind because you already had 5,000 here, but if you had, again, a race to 50,000, the short one will get there faster.
Nice. Karen, why don't you finish up? Because I know we only have a couple of minutes left here with Evan. So go ahead.
Yes, these are brilliant ideas, Evan. First of all, I never would have thought to start with the title, and then go that way after drifting off of another very successful episode. And second, to have a separate Shorts channel. And I would have thought that the short would have led to the long. So that was brilliant mic drop information.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for sharing that. When you were talking about making YouTube happy so that you're more suggested, is there like an algorithm like there is on Facebook and Instagram and things? How do you get more suggested so that you are found and you can get more of those subscribers?
Yeah, and to the idea of starting with the title, I mean, it's not unlike LA Tribune. Like if you have a newspaper, the title matters, the headline matters, right? If you don't have a headline, people aren't going to read this long article, right? So again, it's not anything new. It's just people forget when they're taking it to YouTube. Okay, so for any platform, it's understanding what is their goal, and if you can help them accomplish their goal, they're going to reward you. So for YouTube, it's watch time. So YouTube's goal is to keep people on YouTube all day long. That may not lead to a lot of happiness, so Sandy can have a conversation on that. But YouTube's goal is to keep you on YouTube for as long as possible. So that's their goal. So if we can help people stay on YouTube longer, YouTube will reward you for it. So how do we do that? Well, we want to start winning in suggested. We want people to recognize our videos so that when they watch one Sandy video, they watch 3, they watch 8, they watch 10 videos. And so how do we do that? Well, we have consistent branding. We're talking about consistent themes. So what I love doing is think about buckets. So if we use Sandy as an example, like happiness is the main bucket, what are the 3 to 5 content buckets underneath that we can, so that she might have like guests, okay? She might have, solo videos. She might have, reaction to something that's happening in the news. Like what are different buckets that we can create for the channel so that you're giving people a place to go. So the people who love the interviews, maybe they watch some of the solo, but they're probably going to watch another interview. The people who watch the solos, they probably want to watch more of the solos. And then at the end of every video, there's something called an end card, and you can tell people where to go next. And so what you want to do is send people to the next relevant video that's already been recorded on your channel. So if this was a video that was going to be on the podcast, you want to think, okay, where do we want to send people to that's already been another interview that's already been done. So we want to send to another interview because this is an interview. People watch interviews, watch more interviews. Don't send to a solo video. And then if I'm coming on talking about YouTube, who else has been on the channel that talks about, if it's not YouTube, maybe it's podcasting, maybe it's marketing, maybe it's branding, maybe it's something that's connected. Don't send people to like happiness and gardening or something, right? Because it's just too far outside of what's happening with this video itself, right? So you can control that last 20 seconds of what happens with people. And so at the end, you want to make sure you're saying, hey, if you love this video, man, you're really going to love this one here. Wait, it's so weird doing it backwards. Like, we'll watch this one here where you're going to learn from, Joe Polish, who's going to talk about marketing, right? Or whoever else has been on your channel. So we're trying to train people that, again, when they watch one, they watch 5. If you can do that, again, that's how you get rewarded by YouTube. If they watch one Sandy video and they leave, YouTube's like, okay, why are we going to promote more Sandy videos? Right. If they watch one Sandy video and then they watch 8, it's like, oh my gosh, Sandy, we got to start popping these videos up a lot more.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
Evan, thank you so much. We are so grateful for you and all of your knowledge. Everyone, go check out Evan on YouTube, and he's easy to find. If you want to monetize, you want to grow, you want to scale your business through YouTube, Evan is the man. Check him out. Thank you so much, Evan.
Cool. Yes. Thanks for having me. And again, I just to end, let's go back to like the first point of like, don't be too critical on yourself. Yeah. The hardest step is the first step. Make the videos, keep going. Like, don't judge yourself until you hit 100 videos, because the first interviews are going to suck. I remember Tim Ferriss telling a story about how he started the Random Show, like his first podcast. He had his best friend on, Kevin Rose, and he like had lots of drinks in advance just to give himself the courage to get on and do the first episode. And now he's like one of the biggest podcasters in the world. And so it's okay. But like, if you've had this dream to make videos, to do interviews, to share your message with the world, let that carry you forward and give you the courage to start actually creating, and use the momentum of this episode and this day as a sign that it's time. It's time to start recording. Time to take it seriously. Time to change the world. Let's go.
All right. Let's go. All right.
Thanks for believing in us, Evan.
That's it. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you guys. All right.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, we can't hear you, Michael.
You come up and you muted your mic and things aren't, what I'm saying? This is just, I once did a whole 10-minute presentation with my mic muted. It was great until somebody finally texted me and say, hey, what you have to say is amazing, but let's go. So we just wanted to really do a sign off and a thank you. Sandy, you want to pop back up? Daniel, you want to pop back up? What an amazing day this has been. It's just tremendous information, tremendous gathering together. I just wanted to say thank you all for hanging out, just being here today. And before we go, I'll go around the room one time, but also everybody out there listening, we are going to be live at the Barnes & Noble in the Grove in Los Angeles. We've got Sheila E., grammar recording artist, and a lot of you remember her with Prince, obviously, because she was right hand, but she's going to be amazing. We have a lot of other stars coming. We also have some very big hitters in the business world. So it's going to be an amazing event. We are live streaming, but be there live. And I already put contact me and I'll get you a link for that. We don't have a lot of room left. It's just great. The other thing too, on Thursday, I can't believe on Thursday. Yes, on Thursday, we have the neuroscience event with Jim Quick. So give that a round of applause. So that's 3 days of brain stuff way beyond me. But it's just going to be great. It's 10 to 4 every day. Make sure you're on the live stream. You can be on the Facebook and catch it. And it's going to kick off with a great little panel, a great big panel. And then Mr. Joseph McClendon. And then we have Jim Quick. We have Amit's on. We have award winners. We have actually Rebecca was the chairman of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins and now speaks only for World Bank and UNICEF. We've got great people on. So I want to thank everybody for being on. I'll just go around the horn one time and then we'll let them all go. Karen, what about the day?
Phenomenal day, just phenomenal day. And like Sandy had mentioned, just the theme that kept running through, that in order to have the content, in order to move forward, to produce, to grow, to engage with our audience, we have to start within ourselves. And I am so grateful for David Meltzer and Evan Carmichael, Craig Siegel, Henry Amar. Every single guest that was on today just was so heart-centered, and I felt so much love. And I loved it when Barry Shore said that our goal is for our content to touch people. And so I think that's what we're doing. I believe in that mission of the Los Angeles Tribune with the podcast network, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you for your example, Michael.
Karen, amazing for all this work and putting the schedule together and herding the cats. I mean, herding the cats are the most fun thing to do in the world. So this was amazing. Thank you. Sandy.
Oh my gosh, Michael, thank you so much. And Karen, you put this together. You had the idea because it's International Podcast Day. And, you know, I said this earlier. I'm just going to repeat myself because I really thought it was going to be all about, you know, practical things. And we learned a lot today. We learned a lot. But the common theme was this consciousness. And that's where the planet is heading. That's where we are as humans, being a human being instead of a human doing. And you can demonstrate that on your podcast and get your voice out and get your message out. And it's just brilliant. And thank you, Mo Rock, Ava, Mo, Daniel, Alicia. There's been so many people behind the scenes to put this together. It takes a lot of work. And Karen, you just did an amazing job. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for being on. Mr. Daniel.
I just really liked how all the guests and everybody, speakers that were here, and just the passion that they all shared. I just very grateful, and just thank you, and fantastic job to everybody.
Yeah,
we couldn't have done it without you, Daniel.
No, we couldn't have. Yeah, give Daniel a round of applause. Get that tech rolling. I'm telling you. So for myself, watch this, Sandy. For myself, Mr. Mo Rock, Karen, Sandy, Daniel, Alicia, Ava. I'm going to miss somebody, and they'll let me know.
I'm going to add somebody, Michael. I'm going to add and Sam Crowley and Mary Glorfield. I mean, where we started with the father of podcasting to come full circle, it must make him feel so proud to see all of us newbie podcasters, you know, coming along and learning from him, and to have Mary and Sam start us off and then to continue on. It must make Mo feel so proud to have started this as well.
Mo's the snippet that we saw from Mo's TEDx talk was absolutely brilliant, and thank you for that. That was just really incredible. Thank you, Mo. That was awesome.
Yeah. So first of all, we're going to call Sam the grandfather now. I'm going to text him right inside. We coined him the grandfather now, right? As it's moving through.
Father.
That's great. And some of our team, bless Iman, everybody out there. There's so many actually I could go on that's on this team. You know, thank you again. Give yourselves a round of applause. Everybody out there, give yourselves a round of applause. Look, Crystal's still up. I don't even know what time it is in Singapore, but it's incredible.
Thank you to our audience. Thank you to all our listeners.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you for listening. Your time is as important as ours. We've got lots of shows coming up. We'll see you all on Thursday. And if you ever have any questions or need anything else, you can always reach out to me. I put it in there already. It's M Silvers. That's right. M Silvers at LATPN.com. Thank you all. Thank you. I'm going to end the stream here in 10, 9. We don't need a countdown. That's right. Give yourselves a round of applause, people on the screen. Sandy, Daniel, Karen, you guys are amazing. Bye, everybody. We'll see you on Thursday.